Read by Toby Stevens.
Sunday, the Red Danube. Chapter 1. His hand on the dead man's throttle, the driver of the Serbian rail diesel felt the thrill he always did on this particular stretch of railway, heading north from Belgrade and approaching Novi Sad. This was the route of the famed Aalborg Orient Express, which ran from Greece through Belgrade and points north from the 1930s until the 1960s. Of course, he was not piloting a glistening Pacific 231 steam locomotive, towing elegant mahogany and brass dining cars, suites and sleepers, where passengers floated upon vapors of luxury and anticipation. He commanded a battered old thing from America that tugged behind it a string of more or less dependable rolling stock, packed snugly with mundane cargo. But still, he felt the thrill of history in every vista that the journey offered, especially as they approached the river. His river. And yet he was ill at ease. Among the wagons bound for Budapest, containing coal, scrap metal, consumer products, and timber, there was one that worried him greatly. It was loaded with drums of MIC, methyl isocyanate, to be used in Hungary in the manufacture of rubber. The driver, a round, balding man in a well-worn cap and stained overalls, had been briefed at length about this deadly chemical by his supervisor and some idiot from the Serbian Safety and Well-being Transportation Oversight Ministry. Some years ago, this substance had killed 8,000 people in Bhopal, India, within a few days of a leak from a manufacturing plant there. He'd acknowledged the danger his cargo presented, but a veteran railway man and union member, he'd asked, "What does that mean for the journey to Budapest, specifically?" The boss and the bureaucrat had regarded each other with the eyes of officialdom, and, after a pause, settled for, "Just be very careful." The lights of Novi Sad, Serbia's second-largest city, began to coalesce in the distance, and ahead in the encroaching evening the Danube appeared as a pale stripe. In history and in music, the river was celebrated. In reality, it was brown, undramatic, and home to barges and tankers, not candle-lit vessels filled with lovers and Viennese orchestras, or not here at least. Still, it was the Danube, an icon of Balkan pride, and the railwayman's chest always swelled as he took his train over the bridge. His river. He peered through the speckled windscreen and inspected the track before him in the headlight of the General Electric diesel. Nothing to be concerned about. There were 8 notch positions on the throttle, number 1 being the lowest. He was presently at 5, and he eased back to 3 to slow the train as it entered a series of turns. The 4,000 horsepower engine grew softer as it cut back the voltage to the traction motors. As the cars entered the straight section to the bridge, the driver shifted up to notch 5 again, and then 6. The engine pulsed louder and faster, and there came a series of sharp clangs from behind. The sound was, the driver knew, simply the couplings between wagons protesting at the change in speed, a minor cacophony he'd heard 1,000 times in his job. But his imagination told him the noise was the metal containers of the deadly chemical in car number 3 jostling against each other, at risk of spewing forth their poison. Nonsense, he told himself, and concentrated on keeping the speed steady. Then, for no reason at all, except that it made him feel better, he tugged at the air horn. Chapter 2. Lying at the top of the hill, surrounded by obscuring grass, a man of serious face and hunter's demeanor heard the wail of a horn in the distance, miles away. A glance told him that the sound had come from the train approaching from the south. It would arrive here in 10 or 15 minutes. He wondered how it might affect the precarious operation that was about to unfurl. Shifting position slightly, he studied the diesel locomotive and the lengthy string of wagons behind it through his night vision monocular. Judging that the train was of no consequence to himself and his plans, James Bond turned the scope back to the restaurant of the Spa and Hotel, and once again regarded his target through the window. The weathered building was large, yellow stucco with brown trim. Apparently it was a favourite with the locals, from the number of Zastava and Fiat saloons in the car park. It was 8:40, and the Sunday evening was clear here, near Novi Sad, where the Pannonian plain rose to a landscape that the Serbs called mountainous, though Bond guessed the adjective must have been chosen to attract tourists. The rises were mere hills to him, an avid skier. The May air was dry and cool, the surroundings as quiet as an undertaker's chapel of rest. Bond shifted position again. In his 30s, he was 6 foot tall and weighed 170 pounds. His black hair was parted on one side, and a comber of loose strands fell over one eye. A 3-inch scar ran down his right cheek. This evening, he'd taken some care with his outfit. He was wearing a dark green jacket and rainproof trousers from the American company 511, which made the best tactical clothing on the market. On his feet were well-worn leather boots that had been made for pursuit and sure footing in a fight. As night descended, the lights to the north glowed more intensely. The old city of Novi Sad. As lively and charming as it was now, Bond knew the place had a dark past. After the Hungarians had slaughtered thousands of its citizens in January 1942 and flung the bodies into the icy Danube, Novi Sad had become a crucible for partisan resistance. Bond was here tonight to prevent another horror, different in nature, but of equal or worse magnitude. Yesterday, Saturday, an alert had rippled through the British intelligence community. GCHQ in Cheltenham had decrypted an electronic whisper about an attack later in the week. Meeting at Noah's office. Confirm incident Friday night, 20th. Estimated initial casualties in the thousands. British interests adversely affected. Funds transfers as discussed. Not long after, the government eavesdroppers had also cracked part of a second text message, sent from the same phone, same encryption algorithm, but to a different number. Meet me Sunday at Restaurant Rostilge, outside Novi Sad, 2000. I am 6+ foot tall. Irish accent. Then the Irishman, who'd courteously, if inadvertently, supplied his own nickname, had destroyed the phone or flicked out the batteries, as had his co-conspirator, Noah, and the other text recipient. In London, the Joint Intelligence Committee and members of COBRA, the crisis management body, met into the night to discuss the risk of Incident 20, so called because of Friday's date. There was no solid information on the origin or nature of the threat, but MI6 was of the opinion that it was coming out of the tribal regions in Afghanistan, where Al-Qaeda and its affiliates had taken to hiring Western operatives in European countries. Six's agents in Kabul began a major effort to learn more. The Serbian connection had to be pursued too, and so, at 10 o'clock last night, the rangy tentacles of these events had reached out and clutched Bond, who'd been sitting in an exclusive restaurant off Charing Cross Road with a beautiful woman whose lengthy description of her life as an underappreciated painter had grown tiresome. The message on Bond's mobile had read, "NIACT, call COS." The night action alert meant an immediate response was required, at whatever time it was received. The call to his chief of staff had blessedly cut the date short, and soon he had been en route to Serbia under a Level 2 project order, authorizing him to identify the Irishman, plant trackers and other surveillance devices, and follow him. If that proved impossible, the order authorized Bond to conduct an extraordinary rendition of the Irishman and spirit him back to England or to a black site on the continent for interrogation. So now Bond lay among white narcissi, taking care to avoid the leaves of that beautiful but poisonous spring flower. He concentrated on peering through the Restaurant Rostilge's front window, on the other side of which the Irishman was sitting over an almost untouched plate and talking to his partner, as yet unidentified but Slavic in appearance. Perhaps because he was nervous, the local contact had parked elsewhere and walked here, providing no number plate to scan. The Irishman had not been so timid. His low-end Mercedes had arrived 40 minutes ago. Its plate had revealed that the vehicle had been hired today for cash under a false name, with a fake British driving license and passport. The man was about Bond's age, perhaps a bit older, 6'2" and lean. He'd walked into the restaurant in an ungainly way, his feet turned out. An odd line of blonde fringe dipped over a high forehead, and his cheekbones angled down to a square-cut chin. Bond was satisfied that this man was the target. 2 hours ago, he had gone into the restaurant for a cup of coffee and stuck a listening device inside the front door. A man had arrived at the appointed time and spoken to the head waiter in English, slowly and loudly, as foreigners often do when talking to locals. To Bond, listening through an app on his phone from 30 yards away, the accent was clearly mid-Ulster, most likely Belfast or the surrounding area. Unfortunately, the meeting between the Irishman and his local contact was taking place out of the bug's range. Through the tunnel of his monocular, Bond now studied his adversary, taking note of every detail. Small clues save you, small errors kill, as the instructors at Fort Monkton were wont to remind. He noted that the Irishman's manner was precise, and that he made no unnecessary gestures. When the partner drew a diagram, the Irishman moved it closer, with the rubber of a propelling pencil, so that he left no fingerprints. He sat with his back to the window and in front of his partner. The surveillance apps on Bond's mobile could not read either set of lips. Once the Irishman turned quickly, looking outside, as if triggered by a sixth sense. The pale eyes were devoid of expression. After some time he turned back to the food that apparently didn't interest him. The meal now seemed to be winding down. Bond eased off the hillock and made his way through widely spaced spruce and pine trees and anemic undergrowth, with clusters of the ubiquitous white flowers. He passed a faded sign in Serbian, French, and English that had amused him when he'd arrived. Spa and Restaurant Rostilge, located in a declared therapeutic region, and is recommended by all for convalescences after surgeries, especially helping for acute and chronic diseases of respiration organs and anemia. Full bar. He returned to the staging area behind a decrepit garden shed that smelt of engine oil, petrol, and piss, near the driveway to the restaurant. His 2 comrades, as he thought of them, were waiting here. James Bond preferred to operate alone, but the plan he'd devised required 2 local agents. They were with the BIA, the Serbian Security Information Agency, as benign a name for a spy outfit as one could imagine. The men, however, were undercover in the uniform of local police from Novi Sad, sporting the golden badge of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Faces squat, heads round, perpetually unsmiling, they wore their hair close-cropped, beneath navy-blue-brimmed caps. Their woolen uniforms were the same shade. One was around 40, the other 25. Despite their cover roles as rural officers, they'd come girded for battle. They carried heavy Beretta pistols and swathes of ammunition. In the back seat of their borrowed police car, a Volkswagen Jetta, there were 2 green camouflage Kalashnikov machine guns, an Uzi, and a canvas bag of fragmentation hand grenades, serious ones, Swiss HG-85s. Bond turned to the older agent, but before he spoke, he heard a fierce slapping from behind. His hand moving to his Walther PPS, he whirled round, to see the younger Serb ramming a pack of cigarettes into his palm, a ritual that Bond, a former smoker, had always found absurdly self-conscious and unnecessary. What was the man thinking? "Quiet," he whispered, coldly, "and put those away. No smoking." Perplexity sidled into the dark eyes. "My brother, he smokes all time. He is out on operations. Looks more normal than not smoking in Serbia." On the drive here, the young man had prattled on and on about his brother, a senior agent with the infamous JSO, technically a unit of the state's Secret Service, though Bond knew it was really a Black Ops paramilitary group. The young agent had let slip, probably intentionally, for he had said it with pride, that Big Brother had fought with Arkan's Tigers, a ruthless gang that had committed some of the worst atrocities in the fighting in Croatia, Bosnia, and Kosovo. "Maybe on the streets of Belgrade a cigarette won't be noticed," Bond muttered, "but this is a tactical operation. Put them away." The agent slowly complied. He seemed about to say something to his partner, then thought better of it, perhaps recalling that Bond had a working knowledge of Serbo-Croatian. Bond looked again into the restaurant and saw that the Irishman was laying some dinars on the metal tray. No traceable credit card, of course. The partner was pulling on a jacket. "All right, it's time." Bond reiterated the plan. In the police car, they would follow the Irishman's Mercedes out of the drive and along the road until he was a mile or so from the restaurant. The Serbian agents would then pull the car over, telling him it matched a vehicle used in a drug crime in Novi Sad. The Irishman would be asked politely to get out and would be handcuffed. His mobile phone, wallet, and identity papers would be placed on the boot of the Mercedes, and he'd be led aside and made to sit facing away from the car. Meanwhile, Bond would slip out of the back seat, photograph the documents, download what he could from the phone, look through laptops and luggage, then plant tracking devices. By then, the Irishman would have caught on that this was a shakedown and offered a suitable bribe. He'd be freed to go on his way. If the local partner left the restaurant with him, they'd execute essentially the same plan with both men. "Now I'm 90% sure he'll believe you," Bond said. "But if not, and he engages, remember that under no circumstances is he to be killed. I need him alive. Aim to wound in the arm he favors, near the elbow, not the shoulder." Despite what one saw in the movies, a shoulder wound was usually as fatal as one to the abdomen or chest. The Irishman now stepped outside, feet splayed. He looked around, pausing to study the area. Was anything different, he'd be thinking? New cars had arrived since they'd entered. Was there anything significant about them? He apparently decided there was no threat, and both men climbed into the Mercedes. "It's the pair of them," Bond said. "Same plan." The Irishman started the engine. The lights flashed on. Bond oriented his hand on the Walther, snug in the DM Bullard leather pancake holster, and climbed into the back seat of the police car, noticing an empty can on the floor. One of his comrades enjoyed a Jelen Pivot, a deer beer, while Bond had been conducting surveillance. The insubordination bothered him less than the carelessness. The Irishman might grow suspicious when stopped by a cop with beer on his breath. Another man's ego and greed can be helpful, Bond believed, but incompetence is simply a useless and inexcusable danger. The Serbs got into the front. The engine hummed to life. Bond tapped the earpiece of his SRAC, the short-range agent communication device used for cloaked radio transmissions on tactical operations. "Channel 2, he reminded them. Da. The older man sounded bored. They both plugged in earpieces. And James Bond asked himself yet again, had he planned this properly? Despite the speed with which the operation had been put together, he'd spent hours formulating the tactics. He believed he'd anticipated every possible variation. Except one, it appeared. The Irishman did not do what he absolutely had to. He didn't leave. The Mercedes turned away from the drive and rolled out of the car park onto the lawn beside the restaurant, on the other side of a tall hedge, unseen by the staff and diners. It was heading for a weed-riddled field to the east. The younger agent snapped, "Govno, what is he doing?" The three men stepped out to get a better view. The older one drew his gun and started after the car. Bond waved him to a halt. "No, wait. He's escaping. He knows about us. No, it's something else." The Irishman wasn't driving as if he were being pursued. He was moving slowly, the Mercedes easing forward like a boat in a gentle morning swell. Besides, there was no place to escape to. He was hemmed in by cliffs overlooking the Danube, the railway embankment, and the forest on the Fruzgagora rise. Bond watched as the Mercedes arrived at the rail track, 100 yards from where they stood. It slowed, made a U-turn, and parked, the bonnet facing back towards the restaurant. It was close to a railway work shed and switch rails, where a second track peeled off from the main line. Both men climbed out, and the Irishman collected something from the boot. "Your enemy's purpose will dictate your response," Bond silently recited another maxim from the lectures at Fort Monkton Specialist Training Center in Gosport. You must find the adversary's intention. But what was his purpose? Bond pulled out the monocular again, clicked on the night vision, and focused. The partner opened a panel mounted on a signal beside the switch rails and began fiddling with the components inside. Bond saw that the second track, leading off to the right, was a rusting, disused spur, ending in a barrier at the top of a hill. So it was sabotage. They were going to derail the train by shunting it onto the spur. The cars would tumble down the hill into a stream that flowed into the Danube. But why? Bond turned the monocular towards the diesel engine and the wagons behind it, and saw the answer. The first two cars contained only scrap metal, but behind them a canvas-covered flatbed was marked Opasnost, danger. He saw, too, a hazardous materials diamond, the universal warning sign that told emergency rescuers the risks of a particular shipment. Alarmingly, this diamond had high numbers for all three categories: health, instability, and inflammability. The W at the bottom meant that the substance would react dangerously with water. Whatever was being carried in that car was in the deadliest category short of nuclear materials. The train was now 3/4 of a mile away from the switch rails, picking up speed to make the gradient to the bridge. Your enemy's purpose will dictate your response. He didn't know how the sabotage related to Incident 20, if at all, but their immediate goal was clear, as was the response Bond now instinctively formulated. He said to the comrades, "If they try to leave, block them at the drive and take them. No lethal force." He leapt into the driver's seat of the Jetta. He pointed the car towards the fields where he'd been conducting surveillance, and jammed down the accelerator as he released the clutch. The light car shot forward, engine and gearbox crying out at the rough treatment as it crashed over brush, saplings, narcissi, and the raspberry bushes that grew everywhere in Serbia. Dogs fled, and lights in tiny cottages nearby flicked on. Residents in their gardens waved their arms angrily in protest. Bond ignored them and concentrated on maintaining his speed as he drove towards his destination, guided only by scant illumination, a partial moon above, and the doomed train's headlight, far brighter and rounder than the lamp of heaven. Chapter 3. The impending death weighed on him. Niall Dunn crouched among weeds, 30 feet from the switch rails. He squinted through the fading light of early evening at the Serbian rail driver's cab of the freight train as it approached, and he again thought, a tragedy. For one thing, death was usually a waste, and Dunn was, first and foremost, a man who disliked waste. It was almost sinful. Diesel engines, hydraulic pumps, drawbridges, electric motors, computers, assembly lines. All machines were meant to perform their tasks with as little waste as possible. Death was efficiency squandered. Yet there seemed to be no way around it tonight. He looked south at the glistening needles of white illumination on the rails from the train's headlight. He glanced round. The Mercedes was out of sight of the train, parked at just the right angle to keep it hidden from the cab. It was yet another of the precise calculations he had incorporated into his blueprint for that evening. He heard in memory his boss's voice. "This is Niall. He's brilliant. He's my draftsman." Dunn believed he could see the shadow of the driver's head in the cab of the diesel. Death. He tried to shrug away the thought. The train was now 400 or 500 yards away. Aldo Karic joined him. "The speed?" Dunn asked the middle-aged Serb. "Is it all right? He seems slow." In syrupy English, the Serb said, "No, it's good. Accelerating now. Look. You can see. It's good." Karic, a bearish man, sucked air through his teeth. He'd seemed nervous throughout dinner. Not, he'd confessed, because he might be arrested or fired, but because of the difficulty in keeping the 10,000 euros secret from everyone, including his wife and 2 children. Dunn regarded the train again. He calculated speed, mass, incline. Yes, it was good. At this point, even if someone tried to wave the train down, even if a Belgrade supervisor happened to notice something was amiss, phoned the driver and ordered him to apply full brakes, it would be physically impossible to stop the train before it hit the switch rails, now configured to betray. And he reminded himself, sometimes death is necessary. The train was now 300 yards away. It would all be over in 90 seconds. And then... But what was this? Dunn was suddenly aware of movement in a field nearby, an indistinct shape pounding over the uneven ground, making directly for the track. "Do you see that?" he asked Karic. The Serbian gasped. "Yes, I am seeing. It's a car. What is happening?" It was indeed. In the faint moonlight, Dunn could see the small, light-coloured saloon assaulting hillocks and swerving around trees and fragments of fences. How could the driver keep his high speed on such a course? It seemed impossible. Teenagers, perhaps, playing one of their stupid games. As he stared at the mad transit, he judged velocity, he judged angles. If the car didn't slow, it would cross the track with some seconds to spare, but the driver would have to vault over the tracks themselves. There was no crossing here. If it were stuck on the rail, the diesel would crush it like a tin of vegetables. Still, that wouldn't affect Dunn's mission here. The tiny car would be pitched aside and the train continue to the deadly spur. Now wait. What was this? Dunn realized it was a police car. But why no lights or siren? It must have been stolen. A suicide? But the police car's driver had no intention of stopping on the rail or crossing to the other side. With a final leap into the air, from the crest of hill, the saloon crashed to earth and skidded to a stop, just short of the roadbed, around 50 yards in front of the train. The driver jumped out, a man. He was wearing dark clothing. Dunn couldn't see him clearly, but he appeared not to be a policeman. Neither was he trying to flag down the engine driver. He ran into the middle of the track itself and crouched calmly, directly in front of the locomotive, which bore down upon him at 50 or 60 miles an hour. The frantic blare of the train's horn filled the night, and orange streaks of sparks shot from the locked wheels. With the train feet away from him, the man launched himself from the track and vanished into the ditch. "What is happening?" Carriage whispered. Just then, a yellow-white flash burst from the tracks in front of the diesel, and a moment later Dunn heard a crack he recognized. The explosion of a small IED, or grenade. A similar blast followed seconds later. The driver of the police car, it seemed, had a blueprint of his own, one that trumped Dunn's. No, he wasn't a policeman or a suicide. He was an operative of some sort, with experience in demolition work. The first explosion had blown out the spikes, fixing the rail to the wooden ties. The second had pushed the unsecured track to the side slightly, so that the diesel's front left wheels would slip off. Carriage muttered something in Serbian. Dunn ignored him, and watched the disk of the diesel's headlight waver. Then, with a rumble and a terrible squeal, the engine and the massive wagons it tugged behind sidled off the track, and, spewing a world of dust, pushed forward through the soil and chipped rock of the rail bed. Chapter 4. From the ditch, James Bond watched the locomotive and the cars continue their passage, slowing as they dug into the soft earth, peeling up rails and flinging sand, dirt, and stones everywhere. Finally, he climbed out and assessed the situation. He'd had only minutes to work out how to avert the calamity that would send the deadly substance into the Danube. After breaking to a stop, he'd grabbed 2 of the grenades the Serbians had brought with them, then leapt onto the tracks to plant the devices. As he had calculated, the locomotive and wagons had stayed upright and hadn't toppled into the stream. He'd orchestrated his derailment where the ground was still flat, unlike the intended setting of the Irishman's sabotage. Finally, hissing, groaning, and creaking, the train came to a standstill not far from the Irishman and his partner, though Bond could not see them through the dust and smoke. He spoke into the SRAC radio. "This is Leader 1. Are you there?" Silence. "Are you there?" he growled. "Respond." Bond massaged his shoulder, where a sliver of hot, whistling shrapnel had torn through his jacket and sliced skin. A crackle. Finally. "The train is derailed." It was the older Serbian's voice. "Did you see? Where are you?" "Listen to me carefully." "What has happened?" "Listen. We don't have much time. I think they'll try to blow up or shoot the hazmat containers. It's their only way to spill the contents. I'm going to fire towards them and drive them back to their car. Wait till the Mercedes is in that muddy area near the restaurant, then shoot out the tires and keep them inside it." "We should take them now." "No, don't do anything until they're beside the restaurant. They'll have no defensive position inside the Mercedes. They'll have to surrender. Do you understand me?" The SRAC went dead. "Damn!" Bond started forward through the dust toward the place where the third rail car, the one containing the hazardous material, waited to be ripped open. Niall Dunn tried to reconstruct what had happened. He'd known he might have to improvise, but this was one thing he had not considered, a preemptive strike by an unknown enemy. He looked out carefully from his vantage point, a stand of bushes near where the locomotive sat, smoking, clicking, and hissing. The assailant was invisible, hidden by the darkness of night, the dust, and fumes. Maybe the man had been crushed to death, or fled. Dunn lifted the rucksack over his shoulder and made his way round the diesel to the far side, where the derailed wagon would give him cover from the intruder, if he was still alive and present. In a curious way, Dunn found himself relieved of his nagging anxiety. The death had been averted. He'd been fully prepared for it, had steeled himself. Anything for his boss, of course, but the other man's intervention had settled the matter. As he approached the diesel, he couldn't help but admire the massive machine. It was an American General Electric -840B, old and battered as you usually saw in the Balkans, but a classic beauty. 4,000 horsepower. He noted the sheets of steel, the wheels, vents, bearings and valves, the springs, hoses and pipes, all so beautiful, elegant in simple functionality. Yes, it was such a relief that... He was startled by a man, staggering towards him, begging for help. It was the train driver. Dunn shot him twice in the head. It was such a relief that he hadn't been forced to cause the death of this wonderful machine, as he'd been dreading. He ran his hand along the side of the locomotive, as a father would stroke the hair of a sick child whose fever had just broken. The diesel would be back in service in a few months' time. Niall Dunn hitched the rucksack higher on his shoulder and slipped between the wagons to get to work. Chapter 5. The two shots James Bond had heard had not hit the hazardous materials car. He was covering that from 30 yards away. He guessed the engine driver, and perhaps his mate, had been the victims. Then, through the dust, he saw the Irishman. Gripping a black pistol, he stood between the two jackknifed wagons, filled with scrap metal, directly behind the engine. A rucksack hung from his shoulder. It seemed to be full, which meant that if he intended to blow up the hazardous material containers, he hadn't set the charges yet. Bond aimed his pistol and fired 2 shots close to the Irishman to drive him back to the Mercedes. The man crouched, startled, then vanished fast. Bond looked towards the restaurant side of the track, where the Mercedes was parked. His mouth tightened. The Serbian agents hadn't followed his orders. They were now flanking the work shed, having pulled the Irishman's Slavic associate to the ground and slipped nylon restraints around his wrists. The two were now moving closer to the train. Incompetence. Bond scrabbled to his feet and, keeping low, ran towards them. The Serbs were pointing at the tracks. The rucksack now sat on the ground, among some tall plants near the engine, obscuring a man. Crouching, the agents moved forward cautiously. The bag was the Irishman's, but of course the man behind it was not. The driver's body, probably. "No," Bond whispered into the srac. "It's Trick. Are you there?" But the older agent wasn't listening. He stepped forward, shouting, "Nemeraj! Do not move!" At that moment the Irishman leant out of the engine cab and fired a burst from his pistol, hitting him in the head. He dropped hard. His younger colleague assumed that the man on the ground was firing and emptied his automatic weapon into the dead body of the driver. Bond shouted, "Opasnost!" But it was too late. The Irishman leant out of the cab again and shot the younger agent in the right arm, near the elbow. He dropped his gun and cried out, falling backwards. As the Irishman leapt from the train, he let go 6 rounds towards Bond, who returned fire, aiming for the feet and ankles. But the haze and vapours were thick. He missed. The Irishman holstered his gun, shouldered the rucksack, and dragged the younger agent towards the Mercedes. They disappeared. Bond sprinted back to the Jetta, jumped in, and roared off. 5 minutes later, he soared over a hillock and landed, skidding in a field behind the Restaurant Rostilge. The scene was one of complete chaos as diners and staff fled in panic. The Mercedes was gone. Glancing towards the derailed train, he could see that the Irishman had killed not only the older agent, but his own associate, the Serbian he'd dined with. He'd shot him as he'd lain on his belly, hands bound. Bond got out of the jetta and frisked the body for pocket litter, but the Irishman had stripped the man of his wallet and any other material. Bond pulled out his own Oakley sunglasses, wiped them clean, then pressed the dead man's thumb and index finger against the lens. He ran back to the jetta and sped after the Mercedes, urging the car to 70 miles an hour, despite the meandering road and potholes pitting the tarmac. A few minutes later, he glimpsed something light-coloured in a lay-by ahead. He braked hard, barely controlling the fishtailing skid, and stopped, the car engulfed in smoke from its tyres, a few yards from the younger agent. He got out and bent over the man, who was shivering, crying. The wound in his arm was bad, and he'd lost a great deal of blood. One shoe was off and a toenail was gone. The Irishman had tortured him. Bond opened his folding knife, cut the man's shirt with a razor-sharp blade, and bound a wool strip around his arm. With a stick he found just off the lay-by, he made a tourniquet and applied it. He leant down and wiped sweat from the man's face. "Where is he going?" Gasping, his face a mask of agony, he rambled in Serbo-Croatian. Then, realizing who Bond was, he said, "You will call my brother. You must take me to the hospital. I will tell you a place to go." "I need to know where he went." "I didn't say nothing. He tried, but I didn't tell nothing about you." The boy had spilt out everything he knew about the operation, of course, but that wasn't the issue now. Bond said, "Where did he go?" "The hospital. Take me. I will tell you." "Tell me or you'll die in 5 minutes," Bond said evenly, loosening the tourniquet on his right arm. Blood cascaded. The young man blinked away tears. "All right, you bastard." He asked how to get to E75, the fast road from Highway 21. That will take him to Hungary. He's going north. Please. Bond tightened the tourniquet again. He knew, of course, that the Irishman wasn't going north. The man was a cruel and clever tactician. He didn't need directions. Bond saw his own devotion to tradecraft in the Irishman. Even before he had arrived in Serbia, the man would have memorized the geography around Novi Sad. He'd go south on Highway 21, the only major road nearby. He'd been making for Belgrade, or an evacuation site in the area. Bond patted the young agent's pockets and pulled out his mobile. He hit the emergency call number 112. Then he heard a woman's voice answer. He propped the phone beside the man's mouth, then ran back to the Jetta. He concentrated on driving as fast as he could over the uneven road surface, losing himself in the choreography of braking and steering. He took a turn fast and the car skidded, crossing the white line. An oncoming lorry loomed, a big one, with a Cyrillic logo. It veered away and the driver hit the horn angrily. Bond swerved back into his lane, missing a collision by inches, and continued in pursuit of the only lead they had to Noah and the thousands of deaths on Friday. 5 minutes later, approaching Highway 21, Bond slowed. Ahead he saw a flicker of orange, and in the sky roiling smoke obscuring the moon and stars. He soon arrived at the accident site. The Irishman had missed a sharp bend, and sought refuge in what seemed to be a wide grass shoulder, but in fact was not. A line of brush masked a steep drop. The car had gone over, and was now upside down. The engine was on fire. Bond pulled up, killed the Jetta's motor and got out. Then, drawing the Walther, he half ran, half slid down the hill to where the vehicle lay, scanning for threats and seeing none. As he closed on it, he stopped. The Irishman was dead. Still strapped into the seat, he was inverted, arms dangling over his shoulders. Blood covered his face and neck and pooled on the car's ceiling. Squinting against the fumes, Bond kicked in the driver's window to drag the body out. He would salvage the man's mobile and what pocket litter he could, then wrench open the boot to collect luggage and laptops. He opened his knife again to cut the seatbelt. In the distance, the urgent wah-ha of sirens growing louder. He looked back up the road. The fire engines were still a few miles away, but they'd be here soon. Get on with it. The flames from the engine were increasingly energetic. The smoke was vile. As he began to saw away at the belt, though, he thought suddenly, firefighters? Already? That made no sense. Police, yes, but not the fire brigade. He gripped the driver's bloodied hair and turned the head. It was not the Irishman. Bond gazed at the man's jacket. The Cyrillic lettering was the same as on the lorry he'd nearly hit. The Irishman had forced the vehicle to stop. He'd cut the driver's throat, strapped him into the Mercedes, and sent it over the cliff here, then called the local fire service in order to slow the traffic and prevent Bond pursuing him. The Irishman would have taken the rucksack and everything else from the boot, of course. Inside the car, though, on the inverted ceiling, towards the back seat, there were a few scraps of paper. Bond jammed them into his pockets before the flames forced him away. He ran back to the Jetta and sped off towards Highway 21, away from the approaching flashing lights. He fished out his mobile. It resembled an iPhone, but was a bit larger and featured special optics, audio systems, and other hardware. The unit contained multiple phones, one that could be registered to an agent's official or non-official cover identity, then a hidden unit with hundreds of operational apps and encryption packages. Because the device had been developed by Carte Blanche, it had taken all of a day for some wit in the office to dub them IQ phones. He opened an app that gave him a priority link to a GCHQ tracking center. He recited into the voice recognition system a description of the yellow Zastavo Eurozetta lorry the Irishman was driving. The computer in Cheltenham would automatically recognize Bond's location and determine projected routes for the truck. Then train the satellite to look for any nearby vehicle of this sort and track it. 5 minutes later, he heard his phone buzz. Excellent. He glanced at the screen. But the message was not from the Snoops. It was from Bill Tanner, Chief of Staff at Bond's outfit. The subject heading said, "Crash Dive," shorthand for emergency. Eyes flipping from the road to the phone, Bond read on. GCHQ intercept. Serbian security agent assigned to you in Incident 20 operation died on way to hospital. Reported you abandoned him. Serbs have priority order for your arrest. Evacuate immediately. Monday. The Rag and Bone Man. Chapter 6. After 3.5 hours' sleep, James Bond was woken at 7 a.m. in his Chelsea flat by the electronic tone of his mobile phone's alarm clock. His eyes focused on the white ceiling of the small bedroom. He blinked twice, and ignoring the pain in his shoulder, head, and knees, rolled out of the double bed, prodded by the urge to get on the trail of the Irishman and Noah. His clothes from the mission to Novi Sad lay on the hardwood floor. He tossed the tactical outfit into a training kit bag, gathered up the rest of his clothes, and dropped them into the laundry bin, a courtesy to May, his treasure of a Scottish housekeeper, who came 3 times a week to sort out his domestic life. He would not think of having her pick up his clutter. Naked, Bond walked into the bathroom, turned on the shower as hot as he could stand it, and scrubbed himself hard with unscented soap. Then he turned the temperature down, stood under freezing water until he could tolerate that no longer, stepped out and dried himself. He examined his wounds from last night. 2 large aubergine-coloured bruises on his leg, some scrapes, and the slice on his shoulder from the grenade shrapnel. Nothing serious. He shaved with a heavy double-bladed safety razor, its handle of light buffalo horn. He used this fine accessory not because it was greener to the environment than the plastic disposables that most men employed, but simply because it gave a better shave and required some skill to wield. James Bond found comfort even in the small challenges. By 7:15 he was dressed. A navy blue canale suit, a white Sea Island shirt, and a burgundy grenadine tie, the latter items from Turnbull and Asser. He donned black shoes, slip-ons. He never wore laces, except for combat footwear, or when tradecraft required him to send silent messages to a fellow agent via prearranged loopings. Onto his wrist, he slipped his steel Rolex Oyster Perpetual, the 34mm model, the date window its only complication. Bond did not need to know the phases of the moon or the exact moment of high tide at Southampton, and he suspected very few people did. Most days he had breakfast, his favourite meal of the day, at a small hotel nearby in Pont Street. Occasionally he cooked for himself, one of the few things he was capable of whipping up in the kitchen. 3 eggs softly scrambled with Irish butter. The steaming curds were accompanied by bacon and crisp wholemeal toast. and more Irish butter and marmalade. Today, though, the urgency of Incident 20 was in full bloom, so there was no time for food. Instead, he brewed a cup of fiercely strong Jamaica Blue Mountain coffee, which he drank from a china mug as he listened to Radio 4 to learn whether or not the train incident and subsequent deaths had made the international news. They had not. His wallet and cash were in his pocket, his car key too. He grabbed the plastic carrier bag of items he had collected in Serbia, and the locked steel box that contained his weapon and ammunition, which he could not carry legally within the UK. He hurried down the stairs of his flat, formerly 2 spacious stables. He unlocked the door and stepped into the garage. The cramped space was large enough, just for the 2 cars that were inside, plus a few extra tires and tools. He climbed into the newer of the vehicles, the latest model Bentley Continental GT, its exterior the company's distinctive granite grey, with supple black hide inside. The turbo W12 engine murmured to life. Tapping the downshift paddle into first gear, he eased into the road, leaving behind his other vehicle, less powerful and more temperamental, but just as elegant, a 1960s E-Type Jaguar, which had been his father's. Driving north, Bond manoeuvred through the traffic, with tens of thousands of others who were similarly making their way to offices throughout London at the start of yet another week, although, of course, in Bond's case, this mundane image belied the truth. Exactly the same could be said for his employer itself. 3 years ago, James Bond had been sitting at a grey desk in the monolithic grey Ministry of Defence building in Whitehall, the sky outside not grey at all, but the blue of a Highland loch on a bright summer's day. After leaving the Royal Naval Reserve, he had had no desire for a job managing accounts at Saatchi & Saatchi or reviewing balance sheets for Nat West, and had telephoned a former Fetters fencing teammate who had suggested he try defence intelligence. After a stint at DI, writing analyses that were described as both blunt and valuable, he had wondered to his supervisor if there might be a chance to see a little more action. Not long after that conversation, he had received a mysterious missive, handwritten, not an email, requesting his presence for lunch in Pall Mall at the Travellers' Club. On the day in question, Bond had been led into the dining room, and seated in a corner opposite, a solid man in his mid-60s, identified only as the Admiral. He wore a grey suit that perfectly matched his eyes. His face was jowled, and his head crowned with a sparse constellation of birthmarks, evident through the thinning swept-back brown and grey hair. The Admiral had looked steadily at Bond without challenge or disdain or excessive analysis. Bond had no trouble in returning the gaze. A man who was killed in battle and nearly died himself is not cowed by anyone's stare. He realized, however, that he had absolutely no idea of what was going on in the man's mind. They did not shake hands. Menus descended. Bond ordered halibut on the bone, steamed with hollandaise, boiled potatoes, and grilled asparagus. The Admiral selected the grilled kidney and bacon, then asked Bond, "Wine?" "Yes, please." "You choose." Burgundy, I should think," Bond said. "Côte de Beaune, or a Chablis?" "The Alex Gambel Pullini, perhaps," the waiter suggested. "Perfect." The bottle arrived a moment later. The waiter smoothly displayed the label and poured a little into Bond's glass. The wine was the colour of pale butter, earthy and excellent, and exactly the right temperature, not too chilled. Bond sipped, nodded his approval, and the glasses were half filled. When the waiter had departed, the elder man said gruffly, "You're a veteran, and so am I. Neither of us has any interest in small talk. I've asked you here to discuss a career opportunity." "I thought as much, sir." Bond hadn't intended to add the final word, but it had been impossible not to do so. "You may be familiar with the rule at the Travellers about not exposing business documents. Afraid we'll have to break it." The older man withdrew from his breast pocket an envelope. He handed it over. "This is similar to the Official Secrets Act declaration." "I've signed one." "Of course you have, for defense intelligence," the man said briskly, revealing his impatience at stating the obvious. "This has a few more teeth. Read it." Bond did so. More teeth indeed, to put it mildly. The Admiral said, If you're not interested in signing, we'll finish our lunch and discuss the recent election, or trout fishing in the north, or how those damn Kiwis beat us again last week, and get back to our offices." He lifted a bushy eyebrow. Bond hesitated, only a moment, then scrawled his name across the line and handed it back. The document vanished. A sip of wine. The Admiral asked, "Have you heard of the Special Operations Executive?" "I have, yes." Bond had few idols, but high on the list was Winston Churchill. In his young days as a reporter and soldier in Cuba and Sudan, Churchill had formed a great respect for guerrilla operations, and later, after the outbreak of the Second World War, he and the Minister for Economic Warfare, Hugh Dalton, had created the SOE to arm partisans behind German lines and to parachute in British spies and saboteurs. Also called Churchill's Secret Army, it had caused immeasurable harm to the Nazis. "Good outfit," the Admiral said, then grumbled. "They closed it down after the war. Interagency nonsense, organizational difficulties, infighting at MI6 and Whitehall." He took a sip of the fragrant wine, and conversation slowed while they ate. The meal was superb. Bond said so. The Admiral rasped, "Chef knows what he's about. No aspirations to cook his way onto American television. Are you familiar with how 5 and 6 got going?" "Yes, sir. I've read quite a lot about it." In 1909, in response to concerns about a German invasion and spies within England, concerns that had been prompted curiously by popular thriller novels, the Admiralty and the War Office had formed the Secret Service Bureau. Not long after that, the SSB split into the Directorate of Military Intelligence Section 5, or MI5, to handle domestic security, and Section 6, or MI6, to handle foreign espionage. 6 was the oldest continuously operating spy organization in the world, despite China's claim to the contrary. The Admiral said, "What's the one element that stands out about them both?" Bond couldn't begin to guess. "Plausible deniability," the older man muttered. "Both 5 and 6 were created as cutouts, so that the Crown, the Prime Minister, the Cabinet, and the War Office didn't have to get their hands dirty with that nasty business of spying. Just as bad now. Lot of scrutiny of what 5 and 6 do. Sexed-up dossiers, invasion of privacy, political snooping, rumors of illegal targeted killings. Everybody's clamoring for transparency. Of course, no one seems to care that the face of war is changing, that the other side doesn't play by the rules much anymore." Another sip of wine. "There's thinking in some circles that we need to play by a different set of rules too, especially after 9/11 and 7/7. Bond said, "So, if I understand correctly, you're talking about starting a new version of the SOE, but one that isn't technically part of 6, 5, or the MOD. The Admiral held Bond's eye. "I read those reports of your performance in Afghanistan, Royal Naval Reserve, yet still you managed to get yourself attached to forward combat units on the ground. Took some doing." The cool eyes regarded him closely. "I understand you also managed some missions behind the lines that weren't quite so official. Thanks to you, some fellows who could have caused quite a lot of mischief never got the chance." Bond was about to sip from his glass of Pouligny Montrachet, the highest incarnation of the Chardonnay grape. He set the glass down without doing so. How the devil had the old man learnt about those? In a low, even voice, the man said, "There's no shortage of special air or boat service chaps who know their way around a knife and sniper rifle, but they don't necessarily fit into other, shall we say, subtler situations. And then there are plenty of talented 5 or 6 fellows who know the difference between," he glanced at Bond's glass, "a Côte de Beaune and a Côte de Nuit, and can speak French as fluently as they can Arabic, but who'd faint at the sight of blood, theirs or anyone else's." The steel eyes zeroed in. "You seem to be a rather rare combination of the best of both." The Admiral put down his knife and fork on the bone china. "Your question?" "About a new version of the Special Operations Executive. The answer is yes. In fact, it already exists. Would you be interested in joining?" "I would," Bond said without hesitation. "Though I should like to ask, What exactly does it do?" The Admiral thought for a moment, as if polishing burrs off his reply. "Our mission," he said, "is simple. We protect the realm by any means necessary." Chapter 7. In the sleek, purring Bentley, Bond now approached the headquarters of this very organization, near Regent's Park, after half an hour of the zigzagging that driving in central London necessitates. The name of his employer was nearly as vague as that of the Special Operations Executive. The Overseas Development Group. The Director General was the Admiral, known only as M. Officially, the ODG assisted British-based companies in opening or expanding foreign operations and investing abroad. Bond's OC, or official cover within it, was as a security and integrity analyst. His job was to travel the world and assess business risks. No matter that the moment he landed he assumed an NOC, a non-official cover, with a fictitious identity, tucked away the Excel spreadsheets, put on his 511 tactical outfit, and armed himself with a .308 rifle with Nikon Buckmaster's scope. Or perhaps he'd slip into a well-cut Savile Row suit to play poker with Chechnyan arms dealers in a private Kiev club, for the chance to assess his security detail in the run-up to the evening's main event, the man's rendition to a black site in Poland. Tucked away inconspicuously in the hierarchy of the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, the ODG was housed in a narrow 6-story Edwardian building on a quiet road just off Devonshire Street. It was separated from bustling Marylebone Road by lacklustre but camouflaging solicitors' quarters, NGO offices and doctors' surgeries. Bond now motored to the entrance of the tunnel, leading to the car park beneath the building. He glanced into the iris scanner, then was vetted again, this time by a human being. The barrier lowered, and he eased his car forward in search of a parking bay. The lift, too, checked Bond's blue eyes, then took him up to the ground floor. He stepped into the armourer's office, beside the pistol range, and handed the locked steel box to red-headed Freddie Menzies, a former corporal in the SAS and one of the finest firearms men in the business. He would make sure the Walther was cleaned, oiled, and checked for damage, the magazines filled with Bond's preferred loads. "She'll be ready in half an hour," Menzies said. "She behave herself, 007? Bond had professional affection for certain tools of his trade, but he didn't personify them, and, if anything, a .40 caliber Walther, even the compact police pistol short, would definitely be a he. "Acquitted itself well," he replied. He took the lift to the 3rd floor, where he stepped out and turned left, walking down a bland white-painted corridor, the walls a bit scuffed, their monotony broken by prints of London from the era of Cromwell to Victoria's reign, and of battlefields aplenty. Someone had brightened up the windowsills with vases of greenery, fake of course. The real thing would have meant employing external maintenance staff to water and prune. Bond spotted a young woman in front of a desk at the end of a large open area filled with workstations. Sublime, he had thought, upon meeting her a month ago. Her face was heart-shaped, with high cheekbones, and surrounded by rosetti red hair that cascaded from her marvellous temples to past her shoulders. A tiny off-centred dimple, which he found completely charming, distressed her chin. Her hazel eyes, golden green, held yours intently, and to Bond her figure was as a woman should be, slim and elegant. Her unpainted nails were trimmed short. Today she was in a knee-length black skirt and an apricot shirt, high-necked yet thin enough to hint at lace beneath, managing to be both tasteful and provocative. Her legs were embraced by nylon, the colour of café au lait. Stockings or tights? Bond couldn't help but wonder. Ophelia Maidenston was an intelligence analyst with MI6. She was stationed with the ODG as a liaison officer, because the group was not an intelligence-gathering organization. It was operational, tactical, largely. Accordingly, like the Cabinet and the Prime Minister, it was a consumer of product, as intelligence was called. And the ODG's main supplier was SIX. Admittedly, Philly's appearance and forthright manner were what had initially caught Bond's attention, just as her tireless efforts and resourcefulness had held it. Equally alluring, though, was her love of driving. Her favourite vehicle was a BSA 1966 Spitfire, the A65, one of the most beautiful motorcycles ever made. It wasn't the most powerful bike in the Birmingham small arms line, but it was a true classic, and when properly tuned, which, God bless her, she did herself, it left a broad streak of rubber at the takeoff line. She told Bond she liked to drive in all weather, and had bought an insulated leather jumpsuit that let her take to the roads whenever she fancied. He'd imagined it as an extremely tight-fitting garment, and arched an eyebrow. He'd received in return a sardonic smile, which told him that his gesture had ricocheted like a badly placed bullet. She was, it emerged, engaged to be married. The ring, which he'd noted immediately, was a deceptive ruby. So that settled that. Philly now looked up with an infectious smile. "James, hello. Why are you looking at me like that?" "I need you." She tucked back a loose strand of hair. "Delighted to help if I could, but I've got something on for John. He's in Sudan. They're about to start shooting." The Sudanese had been fighting the British, the Egyptians, other nearby African nations, and themselves for more than 100 years. The Eastern Alliance, several Sudanese states near the Red Sea, wanted to secede and form a moderate secular country. The regime in Khartoum, still buffeted by the recent independence movement in the south, was not pleased by this initiative. Bond said, "I know. I was the one going originally. I drew Belgrade instead." "The food's better," she said, with studied gravity, "if you like plums. It's just that I collected some things in Serbia that should be looked into. It's never just with you, James." Her mobile buzzed. She frowned, peering at the screen. As she took the call, her piercing hazel eyes swung his way and regarded him with some humour. She said into the phone, "I see." When she had disconnected, she said, "You pulled in some favours, or bullied someone." "Me? Never. It seems that war in Africa will have to soldier on without me, so to speak." She went to another workstation and handed the Khartoum baton to a fellow spook. Bond sat down. There seemed to be something different about her space, but he couldn't work out what it was. Perhaps she tidied it, or rearranged the furniture, as far as anyone could in the tiny area. When she came back, she focused her eyes on him. "Right then, I'm all yours. What do we have?" "Incident 20. "Ah, that. I wasn't on the hot list, so you'd better brief me." Like Bond, Ophelia Maidenston was developed vetting cleared by the Defence Vetting Agency, the FCO, and Scotland Yard, which permitted virtually unlimited access to top-secret material, short of the most classified nuclear arms data. He briefed her on Noah, the Irishman, the threat on Friday, and the incident in Serbia. She took careful notes. "I need you to play detective inspector. This is all we have to go on." He handed her the carrier bag, containing the slips of paper he'd snatched from the burning car outside Novi Sad, and his own sunglasses. "I'll need identification fast, very fast, and anything else you dig up." She lifted her phone and requested collection of the materials for analysis at the MI6 laboratory, or, if that proved insufficient, Scotland Yard's extensive forensic operation in specialist crimes. She rang off. "Runner's on the way." She found a pair of tweezers in her handbag and extracted the 2 slips of paper. One was a bill from a pub near Cambridge, the date recent. It had been settled in cash, unfortunately. The other slip of paper read, "Boots, March 17, no later than that." Was it code, or merely a reminder from 2 months ago to pick up something at the chemist? "And the Oakleys?" She was gazing down into the bag. "There's a fingerprint in the middle of the right lens, the Irishman's partner. There was no pocket litter." She made copies of the 2 documents, handed him a set, kept one for herself, and placed the originals in the bag with the glasses. Bond then explained about the hazardous material that the Irishman was trying to spill into the Danube. "I need to know what it was, and what kind of damage it could have caused. Afraid I've ruffled some feathers among the Serbs. They won't want to cooperate." "We'll see about that." Just then his mobile buzzed. He looked at the screen, though he knew this distinctive chirp quite well. He answered. "Moneypenny." The woman's low voice said, "Hello, James. Welcome back." "M?" he asked. "M." Chapter 8. The sign beside the top-floor office read, Director General. Bond stepped into the anteroom, where a woman in her mid-30s sat at a tidy desk. She wore a pale cream camisole beneath a jacket that was nearly the same shade as Bond's. A long face, handsome and regal. Eyes that could flick from stern to compassionate faster than a Formula One gearbox. "Hello, Moneypenny." "It'll just be a moment, James. He's on the line to Whitehall again." Her posture was upright, her gestures economical. Not a hair out of place. He reflected, as he often did, that her military background had left an indelible mark. She'd resigned her commission with the Royal Navy to take her present job with M as his personal assistant. Just after he joined the ODG, Bond had dropped into her office chair and flashed a broad smile. "Rank of lieutenant, were you, Moneypenny?" he'd quipped. "I'd prefer to picture you above me." Bond had left the service as a commander. He'd received in reply not the searing rejoinder he deserved, but a smooth riposte. "Oh, but I've found in life, James, that all positions must be earned through experience, and I am pleased to say I have little doubt that my level of such does not begin to approach yours." The cleverness and speed of her retort, and the use of his first name, along with her radiant smile, instantly and immutably defined their relationship. She'd kept him in his place, but opened the avenue of friendship. So it had remained ever since, caring and close but always professional. Still, he harboured the belief that of all the 00 Section agents, she liked him best. Moneypenny looked him over and frowned. "You had quite a time of it over there, I heard." "You could say so." She glanced at M's closed door and said, "This Noah situation's a tough one, James. Signals flying everywhere. He left at 9 last night, came in at 5 this morning." She added in a whisper, "He was worried about you. There were some moments last night when you were incommunicado. He was on the phone quite often then." They saw a light on her phone extinguish. She hit a button and spoke through a nearly invisible stalk mic. "It's 007, sir." She nodded at the door, towards which Bond now walked, as the Do Not Disturb light above it flashed on. This occurred silently, of course, but Bond always imagined the illumination was accompanied by the sound of a deadbolt crashing open to admit a new prisoner to a medieval dungeon. "Morning, sir." M looked exactly the same as he had at the Travellers' Club lunch when they'd met 3 years ago, and might have been wearing the same grey suit. He gestured to one of the 2 functional chairs facing the large oak desk. Bond sat down. The office was carpeted, and the walls were lined with bookshelves. The building was at the fulcrum where old London became new, and M's windows in the corner office bore witness to this. To the west, Marylebone High Street's period buildings contrasted sharply with Euston Road's skyscrapers of glass and metal, sculptures of high concept and questionable aesthetics, and lift systems cleverer than you were. These scenes, however, remained dim, even on sunny days, since the window glass was both bomb and bulletproof, and mirrored to prevent spying by any ingenious enemy hanging from a hot air balloon over Regent's Park. M looked up from his notes and scanned Bond. "No medical report, I gather?" Nothing escaped him, ever. "A scratch or 2, not serious." The man's desk held a yellow pad, a complicated console phone, his mobile, an Edwardian brass lamp, and a humidor stocked with the narrow black cheroots M sometimes allowed himself on drives to and from Whitehall, or during his brief walks through Regent's Park, when he was accompanied by his thoughts and 2 P-branch guards. Bond knew very little of M's personal life, only that he lived in a Regency manor house on the edge of Windsor Forest, and was a bridge player, a fisherman, and a rather accomplished watercolourist of flowers. A personable and talented Navy corporal named Andy Smith drove him about in a well-polished 10-year-old Rolls-Royce. "Give me your report, 007. Bond organised his thoughts. M did not tolerate a muddled narrative or padding. Ums and ers were as unacceptable as stating the obvious. He reiterated what had happened in Novi Sad, then added, "I found a few things in Serbia that might give us some details. Philly's sorting them now, and finding out about the hazmat on the train." "Philly?" Bond recalled that M disliked the use of nicknames, even though he was referred to exclusively by one throughout the organization. "Ophelia Maidenston," he explained. "Our liaison from 6. If there's anything to be found, she'll sniff it out." "You're covering Serbia?" "I was working false flag. The senior people at BIA in Belgrade know I'm with the ODG and what my mission was, but we told their 2 field agents I was with a fictional UN peacekeeping outfit. I had to mention Noah in the incident on Friday in case the BIA agents stumbled across something referring to them, but whatever the Irishman got out of the younger man, it wasn't compromising." "The Yard and 5 are wondering, with the train in Novi Sad, do you think Incident 20 is about sabotaging a railway line here? Serbia was a dry run." "I wondered that too, sir, but it wouldn't be the sort of operation that'd need much rehearsal. Besides, the Irishman's partner rigged the derailment in about 3 minutes. Our rail systems here must be more sophisticated than a freight line in rural Serbia." A bushy eyebrow rose, perhaps disputing that assumption, but M said, "You're right. It doesn't seem like a prelude to Incident 20. "Now," Bond sat forward, "what I'd like to do, sir, is get back to Station Y immediately, enter through Hungary, and set up a rendition op to track down the Irishman. I'll take a couple of our Double One agents with me. We can trace the lorry he stole. It'll be tricky, but—" M was shaking his head, rocking back in his well-worn throne. "It seems there's a bit of a flap, 007. It involves you." Whatever Belgrade's saying, the young agent who died— M waved a hand impatiently. Yes, of course, what happened was their fault. There was never any question about that. Explanation is a sign of weakness, 007. Don't know why you're doing it now." "Sorry, sir." "I'm speaking of something else. Last night, Cheltenham managed to get a satellite image of the lorry the Irishman escaped in." "Very good, sir." So his tracking tactic had apparently succeeded. But M's scowl suggested Bond's satisfaction was premature. "About 15 miles south of Novi Sad, the lorry pulled over and the Irishman got into a helicopter. No registration or ID, but GCHQ got a Mazian profile of it." Material and signature intelligence was the latest in high-tech espionage. If information came from electronic sources like microwave transmissions or radio, it was ELINT. From photographs and satellite images, IMINT. From mobile phones and emails, SIGINT. And from human sources, HUMINT. With MAZINT, instruments collected and profiled data such as thermal energy, sound waves, airflow disruption, propeller and helicopter rotor vibrations, exhaust from jet engines, trains and cars, velocity patterns, and more. The Director General continued, "Last night, 5 registered a Mazin profile that matched the helicopter he escaped in." Bloody hell. If MI5 had found the chopper, that meant it was in England. The Irishman, the sole lead to Noah and Incident 20, was in the one place where James Bond had no authority to pursue him. M added, "The helicopter landed northeast of London at about 1 a.m. and vanished. They lost all track." He shook his head. "I don't see why Whitehall didn't give us more latitude about operating at home when they chartered us. Would have been easy. Hell, what if you'd followed the Irishman to the London Eye or Madame Tussauds? What should you have done? Rung 999? For God's sake, these are the days of globalization, of the Internet, the EU, yet we can't follow leads in our own country." The rationale for this rule, however, was clear. MI5 conducted brilliant investigations. MI6 was a master at foreign intelligence gathering and disruptive action, such as destroying a terrorist cell from within by planting misinformation. The Overseas Development Group did rather more, including occasionally, if rarely, ordering its 00 section agents to lie in wait for enemies of the state and shoot them dead. But to do so within the UK, however morally justifiable or tactically convenient, would play rather badly among bloggers and the Fleet Street scribblers. Not to mention that the Crown's prosecutors might be counted on to have a say in the matter as well. But, politics aside, Bond adamantly wanted to pursue Incident 20. He developed a particular dislike for the Irishman. His words to M were measured. "I think I'm in the best position to find this man and Noah, and to suss out what they're up to. I want to keep on it, sir." "I thought as much, and I want you to pursue it, 007. I've been on the phone this morning with 5 and Specialist Operations at the Yard. They're both willing to let you have a consulting role." "Consulting?" Bond said sourly, then realized that M would have done some impressive negotiating to achieve that much. "Thank you, sir." M deflected the words with a jerk of his head. "You'll be working with someone from Division 3, a fellow named Osborne Smith." Division 3. British security and police operations were like human beings, forever being born, marrying, producing progeny, dying, and even, Bond had once joked, undergoing sex change operations. Division 3 was one of the more recent offspring. It had some loose affiliation with 5, in much the same way as the ODG had a gossamer thin connection to 6. Plausible deniability. While 5 had broad investigation and surveillance powers, it had no arrest authority or tactical officers. Division 3 did. It was a secretive, reclusive group of high-tech wizards, bureaucrats, and former SAS and SBS tough boys, with serious firepower. Bond had been impressed with its recent successes in taking down terrorist cells in Oldham, Leeds, and London. M regarded him evenly. "I know you're used to having carte blanche to handle the mission as you see fit, 007. You have your independent streak, and it's served you well in the past. A dark look. Most of the time. But at home, your authority is limited, significantly. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, sir." So, no longer carte blanche, Bond reflected angrily. More carte grise. Another dour glance from M. "Now, a complication. That security conference." "Security conference?" "Haven't read your Whitehall briefing?" M asked petulantly. These were administrative announcements about internal government matters, and, accordingly, no, Bond did not read them. "Sorry, sir." M's jowls tightened. "We have 13 security agencies in the UK, maybe more, as of this morning. The heads of 5, 6, SOCA, JTAC, SO13, DI, the whole lot, myself included, will be holed up in Whitehall for 3 days later in the week. Oh, the CIA and some chaps from the continent, too. Briefings on Islamabad, Pyongyang, Venezuela, Beijing, Jakarta, and there'll probably be some young analyst in Harry Potter glasses touting his theory that the Chechenian rebels are responsible for that damned volcano in Iceland. A bloody inconvenience, the whole thing," he sighed. "I'll be largely incommunicado. Chief of Staff will be running the Incident 20 operation for the group." "Yes, sir. I'll coordinate with him." "Get onto it, 007. And remember, you're operating in the UK. Treat it like a country you've never been to, which means, for God's sake, be diplomatic with the natives." Chapter 9. "It's pretty bad, sir. Are you sure you want to see it?" To the foreman, the man replied immediately. "Yes." "Right then. I'll drive you out." "Who else knows?" "Just the shift chief and the lad what found it." Casting a glance at his boss, the man added, "They'll keep quiet, if that's what you want." Severin Haight said nothing. Under an overcast and dusty sky, the two men left the loading bay of the ancient headquarters building and walked to a nearby car park. They climbed into a people carrier, emblazoned with the logo of Greenway International Disposal and Recycling. The company name was printed over a delicate drawing of a verdant leaf. Hyde didn't much care for the design, which struck him as mockingly trendy, but he'd been told that the image had scored well in focus groups and was good for public relations. "Ah, the public," he'd responded, with veiled contempt, and reluctantly approved it. He was a tall man, 6'3", and broad-shouldered, his columnar torso encased in a bespoke suit of black wool. His massive head was covered with thick, curly hair, black streaked with white, and he wore a matching beard. His yellowing fingernails extended well past his fingertips, but were carefully filed. They were long by design, not neglect. Hyde's pallor accentuated his dark nostrils and darker eyes, framed by a long face that appeared younger than his 56 years. He was a strong man still, having retained much of his youthful muscularity. The van started through his company's dishevelled grounds. More than 100 acres of low buildings, rubbish tips, skips, hovering seagulls, smoke, dust, and decay. As they drove over the rough roads, Hyde's attention momentarily slipped to construction about half a mile away. A new building was nearing completion. It was identical to two that stood already in the grounds, 5-story boxes from which chimneys rose, the sky above them rippling from the rising heat. The buildings were known as destructors, a Victorian word that Severin Hyde loved. England was the first country in the world to make energy from municipal refuse. In the 1870s, the first power plant to do so was built in Nottingham, and soon hundreds were operating throughout the country, producing steam to generate electricity. The destructor, now nearing completion in the middle of his disposal and recycling operation, was no different in theory from its gloomy Dickensian forebears, save that it used scrubbers and filters to clean the dangerous exhaust, and was far more efficient, burning RDF, refuse-derived fuel, as it produced energy that was pumped, for profit of course, into the London and home county power grids. Indeed, Greenway International plc was simply the latest in a long British tradition of innovation in refuse disposal and reclamation. Henry IV had decreed that rubbish should be collected and removed from the streets of towns and cities on threat of forfeit. Mudlarks had kept the banks of the Thames clean for entrepreneurial profit, not government wages, and rag-pickers had sold scraps of wool to mills for the production of cheap cloth called shoddy. In London, as early as the 19th century, women and girls had been employed to sift through incoming refuse and sort it according to future usefulness. The British Paper Company had been founded to manufacture recycled paper in 1890. Greenway was located nearly 20 miles east of London, well past the box sets of office buildings on the Isle of Dogs and the sea mine of the O2, past the ramble of Canning Town and Silvertown, the Docklands. To reach it, you turned southeast off the A13 and drove towards the Thames. Soon you were down to a narrow lane, unwelcoming, even forbidding, surrounded by nothing but brush and stalky plants, pale and translucent as a dying patient's skin. The tarmac strip seemed a road to nowhere, until it crested a low rise, and ahead you could see Greenway's massive complex, forever muted through a haze. In the middle of this wonderland of rubbish, the van now stopped, beside a battered skip, 6 feet high, 20 long. 2 workers somewhere in their 40s, wearing tan Greenway overalls, stood uncomfortably beside it. They didn't look any less uneasy now that the owner of the company himself, no less, was present. "Crikey," one whispered to the other. Hyde knew they were also cowed by his black eyes, the tight mass of his beard, and his towering frame. And then there were those fingernails. He asked, "In there?" The workers remained speechless, and the foreman, the name Jack Dennison stitched on his overalls, said, "That's right, sir." Then he snapped to one of the workers, "Right, Sunshine, don't keep Mr. Hyde waiting. He hasn't got all day, has he?" The employee hurried to the side of the skip and, with some effort, pulled the large door open, assisted by a spring. Inside were the ubiquitous mounds of green bin liners and loose junk, bottles, magazines, and newspapers. The people had been too lazy to separate for recycling. And there was another item of discard inside. A human body. A woman's or teenage boy's, to judge from the stature. There wasn't much else to go on, since clearly death had occurred months ago. He bent down and probed with his long fingernails. This enjoyable examination confirmed the corpse was a woman's. Staring at the loosening skin, the protruding bones, the insect and animal work on what was left of the flesh, Hyde felt his heart quicken. He said to the 2 workers, "You'll keep this to yourselves. They'll keep quiet." "Yes, sir." "Of course, sir." "Wait over there." They trotted away. Hyde glanced at Dennison, who nodded that they'd behave themselves. Hyde didn't doubt it. He ran Greenway more like a military base than a rubbish tip and recycling yard. Security was tight, mobile phones were banned, all outgoing communications monitored, and discipline harsh. But in compensation, Severin Hyde paid his people very, very well. A lesson of history was that professional soldiers stuck around far longer than amateurs, provided you had the money. And that particular commodity was never in short supply at Greenway. Disposing of what people no longer wanted had always been and would forever be a profitable endeavor. Alone now, Hyde crouched beside the body. The discovery of human remains here happened with some frequency. Sometimes workers in the construction debris and reclamation division of Greenway would find Victorian bones or desiccated skeletons in building foundations, or a corpse was that of a homeless person, dead from exposure to the elements, drink or drugs, hurled unceremoniously upon the bin liners. Sometimes it was a murder victim, in which case the killers were usually polite enough to bring the body here directly. Hyde never reported the deaths. The presence of the police was the last thing he wanted. Besides, why should he give up such a treasure? He eased closer to the body, knees pressing against what was left of the woman's jeans. The smell of decay, like bitter, wet cardboard, would be unpleasant to most people, but discard had been Hyde's lifelong profession, and he was no more repulsed by it than a garage mechanic is troubled by the scent of grease, or an abattoir worker the odour of blood and viscera. Dennison the foreman, however, stood back some distance from the perfume. With one of his jaundiced fingernails, Hyde reached forward and stroked the top of the skull, from which most of the hair was missing, then the jaw, the finger bones, the first to be exposed. Her nails too were long, though not because they had grown after her death, which was a myth. They simply appeared longer because the flesh beneath them had shrunk. He studied his new friend for a long moment, then reluctantly eased back. He looked at his watch. He pulled his iPhone from his pocket and took a dozen pictures of the corpse. Then he glanced around him. He pointed to a deserted spot between two large mounds over landfills, like barrows, holding phalanxes of fallen soldiers. "Tell the men to bury it there." "Yes, sir," Dennison replied. As he walked back to the people carrier, he said, "Not too deep, and leave a marker, so I'll be able to find it again." Half an hour later, Hyde was in his office, scrolling through the pictures he'd taken of the corpse, lost in the images, sitting at the 300-year-old jail door, mounted on legs, that was his desk. Finally, he slipped the phone away, and turned his dark eyes to other matters, and there were many. Greenway was one of the world leaders in the disposal, reclamation, and recycling of discard. The office was spacious and dimly lit, located on the top story of Greenway's headquarters, an old meat processing factory, dating to 1896, renovated and turned into what interior design magazines might call shabby chic. On the walls were architectural relics from buildings his company had demolished, scabby painted frames around cracked stained glass, concrete gargoyles, wildlife, effigies, mosaics. St. George and the Dragon were represented several times, St. Joan too. On one large bas-relief, Zeus, operating undercover as a swan, had his way with beautiful Leda. Hyde's secretary came and went with letters for his signature, reports for him to read, memos to approve, financial statements to consider. Greenway was doing extremely well. At a recycling industry conference, Hyde had once joked that the adage about certainty in life should not be limited to the well-known two. People had to pay taxes, they had to die, and they had to have their discard collected and disposed of. His computer chimed, and he called up an encrypted email from a colleague out of the country. It was about an important meeting tomorrow, Tuesday, confirming times and locations. The last line stirred him. "The number of dead tomorrow will be significant. Close to 100. Hope that suits." It did indeed, and the desire that had arisen within him when he'd first gazed at the body in the skip churned all the hotter. He glanced up as a slim woman in her mid-60s entered, wearing a dark trouser suit and black shirt. Her hair was white, cut in a businesswoman's bob. A large, unadorned diamond hung from a platinum chain around her narrow neck, and similar stones, though in more complex arrangements, graced her wrists and several fingers. "I've approved the proofs." Jessica Barnes was an American. She'd come from a small town outside Boston. The regional lilt continued, charmingly, to tint her voice. A beauty queen years ago, she'd met Hyde when she was a hostess at a smart New York restaurant. They'd lived together for several years, and, to keep her close, he'd hired her to review Greenway's advertisements, another endeavour Hyde had little respect for or interest in. He'd been told, however, that she'd made some good decisions from time to time with regard to the company's marketing efforts. But as Hyde gazed at her, he saw that something about her was different today. He found himself studying her face. That was it. His preference, insistence, was that she wore only black and white and kept her face free of makeup. Today she had on some very faint blush and perhaps, he couldn't quite be certain, some lipstick. He didn't frown, but she saw the direction of his eyes and shifted a bit, breathing a little differently. Her fingers started towards a cheek. She stopped her hand. But the point had been made. She proffered the ads. "Do you want to look at them?" "I'm sure they're fine," he said. "I'll send them off." She left his office. Her destination not the marketing department, Hyde knew, but the cloakroom, where she would wash her face. Jessica was not a foolish woman. She'd learned her lesson. Then she was gone from his thoughts. He stared out of the window at the new destructor. He was very aware of the event coming up on Friday, but at the moment he couldn't get tomorrow out of his head. The number of dead, close to 100. His gut twisted pleasantly. It was then that his secretary announced on the intercom, "Mr. Dunn's here, sir." "Ah, good." A moment later, Niall Dunn entered and swung the door shut, so that the two were alone. The cumbersome man's trapezoid face had rarely flickered with emotion in the 9 months they'd known each other. Severin Hyde had little use for most people and no interest in social niceties, but Dunn chilled even him. "Now, what happened over there?" Hyde asked. After the incident in Serbia, Dunn had said they should keep their phone conversations to a minimum. The man turned his pale blue eyes to Hyde and explained in his Belfast accent that he and Karic, the Serbian contact, had been surprised by several men, at least 2 BIA Serbian intelligence officers, masquerading as police, and a Westerner, who told the Serbian agent he was with the European Peacekeeping and Monitoring Group. Hyde frowned. There is no such group," Dunn said calmly. "It had to be a private operation. There was no backup, no central communications, no medics. The Westerner probably bribed the intelligence officers to help him. It is the Balkans, after all. May have been a competitor," he added. "Maybe one of your partners or a worker here let slip something about the plan." He was referring to Gehenna, of course. They did everything they could to keep the project secret, but a number of people around the world were involved. It wasn't impossible that there'd been a leak, and some crime syndicate was interested in learning more about it. Dunn continued. "I don't want to minimize the risk. They were pretty clever. But it wasn't a major coordinated effort. I'm confident we can go forward." Dunn handed Hyde a mobile phone. "Use this one for our conversations. Better encryption." Hyde examined it. "Did you get a look at the Westerner?" "No. There was a lot of smoke. And Karic? I killed him." The blank face registered the same emotion as if he'd said, "Yes, it's cool outside today." Hyde considered what the man had told him. No one was more precise or cautious when it came to analysis than Niall Dunn. If he was convinced this was no problem, then Hyde would accept his judgment. Dunn continued. "I'm going up to the facility now. Once I get the last materials up there, the team say they can finish in a few hours." A fire flared within Hyde, ignited by an image of the woman's body in the skip, and the thought of what awaited up north. "I'll come with you." Dunn said nothing. Finally he asked in a monotone, "You think that's a good idea? Might be risky." He offered this as if he detected the eagerness in Hyde's voice. Dunn seemed to feel that nothing good could come out of a decision based on emotion. "I'll chance it." Hyde tapped his pocket to make certain his phone was there. He hoped there'd be an opportunity to take some more photographs. Chapter 10. After leaving M's lair, Bond walked up the corridor. He greeted a smartly dressed Asian woman keyboarding deftly at a large computer and stepped into the doorway behind her. "You brought the duty," he said to the man, hunched over a desk, as loaded with papers and files as M's was empty. "I have indeed." Bill Tanner looked up. "I'm now the Grand Overlord of Incident 20. Take a pew, James." He nodded to an empty chair. Or rather, the empty chair. The office boasted a number of seats, but the rest were serving as outposts for more files. As Bond sat, the ODG's chief of staff asked, "So, most important, did you get some decent wine and a gourmet meal on SAS Air last night?" An Apache helicopter, courtesy of the Special Air Service, had plucked Bond from a field south of the Danube and whisked him to a NATO base in Germany, where a Hercules loaded with van parts completed his journey to London. He said, "Apparently they forgot to stock the galley." Tanner laughed. The retired army officer, a former lieutenant colonel, was a solid man in his 50s, ruddy of complexion and upright, in all senses of the word. He was in his usual uniform, dark trousers and light blue shirt, with the sleeves rolled up. Tanner had a tough job, running the ODG's day-to-day operations, and by rights he should have had little sense of humour, though in fact he had a fine one. He'd been Bond's mentor when the young agent had joined, and was now his closest friend within the organization. Tanner was a devout golfer, and every few weeks he and Bond would try to get out to one of the more challenging courses, like Royal Cinque Ports, or Royal St. George's, or, if time was tight, Sunningdale, near Windsor. Tanner was, of course, generally familiar with Incident 20 and the hunt for Noah, but Bond now updated him, and explained about his own downsized role in the UK operation. The Chief of Staff gave a sympathetic laugh. "Card grease, eh? Must say you're taking it rather well." "Hardly have much choice," Bond allowed. "Is Whitehall still convinced that the threat's out of Afghanistan?" "Let's just say hope it's based there," Tanner said, his voice low. "For several reasons. You can probably work them out for yourself." He meant politics, of course. Then he nodded towards M's office. "Did you catch his opinion on the security conference he's been shanghaied to attend this week?" "Not much room for interpretation," Bond said. Tanner chuckled. Bond glanced at his watch and stood up. "I've got to meet a man from Division 3, Osborne Smith. You know anything about him?" "Ah, Percy." Bill Tanner raised a cryptic eyebrow and smiled. "Good luck, James," he said. "Perhaps it's best just to leave it at that." O'Branch took up nearly the entire 4th floor. It was a large open area ringed with agents' offices. In the centre were workstations for PAs and other support staff. It might have been the sales department of a major supermarket, if not for the fact that every office door had an iris scanner and keypad lock. There were many flat-screen computers in the centre, but none of the giant monitors that seemed de rigueur in spy outfits on TV and in movies. Bond strode through this busy area, and nodded a greeting to a blonde in her mid-20s, perched forward in her desk chair, presiding over an ordered workspace. Had Mary Goodnight worked in any other department, Bond might have invited her to dinner and seen where matters led from there. But she wasn't in any other department. She was 15 feet from his office door, and was his human diary, his portcullis and drawbridge, and was capable of repelling the unannounced firmly, and, most importantly in government service, with unimprovable tact. Although none were on view, Goodnight occasionally received from office mates, friends and dates, cards or souvenirs inspired by the film Titanic, so closely did she resemble Kate Winslet. "Good morning, Goodnight." That play on words, and others like it, had long ago moved from flirtatiousness to affection. They had become like an endearment between spouses, almost automatic, and never tiresome. Goodnight ran through his appointments for the day, but Bond told her to cancel everything. He'd be meeting a man from Division 3, coming over from Thames House, and afterwards he might have to be off at a minute's notice. "Shall I hold the signals too?" she asked. Bond considered this. "I suppose I'll plough through them now. Should probably clear my desk anyway. If I have to be away, I don't want to come back to a week's worth of reading." She handed him the top-secret green-striped folders. With approval from the keypad lock and iris scanner beside his door, Bond entered his office and turned on the light. The space wasn't small by London office standards, about 15 by 15, but was rather sterile. His government-issued desk was slightly larger than, but the same colour as, his desk at Defence Intelligence. The 4 wooden bookshelves were filled with volumes and periodicals that had been or might be helpful to him, and varied in subject from the latest hacking techniques used by the Bulgarians to Thai idioms, to a guide for reloading Lapua .338 sniper rounds. There was little of a personal nature to brighten the room. The one object he might have had on display, his conspicuous gallantry cross, awarded for his duty in Afghanistan, was in the bottom drawer of his desk. He'd accepted the honour with good grace, but to Bond, courage was simply another tool in a soldier's kit, and he saw no more point in displaying indications of its past use than in hanging a spent cipher pad on the wall. Bond now sat in his chair and began to read the signals. Intelligence reports from requirements at MI6, suitably buffed and packaged. The first was from the Russia desk. Their Station R had managed to hack into a government server in Moscow and suck out some classified documents. Bond, who had a natural facility for language and had studied Russian at Fort Monkton, skipped the English synopsis and went to the raw intelligence. He got one paragraph into the leaden prose when 2 words stopped him in his tracks. The Russian words for steel cartridge. The phrase pinged deep inside him, just as sonar on a submarine notes a distant but definite target. Steel cartridge appeared to be a code name for an active measure, the Soviet term describing a tactical operation. It had involved some deaths. But there was nothing specific on operational details. Bond sat back, staring at the ceiling. He heard women's voices outside his door and looked up. Philly, holding several files, was chatting with Mary Goodnight. Bond nodded and the 6th agent joined him, taking a wooden chair opposite his desk. "What have you found, Philly?" She sat forward, crossing her legs, and Bond believed he heard the appealing rustle of nylon. "First, your photo skills were fine, James, but the light was too low. I couldn't get high enough resolution of the Irishman's face for recognition. And there were no prints on the pub bill or the other note, except for a partial of yours. So the man would have to remain anonymous for the time being. But the prints on the glasses were good. The local was Aldo Karic, Serbian. He lived in Belgrade and worked for the National Railway." She pursed her lips in frustration, which emphasized the charming dimple. "But it's going to take a little longer than I'd hoped to get more details. The same with the hazmat on the train. Nobody's saying anything. You were right. Belgrade's not in the mood to cooperate. Now for the slips of paper you found in the burning car. I got some possible locations." Bond noted the printouts she was producing from a folder. They were of maps emblazoned with the cheerful logo of MapQuest, the online directions finding service. "Are you having budget problems at 6? I'd be happy to ring the Treasury for you." She laughed, a breathy sound. "I used proxies, of course. Just wanted an idea of where on the pitch we're playing." She tapped one. "The receipt? The pub is here. It was just off the motorway near Cambridge." Bond stared at the map. Who'd eaten there? The Irishman? Noah? Other associates? Or someone who'd hired the car last week and had no connection whatsoever with Incident 20? And the other piece of paper, with the writing on it? Boots, March, 17, no later than that. She produced a lengthy list. I tried to think of every possible combination of what it could mean. Dates, footwear, geographical locations, the chemist. Her mouth tightened again. She was displeased that her efforts had fallen short. Nothing obvious, I'm afraid. He rose and pulled down several Ordnance Survey maps from the shelf. He flipped through one, scanning carefully. Mary Goodnight appeared in the doorway. "James, someone downstairs to see you. From Division 3, he says. Percy Osborne Smith." Philly must have caught the sea change in Bond's expression. "I'll make myself scarce now, James. I'll keep on at the Serbs. They'll crack, I guarantee it. Oh, one more thing, Philly." He handed her the signal he'd just been reading. "I need you to catch everything you can about a Soviet or Russian operation called Steel Cartridge. There's a little in here, not much." She glanced down at the printout. He said, "Sorry it's not translated, but you can probably... Я говорю по-русски." Bond smiled weakly. "And with a far better accent than mine." He told himself never to sell her short again. Philly examined the printout closely. This was hacked from an online source. Who has the original data file? "One of your people would. It came out of Station R. I'll contact the Russia desk," she said. "I'll want to look at the metadata coded in the file. That'll have the date it was created, who the author was, maybe cross-references to other sources. She slipped the Russian document into a manila folder and took a pen to tick off one of the boxes on the front. "How do you want it classified?" He debated for a moment. "Our eyes only." "Our?" she asked. That pronoun was not used in official document classification. "Yours and mine," he said softly. "No one else." A brief hesitation, and then, in her delicate lettering, she penned, at the top, "Eyes only, SIS Agent Maidenston, ODG Agent James Bond." "And priority?" she wondered aloud. At this question, Bond did not hesitate at all. "Urgent." Chapter 11. Bond was sitting forward at his desk, doing some research of his own in government databases, when he heard footsteps approaching, accompanied by a loud voice. "I'm fine, just great. You can peel off now, please, and thank you. I can do without the sat-nav." With that, a man in a close-fitting, striped suit strode into Bond's office, having discarded the Section P security officer who'd accompanied him. He'd also bypassed Mary Goodnight, who had risen with a frown as the man stormed past, ignoring her. He walked up to Bond's desk, thrusting out a fleshy palm. Slim but flabby, unimposing, he nonetheless had assertive eyes and large hands at the end of his long arms. He seemed the sort to deliver a bone-crusher, so Bond, darkening his computer screen and standing up, prepared to counter it, shooting his hand in close to deny him leverage. In fact, Percy Osborne Smith's clasp was brief and harmless, though unpleasantly damp. "Bond, James Bond." He motioned the Division 3 officer to the chair Philly had just occupied, and reminded himself not to let the man's coiffure, dark blonde hair combed and apparently glued to the side of his head, pouting lips and rubbery neck, deceive. A weak chin did not mean a weak man, as anyone familiar with Field Marshal Montgomery's career could certify. "So," Osborne Smith said, "here we are. Excitement galore with Incident 20. Who thinks up these names, do you wonder? The Intelligence Committee, I suppose?" Bond tipped his head noncommittally. The man's eyes swept around the office, alighted briefly on a plastic gun with an orange muzzle, used in close combat training, and returned to Bond. "Now, from what I hear, Defense 6 are firing up the boilers to steam down the Afghan route, looking for baddies in the hinterland. Makes you and me the awkward younger brothers, left behind, stuck with this Serbian connection. But sometimes it's the pawns that win the game, isn't it?" He dabbed his nose and mouth with a handkerchief. Bond couldn't recall the last time he'd seen anyone under the age of 70 employ this combination of gesture and accessory. "Heard about you, Bond. James. Let's go with Given, shall we? My surname's a bit of a mouthful. Crosses to bear, just like my title. Deputy Senior Director of Field Operations." Rather unskillfully inserted, Bond reflected. "So, it's Percy and James. Sounds like a stand-up act at a comic relief show. Anyway, I've heard about you, James. Your reputation precedes you. Not exceeds, of course. At least, not from what I hear." Oh, God, Bond thought, his patience already worn thin. He preempted a continuation of the monologue and explained in detail what had happened in Serbia. Osborne Smith took it all in, jotting notes. Then he described what had happened on the British side of the Channel, which wasn't particularly informative. Even enlisting the impressive surveillance skills of MI5's A branch, known as the Watchers, no one had been able to confirm more than that the helicopter carrying the Irishman had landed somewhere northeast of London. No mazint or other trace of the chopper had been found since. "So, our strategy," Osborne Smith said, though not as a question. Rather, it was a preface to a directive. "While Defense 6 and everybody under the sun are prowling the desert looking for Afghans of mass destruction, I want to go all out here, find this Irishman and Noah, wrap them up in tidy ribbons, and bring them in." "Arrest them?" "Well, detain might be a happier word." "Actually, I'm not sure that's the best approach," Bond said delicately. "For God's sake, be diplomatic with the natives." "Why not? We don't have time to surveil." Bond noticed a faint lisp. "Only to interrogate." If thousands of lives are at risk, the Irishman and Noah can't be operating alone. They might even be pretty low in the food chain. All we know for sure is that there was a meeting at Noah's office. Nothing ever suggested he was in charge of the whole operation. And the Irishman? He's a trigger man. Certainly knows his craft, but basically he's muscle. I think we need to identify them and keep them in play until we get more answers. Osborne Smith was nodding agreeably. Ah, but you're not familiar with my background, James. My curriculum vitae. The smile and the smarminess vanished. I cut my teeth grilling prisoners in Northern Ireland and Belmarsh, the infamous so-called terrorists' prison in London. I've sunned myself in Cuba, too, he continued. Guantanamo. Yes, indeed. People end up talking to me, James. After I've been going at them for a few days, they'll hand me the address where their brother's hiding, won't they? Or their son, or daughter. Oh, people talk when I ask them, ever so politely. Bond wasn't giving up. But if Noah has partners and they learn he's been picked up, they might accelerate whatever's planned for Friday, or disappear, and we'll lose them until they strike again in 6 or 8 months, when all the leads have gone cold. This Irishman would have planned for a contingency like that, I'm sure of it. The soft nose wrinkled with regret. It's just that, well, if we were on the continent somewhere, or padding about in Red Square, I'd be delighted to sit back and watch you bowl leg or off breaks as you thought best. But, well, it is our cricket ground here. The whip crack was, of course, inevitable. Bond decided there was no point in arguing. The dandified puppet had a steel spine. He also had ultimate authority, and could shut out Bond entirely if he wished to. It's your call, of course, Bond said pleasantly. So I suppose the first step is to find them. Let me show you the leads. He passed over a copy of the pub receipt and the note. Boots, March, 17, no later than that. Osborne Smith was frowning as he examined the sheets. What do you make of them? He asked. Nothing very sexy, Bond said. The pub's outside Cambridge. The note's a bit of a mystery. March the 17th. A reminder to drop in at the chemist? Maybe, Bond said dubiously. I was thinking it might be code. He pushed forward the MapQuest printout that Philly had provided. If you ask me, the pub's probably nothing. I can't find anything distinctive about it. It's not near anywhere important. Off the M11 near Wimpole Road. He touched the sheet. Probably a waste of time, but it ought to be looked into. Why don't I take that? I'll head up there and look around Cambridge. Maybe you could run the March note past the cryptanalysts at 5 and see what their computers have to say. That holds the key, I think. I will do. But actually, if you don't mind, James, it's probably best if I handle the pub myself. I know the lie of the land. I was at Cambridge. Magdalen. The map and the pub receipt vanished into Osborne Smith's briefcase with a copy of the March note. Then he produced another sheet of paper. Can you get the girl in? Bond lifted an eyebrow. Which one? The pretty young thing outside. Single, I see. You mean my PA? Bond said dryly. He rose and went to the door. Miss Goodnight, would you come in, please? She did so, frowning. Our friend Percy wants a word with you. Osborne Smith missed the irony in Bond's choice of names, and handed the sheet of paper to her. Make a copy of this, would you? With a glance towards Bond, who nodded, she took the document and went to the copier. Osborne Smith called after her. Double-sided, of course. Waste works to the enemy's advantage, doesn't it? Goodnight returned a moment later. Osborne Smith put the original in his briefcase and handed the copy to Bond. You ever get out to the firearms range? From time to time, Bond told him. He didn't add 6 hours a week religiously, indoor here with small arms, outdoor with full bore at Bisley, and once a fortnight he trained at Scotland Yard's FATS range, the high-definition computerized firearms training simulator, in which an electrode was mounted against your back. If the terrorist shot you before you shot him, you ended up on your knees in excruciating pain. We have to observe the formalities, don't we? Osborne Smith gestured at a sheet in Bond's hand. Application to become a temporary AFO. Only a very few law enforcers, authorized firearms officers, could carry weapons in the UK. It's probably not a good idea to use my name on that, Bond pointed out. Osborne Smith seemed not to have thought of this. You may be right. Well, use an unofficial cover, why don't you? John Smith'll do. Just fill it in and do the quiz on the back. Gun safety and all that. If you hit a speed bump, give me a shout. I'll walk you through. I'll get right to it. Good man. Glad that's settled. We'll coordinate later, after our respective secret missions. He tapped his briefcase. Off to Cambridge. He pivoted and strode out as boisterously as he'd arrived. What a positively wretched man, Goodnight whispered. Bond gave a brief laugh. He pulled his jacket off the back of the chair and tugged it on, picked up the Ordnance Survey. I'm going down to the armory to collect my gun, and after that I'll be out for 3 or 4 hours. What about the firearms form, James? He picked it up, tore it into neat strips, and slipped them into the map booklet to mark his places. Why waste departmental post-it notes? Works to the enemy's advantage, you know. Chapter 12. An hour and a half later, James Bond was in his Bentley Continental GT, a grey streak, speeding north. He was reflecting on his deception of Percy Osborne Smith. He decided that the lead to the Cambridge pub wasn't, in fact, very promising. Yes, possibly the Instant 20 principals had eaten there. The bill suggested a meal for 2 or 3. But the date was more than a week ago, so it was unlikely that anyone on the staff would remember a man fitting the Irishman's description and his companions. And since the man had proved to be particularly clever, Bond suspected he rotated the places where he dined and shopped. He would not be a regular there. The lead in Cambridge had to be followed up, of course, but equally important, Bond needed to keep Osborne Smith diverted. He could simply not allow the Irishman or Noah to be arrested and hauled into Belmarsh like a drug dealer or an Islamist who'd been buying excessive fertilizer. They needed to keep both suspects in play to discover the nature of Incident 20. So Bond, a keen poker player, had bluffed. He'd taken inordinate interest in the clue about the pub and had mentioned it was not far from Wimpole Road. To most people, this would have meant nothing, but Bond guessed that Osborne Smith would know that a secret government facility connected to Porton Down, the Ministry of Defence Biological Weapons Research Centre in Wiltshire, happened to also be on Wimpole Road. True, it was 8 miles to the east, on the other side of Cambridge, and nowhere near the pub, but Bond believed that associating the two would encourage the Division 3 man to descend on the idea like a seabird spotting a fish head. This relegated Bond to the apparently fruitless task of wrestling with the cryptic note, Boots, March 17, no later than that, which he believed he had deciphered. Most of Philly's suggestions about the meaning had involved the chemist, Boots, which had shops in every town across the UK. She'd also offered suggestions about footwear and about events that had taken place on 17th of March. But one suggestion towards the end of her list had intrigued Bond. She'd noted that Boots and March were linked with a dash, and she had found that there was a Boots Road that ran near the town of March, a couple of hours' drive north of London. She had seen, too, the full stop between March and 17. Given that the last phrase, no later than that, suggested a deadline, 17 made sense as a date, but was possibly 17th of May, tomorrow. Clever of her, Bond had thought, and in his office, waiting for Osborne Smith, he had gone into the Golden Wire, a secure fibre-optic network tying together records of all major British security agencies, to learn what he could about March and Boots Road. He had found out some intriguing facts. Traffic reports about road diversions because a large number of lorries were coming and going along Boots Road near an old army base, and public notices relating to heavy plant work. References suggested that it had to be completed by midnight on the 17th, or fines would be levied. He had a hunch that this might be a solid lead to the Irishman and Noah. And tradecraft dictated that you ignored such intuition at your peril. So he was now en route to March, losing himself in the consuming pleasure of driving, which meant, of course, driving fast. Bond had to exercise some restraint, of course, since he wasn't on the N260 in the Pyrenees, or off the beaten track in the Lake District, but was travelling north along the A1 as it switched identities arbitrarily between motorway and trunk road. Still, the speedometer needle occasionally reached 100 miles per hour, and frequently he'd tap the lever of the silken millisecond response quick-shift gearbox to overtake a slow-moving horsebox or Ford Mondeo. He stayed mostly in the right lane, although once or twice he took to the hard shoulder for some exhilarating if illegal overtaking. He enjoyed a few controlled skids on stretches of adverse camber. The police were not a problem. While the jurisdiction of the ODG was limited in the UK, carte grise not blanche, Bond now joked to himself, it was often necessary for O-branch agents to get around the country quickly. Bond had phoned in an NDR, a null detain request, and his number plate was ignored by cameras and constables with speed guns. The Bentley Continental GT Coupe, the finest off-the-peg vehicle in the world, Bond believed. He had always loved the marque. His father had kept hundreds of old newspaper photos of the famed Bentley brothers and their creations leaving Bugattis and the rest of the field in the dust at Le Mans in the 1920s and 1930s. Bond himself had witnessed the astonishing Bentley Speed 8 take the checkered flag at the race in 2003, back in the game after 3/4 of a century. It had always been his goal to own one of the stately yet wickedly fast and clever vehicles. While the E-Type Jaguar, sitting below his flat, had been a legacy from his father, the GT had been an indirect bequest. He'd bought his first Continental some years ago, depleting what remained of the life insurance payment that had come his way upon his parents' deaths. He'd recently traded up to the new model. He now came off the motorway and proceeded towards March, in the heart of the Fens. He knew little about the place. He'd heard of the March, a walk by students from March to Cambridge in, of course, the 3rd month of the year. There was Whitemoor Prison, and tourists came to see St. Wendrada's Church. Bond would have to trust the tourist office's word that it was spectacular. He hadn't been inside a house of worship, other than for surveillance purposes, in years. Ahead loomed the old British Army base. He continued in a broad circle to the back, which was surrounded by vicious barbed wire fencing and signs warning against intrusion. He saw why. It was being demolished. So this was the work he'd learnt of. 6 buildings had already been razed. Only one remained, 3 stories high. Old red brick. A faded sign announced, "Hospital." Several large lorries were present, along with bulldozers, other earth-moving equipment, and caravans, which sat on a hill 100 yards from the building, probably the temporary headquarters for the demolition crew. A black car was parked near the largest caravan, but no one was about. Bond wondered why. Today was Monday, and not a bank holiday. He nosed the car into a small copse, where it could not be seen. Climbing out, he surveyed the terrain. Complicated waterways, potato and sugar beet fields, and clusters of trees. Bond donned his 511 tactical outfit, with a shrapnel tear in the shoulder of the jacket, and tainted from the smell of scorching from rescuing the clue in Serbia that had led him here, then stepped out of his city shoes into low combat boots. He clipped his Walther and 2 holsters of ammunition to a canvas web utility belt. "If you hit a speed bump, give me a shout." He also pocketed his silencer, a torch, toolkit, and his folding knife. Then Bond paused. Going into that other place, where he went before any tactical operation. Dead calm, eyes focused, and taking in every detail. Branches that may betray with a snap. Bushes that could hide the muzzle of a sniper rifle. Evidence of wires, sensors, and cameras that might report his presence to an enemy. And preparing to take a life, quickly and efficiently, if he had to. That was part of the other world, too. And he was all the more cautious because of the many questions this assignment had raised. Fit your response to the enemy's purpose. But what was Noah's purpose? Indeed, who the hell was he? Bond moved through the trees, then cut across the corner of a field, dotted with an early growth of sugar beet. He diverted around a fragrant bog, and moved carefully through a tangle of brambles, making his way towards the hospital. Finally, he came to the barbed wire perimeter, posted with warning signs. Eastern Demolition and Scrap was doing the work, they announced. He'd never heard of the company, but thought he might have seen their lorries. There was something familiar about the distinctive green and yellow colouring. He scanned the overgrown field in front of the building, the parade grounds behind. He saw nobody, then began to clip his way through the fence with wire cutters, thinking how clever it would be to use the building for secret meetings relevant to Incident 20. The place would soon be torn down, which would destroy any evidence of its use. No workers were nearby, but the presence of the black car suggested someone might be inside. He looked for a back door or other unobtrusive entrance. 5 minutes later he found one, a depression in the earth, 10 feet deep, caused by the collapse of what must have been an underground supply tunnel. He climbed down into the bowl and shone his torch inside. It seemed to lead into the basement of a hospital, about 50 yards away. He started forward, noting the ancient cracked brick walls and ceiling, just as 2 bricks dislodged themselves and crashed to the floor. On the ground there were small-gauge rail tracks, rusting and in places covered with mud. Halfway along the grim passage, pebbles and a stream of damp earth pelted his head. He glanced up and saw that 6 feet above, the tunnel ceiling was scored like a cracked eggshell. It looked as if a hand clap would bring the whole thing down on him. Not a great place to be buried alive, Bond reflected. Then he added wryly to himself, and just where exactly would be. "Brilliant job," Severin Haight told Niall Dunn. They were alone in Haight's sight caravan, parked 100 yards from the dark, brooding British Army hospital, outside March. Since the Gehenna team had been under pressure to finish the job by tomorrow, Haight and Dunn had halted demolition this morning and made sure that the crew stayed away. Most of Haight's employees knew nothing of Gehenna, and he had to be very careful when the 2 operations overlapped. "I was satisfied," Dunn said flatly, in the tone with which he responded to nearly everything, be it praise, criticism, or dispassionate observation. The team had left with the device half an hour ago, having assembled it with the materials Dunn had provided. It would be hidden in a safe house nearby until Friday. Haight had spent some time walking around the last building to be razed, the hospital, erected more than 80 years ago. Demolition made Greenway a huge amount of money. The company profited from people paying to tear down what they no longer wanted, and by extracting from the rubble what other people did want: wooden and steel beams, wire, aluminium, and copper pipes. Beautiful copper, a rag-and-bone man's dream. But Haight's interest in demolition, of course, went beyond the financial. He now studied the ancient building in a state of tense rapture, as a hunter stares at an unsuspecting animal moments before he fires the fatal shot. He couldn't help but think of the hospital's former occupants, too, the dead and dying. Haight had snapped dozens of pictures of the grand old lady as he'd strolled through the rotting halls and mouldy rooms, particularly the mortuary and autopsy areas, collecting images of decay and decline. His photographic archives included shots of old buildings as well as bodies. He had quite a number, some rather artistic, of places like Northumberland Terrace, Palmer's Green on the North Circular Road, the now vanished Pura Oil Works on Bow Creek in Canning Town, and the Gothic Royal Arsenal and Royal Laboratory in Woolwich. His photos of Lovell's Wharf in Greenwich, a testament to what aggressive neglect could achieve, never failed to move him. On his mobile, Niall Dunn was giving instructions to the driver of the lorry that had just left, explaining how best to hide the device. They were quite precise details, in accord with his nature and that of the horrific weapon. Although the Irishman made him uneasy, Haight was grateful their paths had intersected. He could not have proceeded as quickly or as safely on Gehenna without him. Haight had come to refer to him as the man who thinks of everything, and indeed he was. So Severin Haight was happy to put up with the eerie silences, the cold stares, the awkward arrangement of robotic steel that was Niall Dunn. The 2 men made an efficient partnership, if an ironic one, an engineer whose nature was to build, a rag-and-bone man whose passion was destruction. What a curious package we humans are, predictable, Only in death. Faithful only then too, Haidt reflected, and then discarded that thought. Just after Dunn disconnected, there was a knock on the door. It opened. Eric Jansen, a Greenway security man who'd driven them up to March, stood in the doorway, his face troubled. "Mr. Haidt, Mr. Dunn, someone's gone into the building." "What?" Haidt barked, turning his huge equine head the man's way. "He went in through the tunnel." Dunn rattled off a number of questions. Was he alone? Had there been any transmissions that Jansen had monitored? Was his car nearby? Had there been any unusual traffic in the area? Was the man armed? The answers suggested that he was operating by himself and wasn't with Scotland Yard or the security service. "Did you get a picture or a good look at him?" Dunn asked. "No, sir." Haidt clicked two long nails together. "The man with the Sherbs, from last night?" he asked Dunn. "The private operator?" "Not impossible, but I don't know how he could have traced us here." Dunn gazed out of the caravan's dirt-spattered window, as if he wasn't seeing the building. Haidt knew the Irishman was drafting a blueprint in his mind, or perhaps examining one he'd already prepared in case of such a contingency. For a long moment he was motionless. Finally, drawing his gun, Dunn stepped out of the caravan, gesturing to Jansen to follow. Chapter 13. The smells of mould, rot, chemicals, oil, and petrol were overwhelming. Bond struggled not to cough, and blinked tears from his stinging eyes. Could he detect smoke, too? The hospital's basement here was windowless. Only faint illumination filtered in from where he'd entered the tunnel. Bond splayed light from his torch around him. He was beside a railway turntable, designed to rotate small locomotives after they'd carried in supplies or patients. His Walther in hand, Bond searched the area, listening for voices, footsteps, the click of a weapon chambering bullets or going off safety. But the place was deserted. He'd entered through the tunnel at the south end. As he moved farther north and away from the turntable, he came to a sign that prompted a brief laugh. Mortuary. It consisted of 3 large windowless rooms that had clearly been occupied recently. The floors were dust-free, and new, cheap workbenches were arranged throughout. One of these rooms seemed to be the source of the smoke. Bond saw electricity cables secured to the wall and floor with duct tape, presumably providing power for lights and whatever work had been going on. Perhaps an electrical short had produced the fumes. He left the mortuary and came to a large open space with a double door to the right, east, opening to the parade ground. Light filtered through the crack between the panels. A possible escape route, he noted, and he memorized its location and the placement of columns that might provide cover in the event he had to make his way to it under fire. Ancient steel tables, stained brown and black, were bolted to the floor, each with its own drain. For post-mortems, of course. Bond continued to the north end of the building, which ended in a series of smaller rooms with barred windows. A sign here suggested why. Mental health ward. He tried the doors, leading up to the ground floor, found them locked, and returned to the 3 rooms next to the turntable. A systematic search finally revealed the source of the smoke. On the floor, in the corner of one room, there was an improvised hearth. He spotted large curls of ash on which he could discern writing. The flakes were delicate. He tried to pick one up, but it dissolved between his fingers. Careful, he told himself. He walked over to one of the wires running up the wall. He pulled off several pieces of the silver duct tape, securing the cord, and sliced them into 6-inch lengths with his knife. He then carefully pressed them onto the grey and black ash curls, slipped them into his pocket, and continued his search. In a second room, something silvery caught his eye. He hurried to the corner and found tiny splinters of metal littering the floor. He picked them up with another piece of tape, which he also pocketed. Then Bond froze. The building had begun to vibrate. A moment later, the shaking increased considerably. He heard a diesel engine rattling not far away. That explained why the demolition site had been deserted. The workers must have been at lunch, and now they'd returned. He couldn't get to the ground or higher floors without going outside, where he'd surely be spotted. It was time to leave. He stepped back into the turntable room to leave through the tunnel, and was saved from a broken skull by a matter of a few decibels. He didn't see the attacker, or hear his breathing, or the hiss of whatever he swung, but Bond sensed a faint muting of the diesel's rattle as the man's clothing absorbed the sound. Instinctively, he leapt back, and the metal pipe missed him by inches. Bond grabbed it firmly in his left hand, and his attacker stumbled off balance, too surprised to release his weapon. The young blonde man wore a cheap dark suit and white shirt, a security man's uniform, Bond assessed. He had no tie. He probably removed it in anticipation of the assault. His eyes wide in dismay, he staggered again and nearly fell, but righted himself fast and clumsily launched himself into Bond. Together they crashed to the filthy floor of the circular room. He was not, Bond noted, the Irishman. Bond jumped up and stepped forward, clenching his hands into fists. But it was a feint. He intended to get the muscular fellow to step back and avoid a blow, which he accommodatingly did, giving Bond the chance to draw his weapon. He didn't, however, fire. He needed the man alive. Covered by Bond's .40 caliber pistol, he froze, although his hand went inside his jacket. "Leave it," Bond said coldly. "Lie down, arms spread." Still the man remained motionless, sweating with nerves, hand hovering over the butt of his gun. A Glock, Bond noted. The man's phone began to hum. He glanced at his jacket pocket. "Get down now." If he drew, Bond would try to wound, but he might end up killing the man. The phone stopped ringing. "Now," Bond lowered his aim, focusing on the attacker's right arm near the elbow. It appeared the blond man was going to comply. His shoulders drooped, and in the shadowy light his eyes widened with fear and uncertainty. At that moment, though, the bulldozer must have rolled over the ground nearby. Bricks and earth rained down from the ceiling. Bond was struck by a large chunk of stone. He winced and stepped back, blinking dust out of his eyes. Had his assailant been more professional or less panicked, he would have drawn his weapon and fired, but he didn't. He turned and ran down the tunnel. Bond slipped into his preferred stance, a fencer's, left foot pointing forward and the right perpendicular and behind. Two-handed, he fired a single deafening shot that struck the man in the calf. Screaming, he went down hard, about 10 yards from the entrance to the tunnel. Bond raced after him. As he did so, the shaking grew stronger, the rattle louder, and more bricks fell from the walls. Cascades of plaster and dust poured from the ceiling. A cricket ball of concrete landed directly on Bond's shoulder wound, and he grunted at the burst of pain. But he kept moving, steadily along the tunnel. The assailant was on the ground, dragging himself towards the fissure where sunlight eased in. The bulldozer seemed directly overhead now. "Move, damn it," Bond told himself. They were probably about to knock the whole bloody place down. As he got closer to the wounded man, the chug-chug-chug of the diesel engine rose in volume. More bricks plummeted to the floor. Not a great place to be buried alive. Only 10 yards to the wounded man. Get a tourniquet on him, get him out of the tunnel and under cover, and start asking questions. But at a stunning crash, the soft illumination of the spring day at the end of the tunnel dimmed. It was replaced by 2 burning white eyes, glowing through the dust. They paused, and then, as if they belonged to a lion spotting its prey, shifted slightly, turning directly towards Bond. With a fierce cough, the bulldozer ploughed relentlessly forward, pushing a surge of mud and stone before it. Bond aimed his gun, but there was no target. The blade of the machine was high, protecting the operator's cab. The vehicle crawled steadily on, pushing before it a mass of earth, brick, and other debris. "No!" cried the wounded man as the bulldozer pressed forward. The driver didn't see him, or if he did, he couldn't have cared less about the man's death. With a scream, Bond's assailant disappeared under a rocky blanket. A moment later, the rattling treads rolled over the spot where he was buried. Soon the headlights were gone, blocked by debris, and then all was total darkness. Bond clicked his torch on and sprinted back to the turntable room. At the entrance, he tripped and fell hard as earth and brick piled up to his ankles, then calves. A moment later, his knees were held fast. Behind him, the bulldozer continued to ram forward, shoving the muddy detritus further into the room. Bond was now gripped to the waist. Another 30 seconds, and his face would be covered. But the weight of the debris mountain proved too much for the bulldozer, or perhaps it had hit the building's foundation. The tide ceased to move forward. Before the operator could maneuver for better purchase, Bond dug himself free and scrabbled out of the room. His eyes stung, his lungs were in agony. Spitting dust and grit, he shone the torch back up the tunnel. It was completely plugged. He hurried back through the 3 windowless rooms, where he collected the ash and the bits of metal. He paused beside the door that led to the autopsy chamber. Had they sealed the exit to force him into a trap? Were the Irishman and the other security people waiting in there? He screwed the silencer on his Walther. Inhaling deep breaths, he paused for a moment, then pushed the door open fast, dropping into a defensive shooting position, torch pointing forward from his left hand, on which rested his right, clutching the pistol. The massive empty hall yawned, but the double doors he'd seen earlier, admitting a shaft of light, were sealed. The bulldozer had piled tons of dirt against them too. Trapped. He sprinted to the smaller rooms on the north side of the basement, the mental health ward. The largest of these, the office, he assumed, had a door, but it was securely locked. Bond aimed the Walther and, standing at an oblique angle, fired 4 wheezing shots into the metal lock plate, then 4 into the hinges. This had no effect. Lead, even half-jacketed lead, is no match for steel. He reloaded and slipped the spent magazine into his left pocket, where he always kept the empties. He was regarding the barred windows when a loud voice made him jump. "Attention! Obgelet! Grozba! Nebezpečí!" Swinging around, Bond looked for a target, but the voice came from a loudspeaker on the wall. "Attention! Obgelet! Grozba! Nebezpečí! This is the 3-minute warning." The last sentence, a recording, was repeated in Dutch, Polish, and Ukrainian. Warning? "Evacuate immediately. Danger. Explosive charges have been set." Bond shone the torch around the room. The wires. They weren't to provide electricity for construction. They were attached to explosives. Bond hadn't seen them since the charges were taped to steel joists high in the ceiling. The entire building had been rigged for demolition. 3 minutes. The torch revealed dozens of packets of explosive, enough to turn the stone walls around him to dust and Bond into vapor. And all the exits had been sealed. His heart rate ratcheting, sweat dotting his forehead, Bond slipped the torch and pistol away and gripped one of the iron bars over a window. He tugged hard, but it held. In the hazy light trickling through the glass, he looked about, then climbed a nearby girder. He ripped one of the explosive packets down and leapt back to the floor. The charges were an RDX composite, to judge from the smell. With his knife, he cut off a large wad and jammed it against the knob and lock on the door. That should be enough to blow the lock without killing himself in the process. "Get on with it." Bond stepped back about 20 feet, steadied his aim, and fired. He hit the explosive dead on. But as he feared, nothing happened, except that the yellow-grey mass of deadly plastic fell undramatically to the floor with a plop. Composites explode only with a detonator, not with physical impact, even that of a bullet travelling at 2,000 feet per second. He'd hoped this substance might prove the exception. The 2-minute warning resounded through the room. Bond looked up, to where the detonator he'd pulled from the charge now dangled obscenely, but the only way to set it off was with an electric current. Electricity. The loudspeakers? No, the voltage was far too low to set off a blasting cap. So was the battery in his torch. The voice rang out again, giving the 1-minute warning. Bond wiped the sweat from his palms and worked the pistol's slide, ejecting a bullet. With a knife, he prized out the lead slug and tossed it aside. He then pressed the cartridge, filled with gunpowder, into the wad of explosive, which he moulded to the door. He stepped back, aimed carefully at the tiny disc of his cartridge, and squeezed off a round. The bullet hit the primer, which set off the powder and in turn the plastic. With a huge flare, the explosion blew the lock to pieces. It also knocked Bond to the floor, amid a shower of wood splinters and smoke. For a few seconds he lay stunned, then struggled to his feet and staggered to the door, which was open, though jammed. The gap was only about 8 inches wide. He grabbed the knob and began to slowly wrest the heavy panel open. "Attention! Obgelet! Grozba! Nebezpechi!" Chapter 14. In the sight caravan, Severin Hyatt and Niall Dunn stood beside each other, watching the old British Army hospital in tense anticipation. Everybody, even the gear-cold Dunn, Hyatt speculated, enjoyed watching a controlled explosion bring down a building. Since Jansen had not answered his phone, and Dunn had heard a gunshot from inside, the Irishman had told Hyatt he was sure the security man, Eric Jansen, had to be dead. He had sealed the hospital exits, then sprinted back to the caravan, running like an awkward animal, and had told Haidt that he was going to detonate the charges in the building. It was scheduled to come down tomorrow, but there was no reason that the demolition couldn't be brought forward. Dunn had activated the computerized system and pressed 2 red buttons simultaneously, starting the sequence. An insurance liability policy required that a 180-second recorded warning be broadcast throughout the building in languages representing those spoken by 90% of the workers. It would have taken longer to override the safety measure, but if the intruder wasn't buried in the tunnel, he was stuck in the mortuary. There was no way he could escape in time. If tomorrow or the next day someone came asking about a missing person, Haidt could reply, "Certainly, we'll check." "What? Oh my God, we had no idea. We did all we were supposed to do, with the fence and the signs, and how could he have missed the recorded warnings? We're sorry, but we're hardly responsible." 15 seconds, Dunn said. Silence, as Haidt mouthed the countdown. The timer on the wall now hit 0, and the computer sent its prearranged signal to the detonators. They couldn't see the flash of the explosions at first. The initial ones were internal and low, to take out the main structural beams. But a few seconds later, bursts of light flared like paparazzi cameras, followed by the sound of Christmas crackers, then deeper booms. The building seemed to shudder. Then, as if kneeling to offer its neck to an executioner's blade, the hospital slowly dipped and went down, a cloud of dust and smoke rolling outwards fast. After a few moments, Dunn said, "People will have heard it. We should go." Haidt, though, was mesmerized by the pile of debris, so very different from the elegant if faded structure it had been a few moments ago. What had been something had become naught. "Severin," Dunn persisted. Haidt found himself aroused. He thought of Jessica Barnes, her white hair, her pale, textured skin. She knew nothing about Gehenna, so he hadn't brought her today, but he was sorry she wasn't there. Well, he'd ask her to meet him at the office, then drive home. His belly gave a pleasant tap, a sensation supercharged by the memory of the body he'd found at Greenway that morning, and in anticipation of what would happen tomorrow. 100 deaths. Yes, Severin Haidt collected his briefcase and stepped outside. He didn't climb into the Audi A8 immediately, though. He turned to study once more the dust and smoke hovering over the destroyed building. He noted that the explosive had been skillfully set. He reminded himself to thank the crew. Rigging charges is a true art. The trick is not to blow up the building, but simply to eliminate what keeps it upright, allowing nature, gravity in this case, to do the job. Which was, Haidt now reflected, a metaphor for his own role on Earth. Chapter 15. Early afternoon zebra bands of sun and shadow rolled over the low rows of sugar beet in the Fendon field. James Bond lay on his back, arms and legs splayed like a child who'd been making angels in snow and didn't want to go home. Surrounded by the sea of low green leaves, he was 30 yards from the pile of rubble that had been the old army hospital. The pile of rubble that had very nearly entombed him. He was, temporarily, he prayed, deprived of his hearing, thanks to the shock waves from the plastic explosive. He'd kept his eyes closed against the flash and shrapnel, but he'd had to use both hands to manage his escape, wrenching open the mental health ward's door as the main charges detonated and the building came down behind him. He now rose slightly. Sugar beet in May provided scant cover, and gazed around for signs of a threat. Nothing. Whoever had been behind the plan, the Irishman, Noah, or an associate, wasn't searching for him. They were probably convinced he had died in the collapse. Breathing hard to clear his lungs of dust and sour chemical smoke, he got to his feet and staggered from the field. He returned to the car and dropped into the front seat. He fished a bottle of water from the back and drank some, then leant outside and poured the rest into his eyes. He fired the massive engine, comforted that he could now hear the bubble of the exhaust, and took a different route out of March, heading east to avoid running into anyone connected with the demolition site, then doubling back west. Soon he was on the A1, heading back to London, to decipher whatever cryptic messages about Incident 20 the scraps of ash he'd collected might hold. At close to 4 that afternoon, Bond pulled into the ODG car park beneath the building. He thought of having a shower, but decided he didn't have time. He washed his hands and face, stuck a plaster on a small gash courtesy of a falling brick, and hurried to Philly. He handed her the pieces of duct tape. "Can you get these analyzed?" "For God's sake, James, what happened?" She sounded alarmed. The tactical trousers and jacket had taken the bulk of the abuse, but some new bruises were already showing in glorious violet. "Little run-in with a bulldozer and some C4 or Semtex. I'm fine. Find out everything you can about Eastern demolition and scrap, and I'd like to know who owns the army base outside March, the MOD, or have they sold it? I'll get onto it." Bond returned to his office, and had just sat down when Mary Goodnight buzzed him. "James, that man is on line 2. Her tone made clear who the caller was. Bond stabbed the button. "Percy." The slick voice.
"James, hello. I'm en route back from Cambridge. Thought you and me should have a chinwag. See if we found any pieces to our puzzle."
You and me. Unfortunate pronoun from an Oxbridge man. "How about your excursion?"
"When I got up there, I did some looking around. Turns out the Porton Down folk have a little operation nearby. Stumbled across it, quite by chance."
This amused Bond. "Well, that's interesting. And is there any connection between biochemicals and Noah or Incident 20?
"Can't say. Their CCTVs and visitor logs didn't turn up anything that stood out. But I've got my assistant toiling away."
And the pub?
"Curry was all right. The waitress didn't remember who'd ordered the pie or the ploughman's so long ago, but we could hardly expect her to, could we? What about you? Did the mysterious note about the chemist and 2 days past the Ides of March pan out?"
Bond had prepared for this. "I tried a long shot. I went to March, Boots Road, and ran across an old military base." A pause.
"Ah."
The Division 3 man laughed, though the sound seemed devoid of humour.
"So, you misread the clue when we were chatting earlier. And was the infamous number 17 tomorrow's date by any chance?"
Whatever else, Osborne Smith was sharp. "Possibly. When I got up there, the place was being demolished." Bond added evasively. "It turned up more questions than anything else, I'm afraid. The techies are looking at some finds, a few small things. I'll send over their reports."
"Do, thanks. I'm peering into all things Islamic here. Afghan connection, spikes in SIGINT, the usual. Should keep me busy for a while."
Good. Bond couldn't have asked for a better approach to Deputy Senior Director of Field Operations, Mr. Percy Osborne Smith. Keep him busy. They rang off, and Bond called Bill Tanner to brief him about what had happened in March. They agreed to do nothing for now about the body of the man who had attacked Bond at the hospital, preferring to keep his cover intact rather than learn anything about the corpse. Mary Goodnight stuck her head through the door. "Philly called when you were on the phone. She's found a few things for you. I told her to come up." His PA was frowning. Her eyes turned to one of Bond's dim windows. "A shame, isn't it? About Philly? What are you talking about? I thought you'd heard. Tim broke it off. He sat her down a few days ago. They even had the church booked, and her hen-do was planned. A girls' weekend in Spain. I was going. How observant am I? Bond thought. That's what was missing from her desk on the 3rd floor. The pictures of her fiancé. Probably the engagement ring had gone MIA too. What happened? He asked. I suppose it's always more than one thing, isn't it? They hadn't been getting on well recently. More than a few bad patches, rows about her driving too fast and working all hours. She missed a big family reunion at his parents'. Then, out of the blue, he had the chance of a posting to Singapore or Malaysia. He took it. They'd been together for 3 years, hadn't they? Sorry to hear that. The discussion of the drama ended, though, with the arrival of the person in question. Not noticing the still atmosphere into which she'd walked, Philly strode past Goodnight with a smile and into Bond's office, where she dropped breezily into a chair. Her sensuous face seemed to have narrowed, and her hazel eyes shone with the intensity of a hunter picking up sure track. It made her even more beautiful. A hen party in Spain with the girls? God, he simply could not picture that, any more than he could see Philly lugging home 2 Waitrose carrier bags to assemble a hearty dinner for a man named Tim and their children Matilda and Archie. Enough, he upbraided himself, and concentrated on what she was telling him. Our people could read one scrap of the ash. The words were the Gehenna Plan, and below that, Friday 20th May. Gehenna? Familiar, but I can't place it. There's a reference to it in the Bible. I'll find out more. I only ran Gehenna Plan through the security agencies and criminal databases. It returned negative. What's on the other piece of ash? That was more badly damaged. Our lab can make out the words term and £5 million, but the rest was beyond them. They sent it to specialist crime at the Yard, under an eyes-only order. They'll get back to me by this evening. Term. Terms of the deal, I guess? Payment or down payment of $5 million for the attack or whatever it's to be? That suggests Noah's doing it for money, not for the sake of politics or ideology. She nodded. About the Serbian connection. My Hungarian ploy didn't work. The folk in Belgrade are really quite cross with you, James, but I had your eye branch set me up as somebody from the EU, the head of the Directorate of Transportation Safety Investigations. What the hell's that? I made it up. I did a pretty good Swiss-French accent, though, I say it myself. The Serbs are dying to do anything they can to keep the European Union happy, so they're scurrying to get back to me about hazmats on the train and more details about Karic. Philly was truly golden. The Eastern Demolition have headquarters in Slough. They were low bidders for the demolition project at the British Army base in March. Is it a public limited company? Private, and owned by a holding company, also private, Greenway International. It's quite big, and operates in 6 countries. One man owns all the shares, Severin Height. That's really his name? She laughed. At first, I wondered what his parents were thinking, but it seems he changed it by deed poll when he was in his 20s. What was his birth name? Martin Holt. Holt, the Height, Bond mused. I don't see the point, though it's hardly remarkable. But Martin to Severin? Why, in heaven's name? She shrugged. Greenway is a huge rubbish collection and recycling operation. You've seen their lorries, but probably haven't thought much about them. I couldn't find a great deal because they're not public, and Height stays clear of the press. Article in the Times dubbed him the world's richest rag-and-bone man. The Guardian ran a profile of him a few years ago and was fairly complimentary, but he gave them only a few generic quotes, and that was it. I found out he was Dutch-born, kept dual citizenship for a time, and is now just British. Philly's body language and the hunter's sheen in her eyes hinted that she hadn't revealed all. And? Bond asked. She smiled. I found some online references to when he was a mature student at the University of Bristol, where he did rather well, by the way. She explained that Height had been active in the university sailing club, captaining a boat in competitions. He not only raced, but built his own. It earned him a nickname. And what was it? Bond asked, though he had a feeling he knew. Noah. Chapter 16. The time was now 5:30. Since it would be several hours before Philly received the intelligence she was waiting for, Bond suggested they meet for dinner. She agreed and returned to her workstation, while Bond composed an encrypted email to M, copying in Bill Tanner, saying that Noah was Severant Haight and including a synopsis of his background and what had happened in March. He added that Haight referred to the attack involved in Incident 20 as the Gehenna Plan. More would be forthcoming. He received a terse reply. 007. Authorized to proceed. Appropriate liaison with domestic organizations expected. M. My carte grise. Bond left his office, took the lift to the second floor, and entered a large room filled with more computers than an electronics shop. A few men and women labored at monitors, or at the type of workstations to be found in a university chemistry laboratory. Bond walked to a small glass-walled office at the far end and tapped on the window. Sanu Hirani, head of the ODG's Q branch, was a slim man of 40 or so. His complexion was sallow, and his luxuriant black hair framed a face handsome enough to get him roles in Bollywood. A brilliant cricketer, known for his fast bowling, he had degrees in chemistry, electrical engineering, and computer science from top universities in the UK and America, where he had been successful in everything except introducing his sport to the Yanks, who could neither grasp the game's subtleties nor tolerate the length of a test match. Q Branch was the technical support enclave within the ODG, and Hirani oversaw all aspects of the gadgetry that has always been used in tradecraft. Wizards for departments like Q Branch and the CIA's Science and Technology Division spent their time coming up with hardware and software innovations, like miniature cameras, improbable weapons, concealments, communications devices, and surveillance equipment, such as Hirani's latest, a hypersensitive, omnidirectional microphone mounted within a dead fly. A bug in a bug, Bond had commented wryly to its creator, who had replied that he was the 18th person to make the joke, and by the way, a fly was not biologically speaking a bug. Since the ODG's raison d'etre was operational, much of Hirani's work lay in ensuring he had sufficient monoculars, binoculars, camouflage, communications devices, specialized weapons, and counter-surveillance gear to hand. In this regard he was like a librarian, who made sure the books were checked out appropriately and returned on time. But Hirani's particular genius was his ability to invent and improvise, coming up with devices like the IQ phone. The ODG was, of all things, the patent holder on dozens of his inventions. When Bond or other O-branch agents were in the field and found themselves in a tight spot, one call to Hirani at any time of day or night, and he would find a solution. He or his people might put something together in the office and pop it into the FCO diplomatic pouch for overnight delivery. More often, though, time was critical, and Hirani would enlist one of his many wily innovators and scroungers around the world to build, find, or modify a device in the field. "James," the men shook hands. "You've bought Incident 20, I hear." "Seems so." Bond sat down, noticing a book on Hirani's desk. The Secret War of Charles Fraser Smith. It was one of his own favorites on the history of gadgetry and espionage. "How serious is it?" "Rather," Bond said, laconically, not sharing that he'd nearly been killed twice already in pursuing the assignment, which he'd had for less than 48 hours. Sitting beneath pictures of early IBM computers and of Indian cricketers, Hirani asked, "What do you need?" Bond lowered his voice, so that the closest Q branch worker, a young woman raptly staring at her screen, could not hear. "What kind of surveillance kits do you have that one man could put in place? I can't get to the subject's computer or phone, but I may be able to plant something in his office, vehicle, or home. Disposable. I probably can't retrieve it later." "Ah, yes." Hirani's luminescent eyes dimmed. "Some problem, Sanu?" "Well, I must tell you, James, not 10 minutes ago I had a call from upstairs." "Bill Tanner?" "No, further upstairs." M. Damn it, Bond thought. He could see where this was going. Hirani went on. And he said that if anyone from O branch wished to check out a surveillance kit, I was to let him know immediately. A touch coincidental. A touch, Bond said sourly. So, Hirani said, with a qualified smile, shall I tell him that someone from O branch wishes to check out a surveillance kit? Perhaps you could hold off for a bit. Well, get it sorted, he said, the gleam in his face restored. I have some wonderful packages for you to choose from. He sounded like a car salesman. A microphone that's powered by induction. You only have to place it near a power cord. No battery needed. It'll pick up voices from 50 feet away and adjust the volume automatically so there's no distortion. Oh, and another thing we've been having great success with is a £2 coin, the 94 tercentenary of the Bank of England commemorative. It's relatively rare, so a target tends to keep it for good luck, but not so rare that he would sell it. Battery lasts for 4 months. Bond sighed. The off-limits devices sounded so damn perfect. He thanked the man and told him he'd be in touch. He returned to his office, where he found Mary Goodnight at her desk. He saw no reason for her to stay. Scoot on home now. Good evening, Goodnight. She glanced at his latest injuries and forewent the opportunity for mothering him, which from past experience she knew would be deflected. She settled for, "See to those, James," then gathered up her handbag and coat. Sitting back, Bond was suddenly aware of the stench of his sweat and the crescents of brick dust under his nails. He wanted to get home and shower, have his first drink of the day. Yet there was something he had to sort out first. He turned to his screen and entered the Golden Wire's general information database, from which he learned where Severn Heights' business and home were located. The latter, curiously, in a low-income area of East London, known as Canning Town. Greenway's main premises were on the Thames, near Rainham, abutting the Wild Space Conservation Park. Bond peered at satellite maps of Heights' home and Greenway's operation. It was vitally important to set up surveillance on the man. But there was no legitimate way to conduct it without enlisting Osborne Smith and the A-branch snoop teams from MI5. And the instant the Division 3 man learnt Heights' identity, he'd move in to detain him and the Irishman. Bond considered the risk again. How realistic was his concern that if the two were pulled in, other co-conspirators would accelerate the carnage, or vanish until they struck again next month or next year? Evil, James Bond had learned, can be tirelessly patient. Surveillance or not? He debated. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly picked up the phone. Chapter 17. At 6:30, Bond drove to his flat, and in the garage reversed into the spot beside his racing green Jaguar. He climbed the stairs to the first floor, unlocked the door, disarmed the alarm, and confirmed with a separate security function, a fast-framed video, that only May, his housekeeper, had been there. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he told her when she'd started working for him that the security camera was a requirement of his government employers. The flat had to be monitored when he was away, even if she was working there. Considering what you must do for the country, being a patriot and all, it's no bother us, the staunch woman had said, using the fragment of "sir," a mark of respect reserved for him alone. He checked messages on his home phone. He had only one. It was from his friend who lived in Mayfair, Fuad Karaz, a wily, larger-than-life Jordanian who had all manner of business dealings, involving vehicles mostly, cars, planes, and the most astonishing yachts Bond had ever seen. Karaz and he were members of the same gaming club in Berkeley Square, the Commodore. Unlike many such clubs in London, where membership could be had with 24 hours' notice and £500, the Commodore was a proper establishment, requiring patience and considerable vetting to join. Once you were a member, you were expected to adhere strictly to a number of rules, such as the dress code, and behave impeccably at the tables. It also boasted a fine restaurant and cellar. Karaz had called to invite Bond to dine there tonight.
"A problem, James. I have fallen heir to 2 beautiful women from Saint-Tropez. How it happened is too long and delicate a story to leave as a message, but I can't be charming enough for both of them. Will you help?"
Smiling, Bond rang him back and told him he had another engagement. A rain check was arranged. Then he went through his shower ritual, steaming hot, then icy cold, and dried himself briskly. He ran his fingers over his cheeks and chin, and decided to maintain a lifelong prejudice against shaving twice in one day. Then he chided himself. Why were you even thinking about it? Philly Maidenston's pretty and clever, and she rides a hell of a fine motorcycle. But she's a colleague, that's all. The black leather jumpsuit, however, made an unbidden appearance in his mind. In a toweling robe, Bond stepped into the kitchen and poured 2 fingers of bourbon, Basil Hayden's, into a glass, dropped in 1 ice cube, and drank half, enjoying the sharp, nutty flavour. The first sip of the day was invariably the best, especially coming as this one did after a harrowing excursion against an enemy and ahead of an evening with a beautiful woman. He caught himself again. Stop. He sat in an old leather chair in the living room, which was sparsely furnished. The majority of the items in it had been his parents', inherited when they had died and kept in storage near his aunt's in Kent. He'd bought a few things, some lamps, a desk and chairs, a Bose sound system he rarely had a chance to listen to. On the mantelpiece there were silver-framed photos of his parents and grandparents, on his father's side in Scotland, his mother's in Switzerland. Several showed his Aunt Charmian with the young Bond in Kent. On the walls were other photographs, taken by his mother, a freelance photojournalist. Mostly black and white, the photos depicted a variety of images: political gatherings, labor union events, sports competitions, panoramic scenes of exotic locations. There was also a curious objet d'art in the mantelpiece's centre, a bullet. It had nothing to do with Bond's role as an agent in the 00 section at the ODG's O branch. Its source was a very different time and place of Bond's life. He walked to the fireplace and turned the solid piece of ammunition in his hand once or twice, finally replacing it and returning to his chair. Then, despite his protest that he keep affairs with Philly, that he keep matters relating to Agent Maidenston purely professional, he couldn't stop thinking of her as a woman, and one no longer betrothed. Bond had to admit that what he felt for Philly was more than pure physical lust, and he now asked himself a question that had arisen at other times about other women, albeit rarely. Could something serious develop between them? Bond's romantic life was more complicated than most. The barriers to his having a partner were to some degree his extensive travelling, the demands of his job, and the constant danger that surrounded him. But more fundamental was the tricky matter of admitting who he really was, and more tellingly, his duties within the 00 section, which some, perhaps most women, would find distasteful, if not abhorrent. He knew that at some point he would have to admit to at least part of it to any woman who became more than a casual lover. You can keep secrets from those you're close to for only so long. People are far more clever and observant than we think, and between romantic partners, one's fundamental secrets stay hidden only because the other person chooses to let them remain so. Plausible deniability might work in Whitehall, but it didn't last between lovers. Yet with Philly Maidenston, this was not a problem. There would be no confessions about his profession over dinner or amid tousled morning bedclothes. She knew his CV and his remit, knew them intimately, and she'd suggested a restaurant near her flat. What sort of message lay in that choice? James Bond glanced at his watch. It was time to dress and attempt to decipher the code. Chapter 18. At 8:15 the taxi dropped Bond at Antoine's in Bloomsbury, and he immediately approved of Philly's choice. He hated crowded, noisy restaurants and bars, and on more than one occasion had walked out of upmarket establishments when the decibel level had proved to be too irritating. Upscale pubs were more ghastly than gastro, he'd once quipped. But Antoine's was quiet and dimly lit, An impressive wine selection was visible at the back of the room, and the walls were filled with muted portraits from the 19th century. Bond asked for a small booth, not far from the wall of bottles. He settled into the plush leather, facing the front, as always, and studied the place. Business people and locals, he judged. "Something to drink?" asked the waiter, a pleasant man in his late 30s, with a shaved head and pierced ears. Bond decided on a cocktail. Crown Royal on ice, a double, please. Add a half measure of triple sec, 2 dashes of bitters, and a twist of orange peel. "Yes, sir. Interesting drink. Based on an old-fashioned, my own creation, actually." "Does it have a name?" "Not yet," he said. "I've been looking for the right one." A few moments later it arrived, and he took a sip. It was constructed perfectly, and Bond said so. He'd just set the glass down when he saw Philly coming through the door, radiant with a smile. It seemed that her pace quickened when she saw him. She was in close-fitting black jeans, a brown leather jacket, and under it a tight dark green sweater, the colour of his Jaguar. He half rose as she joined him, sitting to his side, rather than across. She was carrying a briefcase. "You all right?" she asked. He'd half expected something a bit more personal than this, rather casual greeting, but then he asked himself sternly, why? She had barely taken off her jacket before she'd caught the eye of the waiter, who greeted her with a smile. Ophelia. "Aaron, I'll have a glass of the Moselle Riesling." On its way. Her wine arrived, and Bond told Aaron they'd wait to order. Their glasses nodded at one another, but did not clink. "First," Bond murmured, edging a little closer. "Hi, tell me about him." "I checked with specialist operations at the Yard, 6, Interpol, NCIC, and CIA in America, and the AIVD in the Netherlands. I made some discreet inquiries at 5, too." She'd obviously deduced the tension between Bond and Osborne Smith. No criminal records, no watch lists, more Tory than Labour, but doesn't have much interest in politics. Not a member of any church, treats his people well, no labour unrest of any kind, no problems with the Inland Revenue or health and safety. He just seems to be a wealthy businessman. Very wealthy. All he's ever done professionally is rubbish collection and recycling. The rag and bone man. He's 56, never married, both parents, they were Dutch, are dead now. His father had some money and travelled a lot on business. Hyde was born in Amsterdam, then came here with his mother to live when he was 12. She had a breakdown, so he grew up mostly under the care of the housekeeper, who'd accompanied them from Holland. Then his father lost most of his money and vanished from his son's life. Because she wasn't getting paid, the housekeeper called in social services and vanished, after 8 years of looking after the boy. Philly shook her head in sympathy. He was 14. Philly continued. He started working as dustman at 15, then he's off the radar until he's in his 20s. He opened Greenway just as the recycling trend caught on. What happened? Did he inherit some money? No, it's a bit of a mystery. He started penniless, as far as I can tell. When he was older, he put himself through university. He read ancient history and archaeology. And Greenway? It handles general rubbish disposal, wheelie bin collection, removal of construction waste at building sites, scrap metal, demolition, recycling, document shredding, dangerous materials, reclamation and disposal. According to the business press, it's moving into a dozen other countries to start up rubbish tips and recycling centres. Philly displayed a printout of a company sales brochure. Bond frowned at the logo. It looked like a green dagger resting on its side. "It's not a knife," Philly said, laughing. "I thought the same thing. It's a leaf. Global warming, pollution and energy are the sexiest subjects in the au courant environmental movement. But rising quickly are planet-friendly rubbish disposal and recycling, and Greenway is one of the big innovators." "Any Serbian connection?" "Through a subsidiary, he owns part of a small operation in Belgrade. But like everybody else in the organization, nobody there has any criminal past." "I just can't work out his game," Bond said. "He's not political, has no terrorist leanings. It almost looks like he's been hired to arrange the attack or whatever it's to be on Friday. But he hardly needs money. He sipped his cocktail. Right then, Detective Inspector Maidenston. Tell me about the evidence. That other bit of ash from up in March. 6 made out the Gehenna plan, and Friday 20th May. Did forensics at the yard find anything else? Her voice dropped, which necessitated his leaning closer. He smelt a sweet but undefined scent. Her sweater, cashmere, brushed the back of his hand. They did. They think the rest of the words were, course is confirmed, blast radius must be 100 feet minimum. 10:30 is the optimal time. So, an explosive device of some kind. 10:30 Friday p.m., according to the original intercept, and course, a shipping route or plane, most likely. Now, she continued, the metal you found, it's a titanium steel laminate. Unique. Nobody in the lab has ever seen anything like it. The pieces were shavings. They'd been machined in the past day or so. Was that what Hyde's people had been doing in the basement of the hospital? Were they building a weapon with this metal? And Defense still owns the facility, but it hasn't been used for 3 years. His eyes swept over her marvelous profile from forehead to breasts as she sipped her wine. Philly continued. As for the Serbs, I practically said I'd force them to take on the euro in place of the dinar if they didn't help me. But they came through. The man working with the Irishman, Aldo Carriage, was a load scheduler with a railway. He'd have known exactly which train the hazmat was on. Yes. Then she frowned. About that, though, James, it's odd. The material was pretty bad. Methyl isocyanate, MIC. It's the chemical that killed all those people in Bhopal. God. But look, here's the inventory of everything on board the train. She showed him the list, translated into English. The chemical containers are practically bulletproof. You can drop one from a plane and supposedly it won't break open. Bond was confused by this. So a train crash wouldn't have produced a spill. Very unlikely. And another thing, the wagon with the chemical contained only about 300 kilos of MIC. It's really bad stuff, certainly, but at Bhopal, 42,000 kilos were released. Even if a few of the drums had broken open, the damage would have been negligible. But what else would the Irishman have been interested in? Bond looked over the list. Aside from the chemicals, the cargo was harmless. Boilers, vehicle parts, motor oil, scrap, girders, timber. No weapons, unstable substances, other risky materials. Maybe the incident had been an elaborate scheme to kill the train driver or someone living at the bottom of the hill below the restaurant. Had the Irishman been going to stage the death to look like an accident? Until they could home in on Noah's purpose, there could be no effective response. Bond could only hope that the surveillance he'd reluctantly put into play earlier in the evening would pay off. He asked, "Any more on Gehenna?" "Hell." "I'm sorry?" Her face broke into a smile. Gehenna is where the Judeo-Christian concept of hell came from. The word's a derivation of Gehennom, or the Valley of Hinnom, a valley in Jerusalem. Ages ago, some people think it was used as a site to burn rubbish, and there may have been natural gas deposits in the rocks that kept the fires going perpetually. In the Bible, Gehenna came to mean a place where sinners and unbelievers would be punished. The only recent significant reference, if you can call 150 years ago recent, was in a Rudyard Kipling poem. She'd memorized the verse and recited, "Down to Gehenna or up to the throne, he travels the fastest who travels alone." He liked that and repeated it to himself. She said, "Now for my other assignment. Steel cartridge." "Relax," Bond told himself. He raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. Philly said, "I couldn't see any connection between the Gehenna plan and steel cartridge." "No, I understand that. I don't think they're related. This is something else, from before I joined the ODG. The hazel eyes scanned his face, pausing momentarily on the scar. "You were Defense Intelligence, weren't you? And before that, you were in Afghanistan with the Naval Reserve." "That's right." "Afghanistan. The Russians were there, of course, before we and the Americans decided to pop in for tea. Does it have to do with your assignments there?" Could very well. I don't know. Philly realized she was asking questions he might not want to answer. I got the original data file that our Station R hacked, and I went through the metadata. It sent me to other sources, and I found out that steel cartridge was a targeted killing operation, sanctioned at a high level. That's what the phrase "some deaths" referred to. I can't find out whether it was KGB or SVR, so we don't know the date yet. In 1991, the KGB, the infamous Soviet security and spy apparatus, was redesigned as Russia's FSB, with domestic jurisdiction, and the SVR with foreign. The consensus among those following the espionage world was that the change was cosmetic only. Bond considered this. Targeted killing. That's right, and one of our clandestine operators, an agent with 6, was in some way involved, but I don't know who or how yet. Maybe our man was tracking the Russian assassin. Maybe he wanted to turn him and run him as a double. Or our agent might even have been the target himself. I'm getting more soon. I've opened channels. He noticed that he was staring at the tablecloth, brow furrowed. He gave her a fast smile. Brilliant, Philly. Thanks. On his mobile, Bond typed a synopsis of what Philly had told him about Height, Instant 20, and Greenway International, omitting the information on Operation Steel Cartridge. He sent the message to M and Bill Tanner. Then he said, Right, now it's time for sustenance. After all our hard work. First wine, red or white? I'm a girl who doesn't play by the rules. Philly let that linger, teasingly, it seemed to Bond. Then she explained, I'll do a big red, a Margot or a Saint-Julien, with a mild-mannered fish like sole, and I'll have a Pinot Gris or an Albarino with a nice juicy steak. She relented. I'm saying, whatever you're in the mood for, James, it's fine by me. She buttered a piece of her roll and ate it with obvious pleasure, then snatched up the menu and examined the sheet, like a little girl trying to decide which Christmas present to open first. Bond was charmed. A moment later, Aaron the waiter was beside them. Philly said to Bond, You first. I need 7 seconds more. I'll start with the pâté. Then I'll have the grilled turbot. Philly ordered a rocket and parmesan salad with pear, and to follow, the poached lobster with haricot vert and new potatoes. Bond picked a bottle of an unoaked Chardonnay from Napa, California. Good, she said. The Americans have the best Chardonnay grapes outside Burgundy, but they really must have the courage to throw out some of their damned oak casks. Bond's opinion exactly. The wine arrived, and then the food, which proved excellent. He complimented her on her choice of restaurant. Casual conversation ensued. She asked about his life in London, recent travels, where he'd grown up. Instinctively, he gave her only the broad brush of information that was already in the public domain. His parents' death, his childhood with his Aunt Charmian, in idyllic Pett Bottom, Kent, his brief tenure at Eton, and subsequent attendance at his father's old school in Edinburgh, Fetters. Yes, I heard that at Eton you got into a spot of bother. Something about a maid? She let those words linger a bit too, then smiled. I heard the official story, a touch scandalous, but there were other rumours too, that you'd been defending the girl's honour. I think my lips must remain sealed on that. He offered a smile. I'll plead the Official Secrets Act. Unofficially. Well, if it's true, you were quite young to play knight-errant. I think I just read Tolkien's Sir Gawain, Bond told her, and he couldn't help but note that she'd certainly done her research on him. He asked about her childhood. Philly told him about growing up in Devon, boarding school in Cambridgeshire, where as a teenager she'd distinguished herself as a volunteer for human rights organisations, then reading law at the LSE. She loved to travel and talked at length about holidays. She was at her most animated when it came to her BSA motorcycle and her other passion, skiing. Interesting, Bond thought. Something else in common. Their eyes met and held for an easy 5 seconds. Bond felt the electric sensation with which he was so familiar. His knee brushed against hers, partly by accident, partly not. She ran a hand through her loose red hair. Philly rubbed her closed eyes with her fingertips. Looking back to Bond, she said, her voice low, "I must say, this was a brilliant idea. Dinner, I mean. I definitely needed to—" She trailed off, her eyes crinkling with amusement, as she couldn't or didn't want to explain further. "I'm not sure I'm ready for the night to be over. Look, it's only 10:30. Bond leant forward. Their forearms touched, and this time there was no regrouping. Philly said, "I'd like an after-dinner drink, but I don't know exactly what they have here." Those were her words, but what she was actually telling him was that she had some port or brandy in her flat just over the road, a sofa and music too. And very likely something more awaited. Codes. His next line was to have been, "I could use one too, though maybe not here." But then Bond happened to notice something very small, very subtle. The index finger and thumb of her right hand were gently rubbing the ring finger of her left. He noted a faint pallor where the tan from a recent holiday was missing. It had been cloaked from the sun by Tim's crimson engagement ring, now absent. Her radiant golden-green eyes were still fixed on Bond's, her smile intact. He knew that, yes, they could settle the bill and leave, and she would take his arm as they walked to her flat. He knew the humorous repartee would continue. He knew the love-making would be consuming. He could tell that from the way her eyes and voice sparkled, from how she dived into her food, from the clothes she wore and how she wore them, from her laugh. And yet he knew, too, that it wasn't right. Not now. When she'd slipped the ring off and handed it back, she'd also returned a piece of her heart. He didn't doubt that she was well on the way to recovery. A woman who fishtailed a BSA motorcycle at speed along Peak District byways wouldn't be down for long. But he decided it was better to wait. If Ophelia Maidenston was a woman he might let into his life, she would continue to be so in a month or two. He said, "I believe I saw an Armagnac on the after-dinner list that intrigued me. I'd like to sample some." And Bond knew he'd done the right thing when her face softened, relief and gratitude outweighing the disappointment, though only by a nose. She squeezed his arm and sat back. "You order for me, James. I'm sure you know what I'd like." Tuesday. Death in the Sand. Chapter 19. James Bond awoke from a dream he could not recall, but that had him sweating fiercely, his heart pounding, and pounding all the faster from the braying of his phone. His bedside clock told him it was 5:01 a.m. He grabbed the mobile and glanced at the screen, blinking sleep from his eyes. Bless him, he thought. He hit answer. "Bonjour, mon ami." "Et toi aussi," said the rich, rasping voice. "We are encrypted, are we not?" "Oui, yes, of course." "What did we do in the days before encryption?" asked René Matisse, presumably in his office, on Boulevard Mortier in Paris's 20th arrondissement. "There were no days before encryption, René. There were only days before there was an app for it on a touchscreen." "Well said, James. You are waxing wise, comme un philosophe. And so early in the morning." The 35-year-old Matisse was an agent for the French Secret Service, the Direction Générale de la Sécurité Extérieure. He and Bond worked together occasionally in joint ODG and DGSE operations, most recently wrapping up Al-Qaeda and other criminal enterprises in Europe and North Africa. They had also drunk significant quantities of Lillet and Louis Roederer together, and spent some rather, colourful nights in such cities as Bucharest, Tunis, and Bari, that freewheeling gem on Italy's Adriatic coast. It had been René Matisse whom Bond had called yesterday evening, not Osborne Smith, to ask his friend to run surveillance on Severand Height. He had made the decision reluctantly, but he had realized he had to take the politically risky step of circumventing not only Division 3, but M himself. He needed surveillance, but had to make sure that Height and the Irishman remained unaware that the British authorities were onto them. France, of course, has its own snoop operation, like GCHQ in England, the NSA in America, and any other country's intelligence agency with a flush budget. The DGSE was continually listening into conversations and reading emails of the citizens of other countries, the United Kingdoms included. Yes, the countries were allies at the moment, but there was that little matter of the history between them. So Bond had called in a favour. He'd asked René Matisse to listen to L-int and SIG-int from London, being hoovered up by the 100-metre antenna of France's gravity-gradient-stabilised spy satellite, searching for relevant keywords. Matisse now said,
"I have something for you, James."
"I'm dressing. I'll put you on speaker." Bond hit the button and leapt out of bed.
"Does this mean that the beautiful redhead lying beside you will be listening as well?"
Bond chuckled, not least because the Frenchman had happened to pick that particular hair colour. A brief image surfaced of pressing his cheek against Phyllis last night, on her doorstep, as her vibrant hair caressed his shoulder before he returned to his flat.
"I searched for signals tagged Severin Height, or his nickname, Noah, and anything related to Greenway International, the Gehenna Plan, Serbia train derailments, or threat-oriented events this coming Friday, and all of those in proximity to any name sounding Irish. But it is very odd, James. The satellite vector was aimed right at Greenway's premises, east of London, but there was virtually no SIGINT coming out of the place. It's as if he forbids his workers to have mobiles. Very curious."
Yes, it was, Bond reflected. He continued dressing fast.
"But there are several things we were able to pick up. Height is presently at home, and he's leaving the country this morning. Soon, I believe. Going where, I don't know, but he'll be flying. There was a reference to an airport and another to passports, and it will be in a private jet, since his people had spoken to the pilot directly. I'm afraid there was no clue as to which airport. I know there are many in London. We have them targeted, for surveillance only, I must add quickly."
Bond couldn't help but laugh.
"Now, James, we found nothing about this Gehenna plan. But I have some disturbing information. We decrypted a brief call 15 minutes ago to a location about 10 miles west of Greenway, outside London."
Probably Height's home. Matisse continued.
"A man's voice said, 'Severin, it's me.' Accented, but our algorithms couldn't tell region of origin. There were some pleasantries, then this. We're confirmed for 7 p.m. today. The number of dead will be 90 or so. You must be there no later than 6:45.
So Height either was part of a plan to murder scores of people, or was going to do so himself. Who are the victims, and why are they going to die?
"I don't know, James. But what I found just as troubling was your Mr. Height's reaction. His voice was like that of an enfant, offered chocolate. He said, 'Oh, such wonderful news. Thank you so much.'"
His voice dark. Matisse said,
"I've never heard that kind of joy at the prospect of killing. But even stranger, he then asked, 'How close can I get to the bodies?'"
"He said that?"
"Indeed. The man told him he could be very close. And Height sounded very pleased at that, too. Then the phones went silent and haven't been used again."
7 p.m. Somewhere out of the country. Anything more?
"I'm afraid not."
"Thank you for all this. I'd better get on with the hunt."
"I wish I could keep our satellite online longer, but my superiors are already asking questions about why I am so interested in that insignificant little place called London."
"Next time the dom is on me, René."
"But of course. Au revoir."
À bientôt, et merci beaucoup." Bond hit disconnect. In his years as a Royal Naval Reserve commander and an agent for ODG, he'd been up against some very bad people: insurgents, terrorists, psychopathic criminals, amoral traitors selling nuclear secrets to men mad enough to use them. But what was Height's game? Purpose, response. Well, even if it wasn't clear what the man's twisted goal might be, at least there was one response Bond could initiate. 10 minutes later, he ran down the stairs, fishing the car key from his pocket. He didn't need to look up Severin Height's address. He'd memorized it last night. Chapter 20. Thames House, the home of MI5, the Northern Ireland office, and some related security organizations, is less impressive than the residence of MI6, which happens to be nearby, across the river on the south bank. 6's headquarters look rather like a futuristic enclave from a Ridley Scott film. It's referred to as Babylon upon Thames for its resemblance to a ziggurat, but less kindly as Legoland. But if not as architecturally striking, Thames House is far more intimidating, The 90-year-old grey stone monolith is the sort of place where, were it a police headquarters in Soviet Russia or East Germany, you would begin answering before questions were asked. On the other hand, the place does boast some rather impressive sculpture. Charles Sergeant Jagger's Britannia in St. George, for instance. And every few days, tourists from Arkansas or Tokyo stroll up to the front door thinking it's Tate Britain, which is located a short distance away. In the windowless bowels of Thames House were the offices of Division 3. The organisation conscientiously, for the sake of deniability, rented space and equipment from 5, and nobody has better equipment than MI5, all at arm's length. In the middle of this fiefdom was a large control room, rather frayed at the edges, the green walls battered and scuffed, the furniture dented, the carpet insulted by too many heels. The requisite government regulatory posters about suspicious parcels, fire drills, health and trade union matters were omnipresent, often tarted up by bureaucrats with nothing better to do. Wear eye protection when necessary. But the computers here were voracious, and the dozens of flat-screen monitors big and bright, and Deputy Senior Director of Field Operations, Percy Osborne Smith, was standing, arms folded, in front of the biggest and brightest. In brown jacket and mismatched trousers, he'd woken at 4 a.m. and dressed by 5 past, Osborne Smith was with 2 young men, his assistant and a rumpled technician hovering over a keyboard. Osborne Smith bent forward and pressed a button, listened again to the recording that had just been made by the surveillance he'd just put in place after the pointless drive up to Cambridge for, as it developed, the sole purpose of eating a meal of chicken curry that had turned on him in the night. The snooping didn't involve the suspect in Incident 20, since no one had been courteous enough to share the man's identity, but Osborne Smith's boys and girls had managed to arrange a productive listen-in. Without informing MI5 that they were doing so, the troops had slapped some microphones on the windows of one of the anonymous evildoers' co-conspirators, a lad named James Bond, 00 Section, O Branch, Overseas Development Group, Foreign and Commonwealth Office. And so Osborne Smith had learnt about Severin Height, that he was Noah, and that he ran Greenway International. Bond seemed to have neglected to mention that his mission to Boots the Road, not Boots the Chemist, thank you very much, had resulted in these rather important discoveries. "Bastard," said Osborne Smith's adjutant, a lean young man with an irritating mop of abundant brown hair. "Bond's playing games with lives." "Just calm it now, eh?" Osborne Smith said to the youngster, whom he referred to as Deputy, though not in his presence. "Well, he is, bastard." For his part, Osborne Smith was rather impressed that Bond had contacted the French Secret Service. Otherwise, nobody would have learned that Height was about to leave the country and kill 90-odd people later today, or at least be present at their deaths. This intelligence solidified Osborne Smith's determination to clap Severin Noah Height in irons, drag him into Belmarsh or Division 3's own interrogation room, which was not much more hospitable than the prisons, and bleed him dry. He said to Deputy, "Run the whole battery on Height. I want to know about his good and his bad, what medicine he takes, the Independent or Daily Sport, Arsenal or Chelsea, his dietary preferences, movies that scare him or that make him cry, who he's dallying or who's dallying him, and how. And get an arrest team together. Say, we didn't get Bond's firearms authorization form, did we?" "No, sir." Now this piqued Osborne Smith. "Where's my eye in the sky?" he asked the young technician, sitting at the video games console. They had tried to find Height's destination the easy way. Since the espion in Paris had learnt the man was departing in a private aircraft, they'd searched CAA records for planes registered to Severin Height, Greenway, or any subsidiaries, but none could be found. So it was to be old-fashioned snooping, if one could describe a £3 million drone thus. Hold on, the technician said, wasting breath. Finally, "Got Big Bird peeping now." Osborne Smith regarded the screen. The view from 2 miles overhead was remarkably clear. But then he took in the image and said, "Are you sure that's Height's house? Not part of his company?" "Positive. Private residence." The home occupied a full square block in Canning Town. It was separated, not surprisingly, from the neighbours, in their council houses or dilapidated flats, by an imposing wall, glistening at the crest with razor wire. Within the grounds, there were neatly tended gardens in May bloom. The place had apparently been a modest warehouse or factory around a century ago, but had been done up recently, it seemed. 4 outbuildings and a garage were clustered together. What was this about, he wondered. Why did such a wealthy man live in Canning Town? It was poor, ethnically complex, prone to violent crime and gangs, but with fiercely loyal residents and activist councillors who worked very, very hard for their constituents. A massive amount of redevelopment was going on, apart from the Olympics construction, which some said was taking the heart out of the place. His father, Osborne Smith recalled, had seen the Police, Jeff Beck and Depeche Mode perform at some legendary pub in Canning Town decades ago. Why does Height live there? He mused aloud. His assistant called. Just had word that Bond left his flat, heading east. He lost our man, though. Bond drives like Michael Schumacher. We know where he's going, Osborne Smith said. Heights. He hated to have to explain the obvious. As the minutes rolled by without any activity at Heights, Osborne Smith's young assistant gave him updates. An arrest team had been assembled, firearms officers included. They want to know their orders, sir. Osborne Smith considered this. Get them ready, but let's wait and see if Height's meeting anybody. I want to scoop up the entire cast and crew. The technician said, Sir, we have a movement. Leaning closer to the screen, Osborne Smith observed that a bulky man in a black suit, bodyguard he assessed, was wheeling suitcases out of Height's house and into the detached garage. Sir, Bond's just arrived in Canning Town. The man teased a joystick, and the field of view expanded. There, he pointed. That's him, the Bentley. The subdued grey vehicle slowed and pulled to the curb. The assistant whistled. A Continental GT. Now that's a bloody fine automobile. I think they reviewed it on Top Gear. You ever watch the show, Percy? Sadly, I'm usually working. Osborne Smith cast a mournful gaze towards tousle-haired deputy, and decided that if the youngster couldn't muster a bit more humility and respect, he probably wouldn't survive, career-wise, much beyond the end of the Incident 20 assignment. Bond's car was parked discreetly, if the word could be used to describe a £200,000 car in Canning Town, about 50 yards from Height's house, hidden behind several skips. The assistant. The arrest team's on board the chopper. Osborne Smith said. Put them in the air. Get them to hover somewhere near the Gherkin. The 40-story Swiss Re office building, rising above the city, it looked more like a 1950s spaceship than a pickled cucumber in Osborne Smith's view, was centrally located, and thus a good place from which to begin the hunt. Alert security at all the airports, Heathrow, Gatwick, Luton, Stansted, London City, Southend and Biggin Hill. Right, sir. More subjects, the technician said. On the screen, 3 people were leaving the house. A tall man in a suit with salt and pepper hair and beard walked next to a gangly blonde man whose feet pointed outwards. A slight woman in a black suit, her hair white, followed. That's Height, the technician said, the one with a beard. Any idea about the woman? No, sir. And the giraffe? Osborne Smith asked, with a snide inflection. He was really quite irritated that Bond had ignored his firearms form. Is he the Irishman everyone's talking about? Get a picture and run with it. Hurry up. The trio walked into the garage. A moment later, a black Audi A8 sped out through the front gate and pulled into the road, accelerating fast. Head count. All 3 are in the car, along with a bodyguard, deputy called. Lock on it, Mazint, and paint it with a laser for good measure. I'll try, the technician said. You better had. They watched Bond in his Bentley, pulling smoothly into traffic and speeding after the Audi. Pan out and stay on them, Osborne Smith said, with a lisp he was forever trying to slice off, though the affliction had proved a hydra all his life. The camera latched on to the German car. There's a good lad, he said to the technician. The Audi speeded up. Bond was following discreetly, but never missing a turn. As skillful as a driver of the German car was, Bond was better, anticipating when the chauffeur would try something clever, some aborted turn or unexpected lane change, and counter the measure. The car zipped through green, amber, and red alike. Going north, Prince Regent Lane. So London City Airport's out. The Audi hit Newham Way. All right, Deputy enthused, tugging at his eruption of hair. "It's either Stansted or Luton. Going north on the A406, another technician, a round, blonde woman who had materialized from nowhere, called. Then, after some impressive fox and hound driving, the competitors, Audi and Bentley, were on the M25 going anti-clockwise. "It's Luton," the assistant cried. More subdued, Osborne Smith ordered, "Get the whirly-bird moving." "Will do." In silence they followed the progress of the Audi. Finally, it sped into the short-term car park at Luton Airport. Bond wasn't far behind. The car parked carefully, out of view of heights. "Choppers setting down on the anti-terror pad at the airport. Our people are deployed towards the car park." No one got out of the Audi. Osborne Smith smiled. "I knew it. Hyde's waiting to meet associates. We'll get them all. Tell our people to stay under cover until I give the word, and get all the eyes at Luton online." He reflected that the CCTV cameras on the ground might make it possible for them to see Bond's shocked reaction when the Division 3 teams descended like hawks and arrested Hyde and the Irishman. That hadn't been Osborne Smith's goal, in ordering the video, of course, but it would be a very nice bonus. Chapter 21. Hans Gröller sat behind the wheel of Severin Hydt's sleek black Audi A8. The thickly built, blonde Dutch Army veteran had done some motocross and other racing in his younger days, and he was pleased Mr. Hyde had asked him to put his driving skills to use this morning. Relishing the memory of the frantic drive from Canning Town to Luton Airport, Gröller listened absently to the three-way conversation of the man and woman in the back seat and the passenger in the front. They were laughing about the excitement of the race. The driver of the Bentley was extremely competent, but, more important, intuitive. He couldn't have known where Gröller was going, so he'd had to anticipate the turns, many of them utterly random. It was as if the pursuing driver had had some sixth sense that told him when Gröller was going to turn, to slow, to speed forward. A natural driver. But who was he? Well, they'd soon find out. No one in the Audi had been able to get a description of the driver. He was that clever. But they'd pieced together the number plate. Gröller had called an associate in Greenway headquarters, who was using some contacts at the driver and vehicle licensing agency in Swansea to find out who owned the car. But whatever the threat, Hans Gröller would be ready. A Colt 1911-45 sat snug and warm in his left armpit. He glanced once more at the sliver of the Bentley's grey wing and said to the man in the back seat, "It worked, Harry. We tricked them. Call Mr. Hyde." The two passengers in the back and the man sitting beside Gröller were Greenway workers involved in Gehenna. They resembled Mr. Hyde, Miss Barnes, and Niall Dunn, who were currently en route to an entirely different airport, Gatwick, where a private jet was waiting to fly them out of the country. The deception had been Dunn's idea, of course. He was a cold fish, but that didn't dull his brain. There'd been trouble up in March. Somebody had killed Eric Jansen, one of Gröller's fellow security men. The killer was dead, but Dunn had assumed there might be others, watching the factory or the house, perhaps both. So he had found 3 employees close enough in appearance to deceive watchers, and had driven them to Canning Town very early that morning. Gröller had then carted suitcases out to the garage, followed by Mr. Hyde, Miss Barnes, and the Irishman. Gröller and the decoys, who'd been waiting in the Audi, then sped towards Luton. 10 minutes later, the real entourage got into the back of an unmarked Greenway International lorry and drove to Gatwick. Now the decoys would remain in the Audi as long as possible, to keep whoever was in the Bentley occupied long enough for Mr. Hyde and the others to get out of UK airspace. Gröller said, "We have a bit of a wait." He gestured at the radio with a glance toward the Greenway workers. "What'll it be?" They voted, and Radio 2 took the majority. It was a bloody decoy, Osborne Smith said. His voice was as calm as always, but the expletive, if that was what it was nowadays, indicated that he was livid. A CCTV camera in the Luton car park was now beaming an image onto the big screen in Division 3, and the reality show presently airing was not felicitous. The angular view into the Audi wasn't the best in the world, but it was clear that the couple in the back seats were not Severin Hyde and his female companion, and the passenger in the front, whom he'd taken to be the Irishman,
was not the gawky blonde man he'd seen earlier, plodding to the garage. Decoys. "They have to be going to some London airport," Deputy pointed out. "Let's split up the team. Unless they decided to cruise up to Manchester or Leeds Bradford." "Oh, right." "Send all the watchers in A branch, Heights picture, without delay." "Yes, sir." Osborne Smith squinted as he looked at the image broadcast from the CCTV. He could see a bit of the wing of James Bond's Bentley parked 25 yards from the Audi. If there was any consolation to the flap, it was that at least Bond had fallen for the ruse too. Combined with his lack of cooperation, his questionable use of the French Secret Service, and his holier-than-thou attitude, the lapse might just signal a significant downsizing of his career. Chapter 22. The 15-foot lorry, leased to Greenway International but unmarked, pulled up to the curb at the Executive Flight Services terminal at Gatwick Airport. The door slid open, and Severin Height, an older woman, and the Irishman climbed out and collected their suitcases. 30 feet away, in the car park, sat a black and red Mini Cooper, whose interior decor included a yellow rose in a plastic vase wedged into the cup holder. Behind the wheel, James Bond was watching the trio of passengers deploy to the pavement. The Irishman, naturally, was looking around carefully. He never seemed to drop his guard. "What do you think of it?" Bond asked, into the hands-free connected to his mobile. "It?" "The Bentley." "It? Honestly, James, a car like this simply demands a name." Philly Maidenston chided. She was sitting in his Bentley Continental GT at Luton Airport, having chased Height's Audi all the way from Canning Town. "I never got into the habit of naming my cars, any more than I'd give my gun a gender," he reflected, and kept his eyes on the threesome not far away. Bond had been convinced that after the incidents in Serbia and March, Height, or the Irishman more likely, would suspect he might be tailed in London. He was also concerned that Osborne Smith had arranged to follow Bond himself. So after he had talked to René Matisse, he'd left his flat and sped to a covered car park in the city, where he'd met Philly to swap cars. She was to tail Height's Audi, which Bond was sure would be a decoy, in his Bentley, while he, in her Mini, would wait for the man's true departure, which came just 10 minutes after the German car had sped away from Height's Canning Town home. Bond now watched Height, head down, making a phone call. Beside him stood the woman, in her early to mid-60s, Bond guessed. She had attractive features, though her face was pale and gaunt, an image accentuated by her black overcoat. Too little sleep, perhaps. His lover, Bond wondered? Or a long-time assistant? From her expression as she looked at Height, he decided the former. Also the Irishman. Bond hadn't seen him clearly in Serbia, but there was no doubt. The gawky stride, feet turned out, bad posture, the odd blonde fringe. Bond supposed he was the man in the bulldozer in March, who had so ruthlessly crushed his security man to death. He also pictured the dead in Serbia, the agents, the train and lorry drivers, as well as the man's own associate, and he let the anger rising in him crest and dissolve. Philly said, "In answer to your question, I liked it very much. A lot of engines have horses nowadays. You can get AMG Mercedes estate cards to take the kids to school, for God's sake. But how many pounds torque does a Bentley have? I've never felt anything like it." "A touch over 500. "Oh, my God," Philly whispered, either impressed or envious, perhaps both. "And I'm in love with the all-wheel drive. How's it distributed?" 60-40 rear to front." "Brilliant." "Yours isn't bad either," he told her of the Mini. "You added a supercharger." "I did indeed." "Whose?" "Autorotor, the Swedish outfit. Nearly doubled the horsepower, close to 300 now." "I thought as much." Bond was himself impressed. "I must get the name of your mechanic. I have an old Jaguar that needs work." "Oh, tell me it's an E-Type. That's the sexiest car in the history of motoring." Yet one more thing in common. Bond wrapped this thought up and put it quickly away. "I'll leave you in suspense. Hold on. Height's on the move." Bond climbed out of the Mini and hid Philly's key in the wheel arch. He grabbed his suitcase and laptop bag.
slipped on a new pair of tortoiseshell sunglasses, and eased into a crowd to follow Height, the Irishman, and the woman to Gatwick's private jet terminal. "You there?" he asked into the hands-free.
"I am,"
Philly replied. "What's happening with the decoys?"
"They're just sitting in the Audi."
"They'll be waiting until Height takes off and the plane's out of UK airspace. Then they'll turn round to lead you and probably Mr. Osborne Smith back to London."
"You think Ozzy's watching?"
Bond had to smile. "You've got a drone hovering about 10,000 feet over you, I'm sure. They're walking into the terminal now. I should go, Philly."
"I don't get out of the office enough, James. Thanks for the chance to play Formula One."
Impulsively, he said, "Here's an idea. Maybe we'll take it out to the country together. Do some serious driving."
"James,"
she said crossly. He wondered if he'd crossed a line.
"you simply can't keep referring to this magnificent machine as it. I shall rack my brains and think up a proper name for her. And yes, a trip out to the country sounds divine, provided you let me drive for exactly half the time, and we put in a null detain request. I already have a few points on my driving license."
They rang off, and Bond discreetly followed his prey. The threesome paused at a gate in a chain-link fence and presented passports to the guard. Bond saw that the woman's was blue. American? The uniformed man jotted on a clipboard and gestured the three through. As Bond got to the fence, he caught a glimpse of them, climbing the stairs to a white private jet, a large one. 7 round windows on each side of the fuselage, running lights already on. The door closed. Bond hit speed dial.
"Flanagan. Hello, James."
"Morris," he said to the head of T-Branch, the group within the ODG that handled all things vehicular. "I need a destination for a private plane, departing just about now from Gatwick." He read off the 5-letter registration, painted on the engine.
"Give me a minute."
The aircraft moved forward. Damn it, he thought angrily. Slowed down. He was all too aware that if René Matisse's information was correct, Height was on his way to oversee the murder of at least 90 people that evening. Morris Flanagan said,
"I have it. Nice bird. Grumman 550. State-of-the-art and damned expensive. That one's owned by a Dutch company in the business of waste and recycling."
One of Height's, of course.
"The flight plans filed for Dubai."
Dubai? Was that where the deaths were going to happen? "Where will it stop for refueling?" Flanagan laughed.
"James, the range is over 6,500 miles. Flies at Mach .88.
Bond watched the plane taxiing to the runway. Dubai was about 3,500 miles from London. With a time difference, the Grumman would land at 3 or 4 p.m. "I need to beat that plane to Dubai, Morris. What can you cobble together for me? I have passports, credit cards, and $3,000 in cash. Whatever you can do. Oh, I have my weapon. You'll need to take that into account." Bond kept staring at the sleek white jet, wingtips turned up. It looked less like a bird than a dragon, though that might have been because he knew who the occupants were and what they had planned. 90 dead. Several tense moments passed as Bond watched the jet edge closer to the runway. Then Flanagan said,
"Sorry, James. The best I can do is get you on a commercial flight out of Heathrow in a few hours. Puts you in Dubai about 6:20.
"Won't do, Morris. Military? Government?"
"Nothing available. Absolutely nothing."
Damn. At least he could have Philly or Bill Tanner arrange with someone at Six's UAE desk to have a watcher meet the flight at Dubai airport and tail Height and Dunn to their destination. He sighed. "Put me on a commercial flight."
"Will do. Sorry."
Bond glanced at his watch. 9 hours until the deaths. He could always hope for a delay to Height's flight. Just then he saw the Grumman turn onto the main runway and, without pause, accelerate fast, lifting effortlessly from the concrete, then shrinking to a dot as the Dragon shot higher into the sky, speeding directly away from him. Percy Osborne Smith was leaning towards a large, flat-screen monitor, split into 6 rectangles. 20 minutes ago, they'd had a CCTV hit on a number plate of a lorry registered to Severn Heights Company at the Red Hill and Reigate exit from the A23 which led to Gatwick. He and his underlings were now scanning every camera in and around the airport for the vehicle. The second technician to join them finished securing her blonde hair with an elastic band and pointed a pudgy finger to one of the screens. "There, that's it." It seemed that 15 minutes ago, according to the timestamp, The lorry had paused at the curb near the private aviation terminal, and several people had got out. Yes, it was the trio. Why didn't Haight's face get red when he arrived? We can find hooligans from Rio before they get into Old Trafford, but we can't spot a mass murderer in broad daylight. My God, does that say something about Whitehall's priorities? Don't repeat that, anyone. Scan the tarmac. The technician manipulated the controls. There was an image of Haight and the others walking to a private jet. Bring up the registration number. Run it. To his credit, Deputy already had. Owned by a Dutch company that does recycling. Okay, got the flight plan. He's headed for Dubai. They've already taken off. Where are they now? Where? Checking, the assistant sighed. Just passing out of UK airspace. Teeth clenched, Osborne Smith stared at the still video image of the plane. He mused. Wonder what it would take to scramble some Harriers and force them down. Then he looked up to note everyone staring at him. I'm not serious, people. Though he had been, just a little. Look at that, the male technician interrupted. Look at bloody what? Deputy said. Yes, somebody else is watching them. The screen was showing the entrance to the private jet terminal at Gatwick. A man was standing at the wire fence, staring at Haight's plane. My God, it was Bond. So, the bloody clever ODG agent, with a fancy car and without permission to carry a firearm in the UK, had tailed Haight after all. Osborne Smith wondered briefly who'd been in the Bentley. The ruse, he knew, had been not only to fool Haight, but to fool Division 3. With considerable contentment, he watched Bond turn from the fence and head back to the car park, head down and speaking into his mobile, undoubtedly enduring a verbal lashing from his boss for having let the fox slip away. Chapter 23. Usually we never hear the sound that wakes us. Perhaps we might if it repeats, an alarm or an urgent voice, but a once-only noise rouses without registering in our consciousness. James Bond didn't know what lifted him from his dreamless sleep. He glanced at his watch. It was just after 11 a.m. Then he smelt a delicious aroma, a combination of floral perfume, jasmine, he believed, and the ripe, rich scent of vintage champagne. Above him he saw the heavenly form of a beautiful Middle Eastern woman, wearing a sleek burgundy skirt and long-sleeved golden shirt over her voluptuous figure. Her collar was secured with a pearl, which was different from the lower buttons. He found the tiny cream dot particularly appealing. Her hair was as blue-black as crow feathers, pinned up, though a teasing strand fell loose, cupping one side of her face, which was subtly and meticulously made up. He said to her, "Salam alaikum." "Wa alaikum salam," she replied. She set the crystal flute on the tray table in front of him, along with the elegant bottle of the King of Moet's Dom Perignon. "I'm sorry, Mr. Bond, I've woken you. I'm afraid the cork popped more loudly than I'd hoped. I was just going to leave the glass and not disturb you." "Shukran," he said, as he took the glass. "And don't worry, my second favourite way to wake up is to the sound of champagne opening." She responded to this with a subtle smile. "I can arrange some lunch for you, too." "That would be lovely, if it's not too much trouble." She returned to the galley. Bond sipped his champagne and looked out of the private jet's spacious window, the twin Rolls-Royce engines pulsing smoothly as it flew towards Dubai at 42,000 feet, doing more than 600 miles an hour. The aircraft was, Bond reflected with amusement, a Grumman like Severn Heights, but Bond was in a Grumman 650, the faster model, with a greater range than the Rag and Bone Man's. Bond had started the chase hours ago, with a modern equivalent of a scene from an old American police movie, in which the detective leaps into a taxi and orders, "Follow that car." He decided that the commercial flight would get him to Dubai too late to stop the killings, so he'd placed a call to his Commodore Club friend, Fuad Karaz, who had instantly put a private jet at his disposal. "My friend, you know I owe you," the Arab assured him. A year ago he had approached Bond awkwardly for help, suspecting he did something that involved government security. On his way home from school, Karaz's teenage son had become the target of some hooded thugs, 19 or 20 years old, who flaunted their antisocial behaviour orders like insignia of rank. The police were sympathetic, but had little time for the drama. Worried sick about his son, Carraz asked if there was anything Bond could recommend. In a moment of weakness, the knight-errant within Bond had prevailed, and he had trailed the boy home from school one day, when nothing much was going on at the ODG. When the tormentors had moved in, so had Bond. With a few effortless martial arts manoeuvres, he had gently laid 2 of them out on the pavement and pinned the third, the ringleader, to a wall. He had taken their names from their driving licenses and whispered coldly that if Carraz's boy was ever troubled again, the hoodie's next visit from Bond would not end so civilly. The boy strode off defiantly, but the son was never troubled again. His status at school had soared. So Bond had become Fuad Carraz's best friend of all best friends. He decided to call in the favour and borrow one of the man's jets. According to the digital map on the bulkhead, beneath the airspeed and altitude indicators, they were over Iran. 2 hours to go until they touched down in Dubai. Just after takeoff, Bond had called Bill Tanner and told him of his destination and about the 90 or so deaths planned for 7 o'clock that evening, presumably in Dubai, but perhaps anywhere in the United Arab Emirates.
"Why's Hyde going to kill them?"
the Chief of Staff had asked. "I'm not sure he is, but all those people are going to die and he'll be there."
"I'll go through diplomatic channels. Tell the embassies there's some threat, but we don't have anything concrete. They'll leak word to the Dubai security apparatus too, through back channels."
"Don't mention Hyde's name. He needs to get into the country undisturbed. He can't suspect anything. I have to find out what he's up to."
"I agree. We'll handle it on the sly."
He'd asked Tanner to check the Golden Wire about Hyde's affiliation with the Emirates, hoping there was a specific place he might be headed for. A moment later, the Chief of Staff was back.
"No offices, residences, or business affiliations anywhere in the area, and I've just done a data mining search. No hotel reservations in his name."
Bond wasn't pleased. As soon as Hyde landed, he would disappear into the sprawling emirate of 2.5 million people. It would be impossible to find him before the attack. Just as he disconnected, the flight attendant appeared. "We have many different dishes, but I saw you look at the dom with appreciation, so I decided you would like the best we have on board. Mr. Carraz said you were to be treated like a king." She set the silver tray on the table beside his champagne flute, which he refilled for him. "I brought you Iranian caviar, beluga, of course, with toast, not blinis, creme fraiche, and capers." The capers were the large ones, so large she had sliced them. "The grated onions are Vidalia, from America, the sweetest in the world," she added. "They are kind to the breath, too. We call them lover's onions. To follow, there is duck in aspic with minted yogurt and dates. I can also cook you a steak." He laughed. No, this is more than enough." She left him to eat. When he had finished, he had 2 small cups of cardamom-flavoured Arabic coffee, as he read the intelligence that Philly Maidenston had provided about Hyde and Greenway. He was struck by 2 things: the man's care in steering clear of organised crime, and his almost fanatical efforts to expand the company throughout the world. She had discovered recently filed applications to do business in South Korea, China, India, Argentina, and 6 smaller countries. He was disappointed that he could find no clue in any of the material as to the Irishman's identity. Philly had run the man's picture, along with that of the older woman, through databases, but found no matches. And Bill Tanner had reported that the MI5 agents, SOCA and specialist crime officers who descended on Gatwick had been told that, unfortunately, records about the passengers on the Grumman seemed to have vanished. It was then that he received more troubling news. An encrypted email from Philly. Someone, it seemed, had been unofficially checking with 6 about Bond's whereabouts and planned itinerary. The someone, Bond supposed, had to be his dear friend Percy Osborne Smith. Technically, he'd be out of the Division 3 man's jurisdiction in Dubai, but that didn't mean the man couldn't make a great deal of trouble for him and even blow his cover. Bond had no relation with 6's people in Dubai. He'd have to assume, though, that Osborne Smith might, which meant Bond couldn't have local ops or assets meet Haight's flight after all. Indeed, he decided he couldn't have anything to do with any of his countrymen, a particular shame because the Consul General in Dubai was clever and savvy, and a friend of Bond's. He texted Bill Tanner and told him to hold off setting up a liaison with Six. Bond called the pilot on the intercom to learn the status of the jet they were pursuing. It seemed that air traffic control had slowed their own plane, though not Haight's, and they would not be able to overtake him. They would land half an hour at least after Haight did. Damn, that 30 minutes could mean the difference between life and death for at least 90 people. He stared out of the window at the Persian Gulf. Pulling out his mobile, he was thinking again of the great espionage balance sheet as he scrolled through his extensive phone book to find a number. I'm beginning to feel a bit like Lehman Brothers, he thought. My debts vastly outweigh my assets. Bond placed a call. Chapter 24. The limousine bearing Severin Haight, Jessica Barnes and Niall Dunn pulled up at the Intercontinental Hotel, situated on broad, peaceful Dubai Creek. The solid, stern driver was a local man they'd used before. Like Hans Gröller in England, he doubled as a bodyguard, and did a bit more than that from time to time. They remained in the car while Dunn read a text or an email. He logged off his iPhone, looked up, and said to Haight, "Hans has found out about the driver of the Bentley. It's interesting." Gröller had told someone at Greenway to check the number plate. Haight tapped his long fingernails together. Dunn avoided looking at them. He said, "And there's a connection to March." "Is there?" Haight tried to read Dunn's eyes. As usual, they remained utterly cryptic. The Irishman said nothing more, not with Jessica present. Haight nodded. "We'll check it now." Haight lifted the cuff of his elegant suit jacket and regarded his watch. 2.5 hours to go. The number of dead will be 90 or so. Dunn stepped out first. His keen eyes made their usual scan for threats. "All right," came the Irishman's slight brogue. "It's clear." Haight and Jessica climbed out into the astonishing heat and headed quickly into the chill of the Intercontinental lobby, which was dominated by a stunning 10-foot-high assembly of exotic flowers. On a nearby wall hung portraits of the United Arab Emirates' ruling families, gazing down sternly and confidently. Jessica signed for the room, which they'd taken in her name, another of Dunn's ideas. Though they would not be staying long, their onward flight was this evening, it was helpful to have somewhere to leave the bags and get some rest. They handed the luggage to the bell captain, to have it taken to the room. Leaving Jessica beside the flowers, Haight nodded Dunn aside. "The Bentley, who was it?" "Registered to a company in Manchester. Same address as Midland's disposal." Midland's was connected to one of the bigger organised crime syndicates, operating out of South Manchester. In America, the mob had traditionally been heavily involved in waste management, and in Naples, where the Camorra crime syndicate ruled, refuse collection was known as Il Re del Crimine. In Britain, organised crime was less interested in the business, but occasionally some local underworld boss tried to bluster his way into the market, like a heavy in a Guy Ritchie film. "And this morning," Dunn continued, "the coppers came round to the army base site, showing pictures of someone who'd been spotted in the air the day before. There's a warrant on him for grievous bodily harm. He worked for Midlands. The police said he's gone missing." As will happen, Haight reflected, when one's body is commencing to rot beneath 1,000 tons of wrecked hospital. "What would he have been doing up there?" Haight asked. Dunn considered this. "Probably planning to sabotage the demolition job. Something goes wrong, you get bad publicity, and Midlands moves in to pick up some of your business." "So whoever was in the Bentley only wanted to find out what happened to his mate yesterday." "Right." Haight was vastly relieved. The incident had nothing to do with Gehenna, and more important, the intruder wasn't the police or security service, merely one more instance of the underbelly of the discard business. "Good. We'll deal with Midlands later." Haight and Dunn returned to Jessica. "Niall and I have some things to take care of. I'll be back for dinner." "I think I'll go for a walk," she said. Haight frowned. in this heat? It might not be good for you." He didn't like her to stray too far afield. He wasn't worried that she'd let slip anything she shouldn't. He had kept all aspects of Gehenna from her, and what she knew of the rest of his darker life, well, that was potentially embarrassing but not illegal. It was just that when he wanted her, and Severin Height was a man whose belief in the inevitable power of decay had taught him that life is far too short and precarious to deny yourself anything at any time. "I can judge that," she said, but spoke timidly. Of course. Only a woman alone," Height continued. "The men, you know how they can be." "You mean Arab men?" Jessica asked. "It's not Tehran or Jeddah. They don't even leer. In Dubai, they're more respectful than they are in Paris." Height smiled his gentle smile. That was amusing, and true. "But still, don't you think it would be best just to be safe? Anyway, the hotel has a wonderful spa. It would be perfect for you, and the pool is partly plexiglass. You can look down and see the ground 40 feet below. The view of the Burj Khalifa is quite impressive." "I suppose." It was then that Height noticed a new configuration of wrinkles around her eyes, as she peered up at the towering floral arrangement. He thought, too, of the body of the woman found in the Greenway skip yesterday, her grave now subtly marked, according to the foreman Jack Dennison. And Height felt that subtle unravelling within him, a spring loosening. "As long as you're happy," he said to her softly, and brushed her face, near the wrinkles, with one of his long nails. She'd stopped recoiling long ago, not that her reactions had ever affected him one bit. Height was suddenly aware of Dunn's crystalline blue eyes turning his way. The younger man stiffened ever so slightly, then recovered and looked elsewhere. Height was irritated. What business was it of his, what Height found alluring? He wondered, as he often had, if perhaps Dunn's distaste for his brands of lust stemmed not from the fact that they were unconventional, but from his disdain for any sexuality. In the months he'd known him, the Irishman hadn't so much as glanced at a woman or man with bedroom eyes. Height lowered his hand and looked again at Jessica, at the lines radiating from her resigned eyes. He gauged the timing. They would fly out tonight, and the plane boasted no private suites. He couldn't imagine making love to her when Dunn was nearby, even if the man was asleep. He debated. Was there time now to get to the room, lay Jessica on the bed, pull the curtains wide so that the low sun streamed across the soft flesh, illuminating the topography of her body, and run his nails over her skin? The way he felt at the moment, absorbed with her and thinking of the spectacle at 7 o'clock tonight, the liaison wouldn't take long. "Severin," Dunn said crisply, "we don't know what Al-Falan has for us. We probably should go." Height appeared to ponder the words, but it was not serious consideration. He said, "It's been a long flight. I feel like a change of clothes." He glanced down at Jessica's weary eyes. "And you might like a nap, my dear." He directed her firmly to the lift. Chapter 25. At around 4:45 on Tuesday afternoon, Fuad Karaz's private jet eased to a stop. James Bond unbuckled his seatbelt and collected his luggage. He thanked the pilots and the flight attendant, gripping her hand warmly and resisting the urge to kiss her cheek. They were now in the Middle East. The immigration officer lethargically stamped his passport, slid it back, and gestured him into the country. Bond strode through the nothing-to-declare lane at customs with a suitcase containing its deadly contraband, and was soon outside in the piquant heat, feeling as if a huge burden had been lifted. He was in his element once more, the mission his and his alone to pursue. He was on foreign soil, his carte blanche restored. The short ride from the airport to his destination at Festival City took Bond through a nondescript part of the town. Drives to and from airports were similar throughout the world, and this route was little different from the A4 just west of London, or the toll road to Dulles in Washington, D.C., although it was decorated with far more sand than dust, and, as most of the emirate, was immaculately clean. On the way, Bond gazed out over the sprawling city, looking north towards the Persian Gulf. In the late afternoon heat-shimmering light, the needle of the Burj Khalifa glowed, soaring above the geometrically complex skyline of Sheikh Zayed Road. It was presently the tallest building on earth. That distinction seemed to change monthly, but this tower would surely hold that honor for a long time to come. He noted one other ubiquitous characteristic of the city: the construction cranes, white and yellow and orange. They were everywhere, and busy once again. On his last trip, there had been just as many of these looming stalks, but most were sitting idle, like toys discarded by a child who'd lost interest in playing with them. The emirate had been hit hard in the recent economic downturn. For his official cover, Bond had to keep up on world finance, and he found himself impatient with the criticism ladled upon places like Dubai, which often originated in London or New York, yet weren't the City and Wall Street the more enthusiastic co-conspirators in causing the economic woe? Yes, there had been excess here, and many ambitious projects might never be finished, like the artificial archipelago in the shape of a map of the world, composed of small sand islands offshore. Yet the reputation for swelling luxury was but a small aspect of Dubai, and, in truth, no different from Singapore, California, Monaco, and hundreds of other places where the wealthy worked and played. To Bond, in any event, Dubai was not about unfettered business or real estate, but about its exotic ways, a place where new and old blended, where many cultures and religions coexisted respectfully. He particularly enjoyed the vast empty landscape of red sand, populated by camels and Range Rovers, as different from his boyhood vistas of Kent as one could imagine. He wondered if his mission today would take him to the empty quarter. They drove on, past small brown, white and yellow one-story buildings, whose names and services were disclosed in modest green Arabic lettering. No gaudy billboards, no neon lights, except for a few announcements of forthcoming events. The minarets of mosques rose above the low residences and businesses, persistent spikes of faith throughout the hazy distance. The intrusion of the ubiquitous desert was everywhere, and date palms, neem, and eucalyptus trees formed gallant outposts against the encroaching endless sand. The taxi driver dropped Bond as directed at a shopping centre. He handed over some 10-dirham notes and climbed out. The mall was packed with locals. It was between Azir and Maghrib prayer times, as well as many foreigners, all carting carrier bags and crowding the shops, which were doing brisk business. The country was often referred to as Dubai, he recalled. Bond lost himself in the crowd, looking around as if he were trying to find a companion he'd agreed to meet. In fact, he was searching for someone else, the man who'd been following him from the airport, probably with hostile intent. Twice now he'd seen a man in sunglasses and a blue shirt or jacket at the airport, and then in a dusty black Toyota behind Bond's taxi. For the drive he had donned a plain black cap, but from the set of his head and shoulders and the shape of his glasses, Bond knew he was the man he'd seen at the airport. The same Toyota had just now eased past the shopping centre, driving slowly for no apparent reason, and vanished behind a nearby hotel. This was no coincidence. Bond had considered sending the taxi on a diversionary route, but in truth he wasn't sure he wanted to lose the tail. More often than not, it's better to trap your pursuer and see what he has to say for himself. Who was he? Had he been waiting in Dubai for Bond, or somehow followed him from London? Or did he not even know who Bond was, but had chosen merely to keep an eye on a stranger in town? Bond bought a newspaper. Today it was hot, searingly so, but he shunned the air-conditioned interior of the cafe he had selected and sat outside, where he could observe all the entrances and exits to and from the area. He looked around occasionally for the tail, but saw nothing specific. As he sent and received several text messages, a waiter came to him. Bond glanced at the faded menu on the table and ordered Turkish coffee and sparkling water. As the man walked away, Bond looked at his watch. 5 p.m. Only 2 hours until more than 90 people died somewhere in this elegant city of sand and heat. Half a block away from the shopping centre, a solidly built man in a blue jacket slipped a Dubai traffic warden several hundred dirhams and told him in English that he'd only be a short while. He'd certainly be gone before the crowds returned after sunset prayer. The warden wandered off, as if the conversation about the dusty black Toyota parked illegally at the curb had never occurred. The man who went by the name of Nick lit a cigarette and lifted his backpack over his shoulder. He eased into the shadow of the shopping centre, where his target was nonchalantly sipping espresso or Turkish coffee and reading the paper as if he hadn't a care in the world. That was how he thought of the man. Target. Not bastard nor enemy. Nick knew in an operation like this, you had to be utterly dispassionate, as difficult as that might be. This man was no more of a person than the black dot of a bullseye. A target. He supposed the man was talented, but he'd been pretty damn careless leaving the airport. Nick had easily followed him. This gave him confidence at what he was about to do. Face obscured by a baseball cap with a long brim and sunglasses, Nick moved closer to his target, dodging from shadow to shadow. Unlike in other places, the disguise did not draw attention to him. In Dubai, everyone wore head coverings and sunglasses. One thing that was a bit different was the long-sleeved blue jacket, which few local people wore given the heat, but there was no other way to hide the pistol that was tucked into his waistband. Nick's gold earring, too, might have earned some curious glances, but this area of Dubai Creek, with its shopping malls and amusement park, was filled with tourists, and as long as people didn't drink alcohol or kiss each other in public, the locals forgave unusual dress. He inhaled deeply on his cigarette, then dropped and crushed it, easing closer to his target. A hawker appeared suddenly and asked in English if he wanted to buy rugs. Very cheap, many knots, thousands upon thousands of knots. One look from Nick shut his mouth, and he vanished. Nick considered his plan. There would be some logistical problems, of course. In this country, everyone watched everyone else. He would have to get his target out of sight, into the car park, or, better, the basement of the shopping centre, perhaps during prayer time, when the crowds thinned. Probably the simplest approach was the best. Nick could slip up behind him, shove the gun into his back, and escort him downstairs. Then the knife work would begin. Oh, the target, all right, maybe I will think of him as a bastard, would have many things to say when the blade began its leisurely journey across his skin. Nick reached under his jacket and pushed up the safety lever of his pistol, moving smoothly from shadow to shadow. Chapter 26. James Bond had his coffee and water in front of him as he sat with the national newspaper published out of Abu Dhabi. He considered it the best newspaper in the Middle East. He could find every sort of story imaginable, from a scandal about Mumbai firemen's inefficient uniforms to pieces about women's rights in the Arab world, to a half-page exposé on a Cypriot gangster stealing the body of the island's former president from his grave. Excellent Formula One coverage, too. Important to Bond. Now, however, he was paying no attention to the paper, but was using it as a prop, though not with the cliché of an eye-hole torn from the gutter between ads for Dubai's Lulu hypermarkets and the local news. The paper sat flat in front of him, and his head was down. His eyes, however, were up, scanning. It was at that moment that he heard a brief rasp of shoe leather behind him, and was aware of someone moving quickly towards his table. Bond remained completely still. Then a large hand, pale and freckled, gripped the chair beside him and yanked it back. A man dropped heavily into it. "Howdy, James." The voice was thick with a Texan accent. "Welcome to Dubai." Bond turned to his friend with a grin. They shook hands warmly. A few years older than Bond, Felix Leiter was tall and had a lanky frame, on which his suit hung loose. The pale complexion and mop of straw-coloured hair largely precluded most undercover work in the Middle East, unless he was playing exactly who he was, a brash, savvy guy from the American South,
who'd ridden into town for business, with no small amount of pleasure thrown in. His slow manners and easy-going speech were deceptive. He could react like a spring knife when the occasion demanded, as Bond had seen firsthand. When the pilot of Fuad Karaz's Grumman had reported that they weren't going to beat heights to Dubai, it was Felix Leiter whom Bond had rung, calling in his Lehman Brothers' favour. While Bond was uneasy using the MI6 connections here, because of Osborne Smith's inquiries earlier, he had no such reservations about enlisting the CIA, which had an extensive operation throughout the United Arab Emirates. Asking Leiter, a senior agent in the agency's national clandestine service, to help out was risky politically. Using a sister agency without clearance from the top might result in serious diplomatic repercussions, and Bond had already done so once with René Matisse. He was certainly putting his newly reinstated Carte Blanche to the test. Felix Leiter was more than willing to meet Height's plane and follow the trio to their destination, which had turned out to be the Intercontinental Hotel. It was connected to the shopping centre where the two men now sat. Bond had briefed him about Height, the Irishman, and 10 minutes ago, via text, about the man in the Toyota. Leiter had remained in surveillance positions at the shopping centre for a time, to literally watch Bond's back.
"So, do I have a friend hanging about?" "Spotted him moving in, about 40 yards to the south," said Leiter, smiling as if counter-surveillance was the last thing on his mind. "He was by the entrance that-a-way, but the son of a bitch vanished. Whoever he is, he's good. You got that right." Gazing around, Leiter now asked, "You believe the shopping here?" He gestured at the patrons. "You have malls in England, James?" "Yes, indeed. Television, too, and running water. We're hoping to get computers someday." "Ha! I'll come visit sometime, soon as you learn how to refrigerate beer." Leiter flagged down the waiter and ordered coffee. He whispered to Bond, "I'd say Americano, but then people might guess my nationality, which would blow my cover all to hell." He tugged at his ear. A signal, it seemed, for a slightly built Arab man, dressed like a local, appeared. Bond had no idea where he'd been stationed. The man looked as if he might have been piloting one of the Abra boat taxis that plied Dubai Creek. "Yusuf Nassad," Leiter introduced him. "This is Mr. Smith." Bond assumed that Nassad was not the Arab's real name either. He would be a local asset, and because Leiter was running him, he'd be a damn good one too. Felix Leiter was a master handler. It was Nassad who'd helped him track Height from the airport, the American explained. Nassad sat down. Leiter asked, "Our friend?" "Gone. He saw you, I'm thinking." "I stand out too damn much," Leiter laughed. "Don't know why Langley sent me here. If I was undercover in Alabama, nobody'd notice me." Bond said, "I didn't get much of a view. Dark hair, blue shirt. A tough boy," Nassad said, in what Bond thought of as American TV English. "Athletic, hair's cut very short, and he has a gold earring, no beard. I tried to get a picture, but he was gone too fast." "Besides," Leiter filled in, "all we got is crap to take pictures with. You still have that fellow giving you folks neat toys? What's his name again? Q somebody? Quentin Quigley?" "Q's the branch, not a person. Stands for quartermaster. And it was a jacket he was wearing," Nassad added. "Not a shirt. Like a windbreaker." "In this heat?" Bond asked. "So he was carrying. You see what type of weapon?" "No." "Any idea who he might be?" Nassad offered. "Definitely not Arab. Could have been a Katza." "Why the hell would a Mossad field officer be interested in me?" Leiter said, "Only you can answer that, boy." Bond shook his head. "Maybe somebody recruited by the secret police here." "No, I doubt it. The Amal Dawla don't tell you. They just invite you to their 4-star accommodations in the Tierra, where you spill everything they want to know, and I mean everything." Nassad's quick eyes took in the cafe and surrounding area, and apparently noted no threats. Bond had observed him doing this since his arrival. Leiter asked Bond, "You think it was somebody working for Height?" "Possibly, but if so, I doubt they know who I am." Bond explained that before he'd left London, he'd been concerned that Height and the Irishman would get too suspicious that he was on their trail, especially after the flap in Serbia. He'd had T-Branch adjust the records of his Bentley to link the number plate to a disposal company in Manchester with possible underworld ties. Then Bill Tanner had sent agents posing as Scotland Yard officers to the March demolition site with a story about one of Midland's disposal security men going missing in the area. "It'll put Height and the Irishman off the scent, at least for a few days," Bond said. "Now, have you heard any chatter here?" The American's otherwise cheerful face tightened. "No relevant L-ent or SIG-ent. Not that I care much about eavesdropping." Felix Leiter, a former Marine, whom Bond had met in the service, was a Humint spy. He vastly preferred the role of handler, running local assets like Yusuf Nassad. "I pulled in a lot of favors and talked to all my key assets. Whatever Height and his local contacts are up to, they're keeping the lid on really tight. I can't find any leads. Nobody's been moving any mysterious shipments of nasty stuff into Dubai. Nobody's been telling friends and family to avoid this mosque or that shopping center around 7 tonight. No bad actors are slipping in from across the Gulf." "That's the Irishman's doing, keeping the wraps on everything. I don't know exactly what he does for Height, but he's bloody clever, always thinking about security. It's as if he can anticipate whatever we're going to do and think up a way to counter it." They fell silent as they casually surveyed the shopping centre. No sign of the blue-jacketed tail, no sign of Height or the Irishman. Bond asked Leiter, "You still a scribbler?" "Sure am," the Texan confirmed. Leiter's cover was as a freelance journalist and blogger, specializing in music, particularly the blues, R&B, and Afro-Caribbean. Journalism is a commonly used cover for intelligence agents. It gives credence to their frequent travelling, often to hot spots and the less savoury places of the world. Leiter was fortunate in that the best covers are those that mirror the agent's actual interests, since an assignment may require the operative to be undercover for weeks or months at a time. The filmmaker Alexander Korda, recruited by the famed British spymaster Sir Claude Danzy, reportedly used location scouting expeditions as a cover to photograph off-limits areas in the run-up to the Second World War. Bond's bland official cover, a security and integrity analyst for the Overseas Development Group, subjected him to excruciatingly boring stints when he was on assignment. On a particularly bad day, he would long for an official cover as a skiing or scuba instructor. Bond sat forward, and Leiter followed his gaze. They watched two men come out of the front door of the Intercontinental and walk towards a black Lincoln town car. "It's Height and the Irishman." Leiter sent Nassad to fetch his vehicle, then pointed to a dusty old Alfa Romeo in a nearby car park, whispering to Bond, "Over there, my wheels, let's go." Chapter 27. The Lincoln, carrying Severin Height and Niall Dunn, eased east through the haze and heat, paralleling the massive power lines conducting electricity to the outer regions of the city-state. Nearby was the Persian Gulf, the rich blue, muted nearly to beige by the dust in the air and the glare of the low but unrelenting sun. They were taking a convoluted route through Dubai, cruising past the indoor ski complex, the striking Burj Al Arab Hotel, which resembled a sail and was nearly as tall as the Eiffel Tower, and the luxurious Palm Jumeirah, the sculpted development of shops, homes, and hotels, extending far into the Gulf and fashioned, as the name suggested, in the likeness of an indigenous tree. These areas of glistening beauty upset Severin Height. The new, the unblemished. He felt much more comfortable when the vehicle slipped into the older Satawar neighbourhood, densely populated by thousands upon thousands of working-class folk, mostly immigrants. The time was nearly 5:30, an hour and a half before the event. It was also, Height had noted, with irony, an hour and a half until sunset. Curious coincidence, he reflected, a good sign. His ancestors, his spiritual, if not necessarily genetic, forebears, had believed in omens and portents, and he allowed himself to do so as well. Yes, he was a practical, hard-headed businessman, but he had his other side. He thought again about tonight. They continued to cruise along the roads in a complicated fashion. The purpose of this dizzying tour wasn't to sightsee. No, taking the roundabout route to get to a spot merely 5 miles from the Intercontinental had been Dunn's idea of security. But the driver, a mercenary with experience in Afghanistan and Syria, reported, "I thought we were being followed, an Alpha and possibly a Ford, but if so, we've lost them, I'm sure." Dunn looked back and said, "Good. Go to the works." They circled back to the city. In 10 minutes, they were at an industrial complex in the Dera, a cluttered and colourful area in the centre of town, nestled along Dubai Creek in the Gulf. This was another place in which Haidt felt immediately comfortable. To enter the neighbourhood was to take a step back in time. Its uneven houses, traditional markets, and the rustic port along the creek, whose docks teemed with dhows and other small vessels, might have been the backdrop to a 1930s adventure film. The ships were piled impossibly high with sacks of cargo lashed into place. The driver found the destination, a good-sized factory and warehouse with attached offices, 1 story, the shabby beige paint peeling. Razor wire, rare in low-crime Dubai, topped the chain-link fence surrounding the place. The driver pulled up to an intercom and spoke in Arabic. The gate slowly swung open. The town car eased into the car park and stopped. The 2 men climbed out. With an hour and 15 minutes to sunset, the air was cooling, even as the ground radiated heat banked during the day. Haidt heard a voice carried on the dusty wind. "Please, my friend, please come in." The man waving his hand was in a white dish-dasher robe, in the uniquely Emirate style, and had no head covering. He was in his mid-50s, Haidt knew, although, like many Arab men, he looked younger. A studious face, smart glasses, Western shoes. His longish hair was swept back. Mahdi al-Fulan strode over sprays of red sand, which drifted along the tarmac and sloped against the curb, the walkways, and sides of buildings. The Arab's eyes were bright, as if he were a schoolboy about to show off a treasured project. Which wasn't far from the truth, Haidt reflected. A black beard framed his smile. Haidt had been amused to learn that while hair colouring was not a good product to market in a land where both male and female heads were usually covered, beard dye was a bestseller. Hands were gripped. "My friend." Haidt didn't try to offer an Arabic greeting. He had no talent for languages, and believed it a weakness to attempt anything you were not skilled at. Niall Dunn stepped forward, his shoulders bouncing as they always did in his gangling walk, and also greeted the man, but the pale eyes were gazing past the Arab. For once, they were not searching for threats. He was staring raptly at the bounty that the warehouse held, which could be seen through the open door. Perhaps 50 or so machines, in every shape a geometrician could name. Made of raw and painted steel, iron, aluminium, carbon fibre, who knew what else? Pipes protruded, wires, control panels, lights, switches, chutes and belts. If robots had pleasant dreams, they would be set in this room. They entered the warehouse, which was devoid of workers. Dunn paused to study and occasionally even caress some device or other. Mahdi al-Fulan was an industrial project designer, MIT educated. He shunned the kind of high-profile entrepreneurship that gets you on the cover of business magazines, and often into the bankruptcy court, and specialized instead in designing functional industrial equipment and control systems for which there was a consistent market. He was one of Severant Haidt's main suppliers. Haidt had met him at a recycling equipment conference. Once he learned about certain trips the Arab took abroad, and about the dangerous men to whom he sold his wares, they'd become partners. Al-Fulan was a clever scientist, an innovative engineer, a man with ideas and inventions important to Gehenna, and with other connections too. 90 dead. At that thought, Haidt involuntarily consulted his watch. Nearly 6. "Follow me, please. Severin, Nile." Al-Fulan had caught Haidt's glance. The Arab led them through the various rooms, dim and still. Dunn again slowed his step to examine some machinery or a control panel. He'd nod approvingly, or frown, perhaps trying to understand how a system worked. Leaving behind the machines with their scent of oil, paint, and the unique metallic, almost blood-like odor of high-powered electrical systems, they entered the offices. At the end of a dim corridor, Al-Fulan used a computer key to open an unmarked door, and they stepped into the work area, which was large and cluttered with thousands of sheets of paper, blueprints and other documents, on which were words, graphs, and diagrams, many of them incomprehensible to Haidt. The atmosphere was eerie, to say the least, both because of the dimness and the clutter, and because of what decorated the walls. Images of eyes of all sorts, human, fish, canine, feline, and insect. Photos, computerized, three-dimensional renderings, medical drawings from the 1800s. Particularly unsettling was a fanciful, detailed blueprint of a human eye, as if a modern-day Dr. Frankenstein had used current engineering techniques to construct his monster. In front of one of the dozens of large computer monitors sat an attractive woman, a brunette in her late 20s. She stood up, strode to Haidt, and shook his hand vigorously. "Stella Kirkpatrick, I'm Marty's research assistant." She greeted Dunn, too. Haidt had been to Dubai several times, but he had not met her before. The woman's accent was American. Haidt supposed she was clever, hard-headed, and typical of a common phenomenon in this part of the world, one that went back hundreds of years, the Westerner in love with Arab culture. Al-Fulan said, "Stella worked up most of the algorithms." "Did you know?" Haidt asked with a smile. She blushed, the ruddy colour stemming from her affection for her mentor, whom she glanced at quickly, a supplication for approval, which Al-Fulan provided in the form of a seductive smile. Haidt was not a participant in this exchange. As the decorations on the wall suggested, Al-Fulan's speciality was optics. His goal in life was to invent an artificial eye for the blind that would work as well as those, Allah praise be to him, created for us. But until that happened, he would make a great deal of money designing industrial machinery. He had come up with most of the specialized safety control and inspection systems for greenways, sorters, and document destruction devices. Haidt had recently commissioned him to create yet another device for the company, and had come here today with Dunn to see the prototype. "A demonstration?" the Arab said. "Please," Haidt replied. They all walked back into the garden of machines. Al-Fulan led them to a complicated device weighing several tons, sitting in the loading bay beside two large industrial refuse compactors. The Arab hit buttons, and with a growl the machine slowly warmed up. It was about 20 feet long, 6 high and 6 wide. At the front end, a metal conveyor belt led into a mouth about a yard square. Inside all was blackness, although Haidt could just make out horizontal cylinders covered with spikes, like a combine harvester. At the rear, half a dozen chutes led to bins, each containing a thick grey plastic liner, open at the top to catch whatever the machine disgorged. Haidt studied it carefully. He and Greenway made a lot of money from destroying documents securely, but the world was changing. Most data resided on computer and flash drives nowadays, and this would be increasingly the case in the future. Haidt had decided to expand his empire by offering a new approach to destroying computer data storage devices. A number of companies did this, as did Greenway, but the new approach would be different thanks to Al-Fulan's invention. At the moment, to destroy data effectively, computers had to be dismantled by hand, and hard drives had to be wiped of data with magnetic degaussing units, then crushed. Other steps were required to separate the other components of the old computer, many of them dangerous e-waste. This machine, however, did everything automatically. You simply tossed the old computer onto the belt, and the device did the rest, breaking it apart, while Al-Falan's optical systems identified the components and sent them to appropriate bins. Hyde's salespeople could assure his customers that this machine would make certain not only that the sensitive information on the hard drive was destroyed, but all the other components were identified and disposed of according to local environmental regulations. At a nod from her boss, Stella picked up an old laptop and set it on the ribbed conveyor belt. It vanished into the dim recesses of the device. They heard a series of sharp cracks and thuds, and finally a loud grinding noise. Al-Fulan directed his guests to the rear, where after 5 or 6 minutes they watched the machine spit the various sorted bits of scrap into different bins: metal, plastic, circuit boards, and the like. In the bin liner marked Media Storage, they saw fine metal and silicon dust, all that was left of the hard drive. The dangerous e-waste, like the batteries and heavy metals, was deposited in a receptacle marked with warning labels, and the benign components were dropped into recycling bins. Al-Fulan then directed Haidt and Dunn to a monitor, on which a report about the machine's efforts scrolled past. Dunn's icy facade had slipped. He seemed almost excited. Haidt, too, was pleased, very pleased. He began to ask a question, but then he looked at the clock on the wall. It was 6:30. He could concentrate on the machinery no longer. Chapter 28. James Bond, Felix Leiter, and Yusuf Nassad were 50 feet from the factory, crouching beside a large skip, observing Haidt, the Irishman, an Arab in a traditional white robe, and an attractive dark-haired woman through a loading bay window. With Bond and Leiter in the American's Alpha, and Nassad in his Ford bringing up the rear, they started to follow the Lincoln town car from the Intercontinental, but both agents immediately recognized that the Arab driver was starting evasion techniques. Worried that they'd be spotted, Bond used an app in his mobile to paint the car with a Mas-Int profile and took its coordinates with a laser, then uploaded the data to the GCHQ tracking center. Leiter eased off the accelerator and let the satellites follow the vehicle, beaming the results to Bond's mobile. "Damn," Leiter had drawled, looking at the phone in Bond's hand. "I want one of them." Bond had followed the town car's progress on his map and directed Leiter, with Nassad following, in the general direction that Haidt was going, which was proving to be a very circuitous route. Finally, the Lincoln headed back to the Dera, the old part of town. A few minutes later, Bond, Leiter, and his asset arrived, left the cars in the alleyway between two dusty warehouses, and sliced their way through the chain-link fence for a closer view of what Haidt and the Irishman were up to. The driver of the Lincoln had remained in the car park. Bond plugged in an earpiece and trained his phone's camera eye on the foursome, eavesdropping with an app that Sanu Hirani had developed. The Vibramic reconstructed conversations observed through windows or transparent doors by reading vibrations on glass or other nearby smooth surfaces. It combined what it detected sonically with visual input of lip and cheek movement, eye expression, and body language. In circumstances like this, it could reconstruct conversations with about 85% accuracy. After listening to the conversation, Bond told the others, "They're talking about equipment for the Greenway facilities, his legitimate company. Damn it, look at that bastard," the American whispered. "He knows that around 90 people are going to die in a half hour, and it's like he's talking to a store clerk about pixels on big-screen TVs. Nassad's phone buzzed. He took the call, speaking in staccato Arabic, some of which Bond could decipher. He was getting information about the factory. He disconnected and explained to the agents that the place was owned by a Dubai citizen, Mahdi Al-Fulan. A picture confirmed he was the man Haidt and the Irishman were with. He was not suspected of having any terrorist ties, had never been to Afghanistan, and seemed to be merely an engineer and businessman. He did, however, design and sell his products to, among others, warlords and arms dealers. He had recently developed an optical scanner on a landmine that could differentiate between enemies' and friendlies' uniforms or badges. Bond recalled notes he'd found up in March. Blast radius. As conversation in the warehouse resumed, Bond cocked his head and listened once more. Haidt was saying to the Irishman,
"I want to leave for the event. Mahdi and I will go there now."
He turned to his Arab associate with eerie, almost hungry eyes.
"It's not far, is it?" "No, we can walk."
Haidt said to his Irish partner,
"Maybe you and Stella could work out some of the technical details."
The Irishman turned to the woman as Haidt and the Arab vanished into the warehouse. Bond closed down the app and glanced at Leiter. Haidt and Al-Falan are going to the site where the attack is to take place. They're walking. I'll follow them. See if you can find out anything more here. The woman and the Irishman are going to stay. Get closer if you can. I'll call you when I find out what's going on." "You bet," the Texan said. Nassad nodded. Bond checked his Walther and slipped it back into the holster. "Wait, James," Leiter said. "You know, saving these people, the 90 or whatever, well, it could tip your hand. If he thinks you're onto him, Haidt could grab it. He'll disappear, and you'll never find him until he comes up with a new Incident 20. And he'll be a lot more careful about keeping that secret then. If you let him go ahead with whatever he's about to do here, he'll stay in the dark about you." "Sacrifice them, you mean?" The American held Bond's eyes. "It's a tough call. I don't know if I could do it, but it's something to think about. I already have. And no, they're not dying." He spotted the two men making their way out of the compound. Crouching, Leiter ran to the building and hauled himself through the small window, disappearing silently on the other side. He reappeared and gestured. Nassad joined him. Bond slipped back through the breach in the fence and made his way after the two targets. After several blocks of meandering through industrial alleys, Haidt and Al-Falan entered the Dara-covered souk. Hundreds of outdoor stalls, as well as more conventional shops, where you could buy gold, spice, shoes, TV sets, CDs, videos, Mars bars, souvenirs, toys, Middle Eastern and Western clothing, virtually anything imaginable. Only a portion of the population here seemed to be Emirates-born. Bond heard bits of conversation in Tamil, Malayalam, Urdu, and Tagalog, but relatively little Arabic. Shoppers were everywhere, hundreds of them. Intense negotiations were going on at every stall, and in every shop, hands gesticulating feverishly, brows furrowed, clipped words flying back and forth. "Do buy." Bond was following at a discreet distance, looking for any sign of their target, the people who were going to die in 25 minutes. What could the rag and bowman possibly have in mind? A trial run in anticipation of the carnage on Friday, which would be 10 or 20 times as bad? Or was this unrelated? Perhaps Haidt was using his role as an international businessman as a cover. Were he and the Irishman just hired killers? State-of-the-art hitmen? Bond dodged through the logjam of merchants, shoppers, tourists, and dock workers loading the dhows with cargo. It was very crowded now, just before Maghrib, the sunset prayer. Were the markets to be the site of the attack? Then Haidt and Al-Falan left the souk and continued to walk for half a block. They stopped and gazed up at a modern structure, 3 stories high, with large glass windows overlooking Dubai Creek. It was a public building, filled with men, women, and children. Bond moved closer and saw a sign in Arabic and English. The Museum of the Emirates. So this was the target, and it was a damn good one. Bond scanned it. At least 100 people meandered through its ground floor alone, and there would surely be many more on the floors above. The building was close to the creek, with only a narrow road in front, which meant that emergency vehicles would have a difficult time getting close to the scene of the carnage. Al-Falan looked around uneasily, but Haidt pushed through the front door. They vanished into the crowd. "I'm not letting those people die." Bond plugged his earpiece in and called up the eavesdropping app on his phone. He followed the 2 men inside, paid a small admission fee, and eased closer to his targets, blending with a group of Western tourists. He couldn't help but think about what Felix Leiter had said. Saving these people might indeed alert Haidt that someone was onto him. What would M do under these circumstances? He supposed the old man would sacrifice the 90 to save thousands. He'd been an active duty admiral in the Royal Navy. Officers at that level had to make hard decisions like this all the time. But damn it, Bond thought, I have to do something. He saw children scampering around, saw men and women gazing at and talking animatedly about the exhibit, people laughing, people nodding with rapt interest as the tour guide lectured. Hyde and Al-Fulan moved further into the building. What were they doing? Had they planned to leave an explosive device? Perhaps it was what had been constructed in the hospital basement in March. Or perhaps the industrial designer Al-Fulan had made something else for Hyde. Bond circled through the large marble lobby, filled with Arabic art and antiquities. A massive chandelier in gold dominated the room. Bond casually pointed the microphone towards the men. He caught dozens of scraps of conversation from others, but none between Hyde and Al-Fulan. Angry with himself, he adjusted his aim more carefully, and finally heard Hyde's voice.
I've been looking forward to this for a long time. I must thank you again for making it happen.
Al-Fulan.
I am pleased to do what I can. It is good we are in business together.
Distracted, Hyde whispered,
I would like to take pictures of the bodies. Yes, of course. Anything you want, Severin.
How close can I get to the bodies? Hyde then said,
It's almost 7. Are we ready?
What should I do? Bond thought desperately. People are about to die. Your enemy's purpose will dictate your response. On the wall, he noted a fire alarm. He could pull it, evacuate the building. But he also saw CCTVs and security guards. He'd be identified immediately as the man who'd pulled the lever and, though he'd try to flee, the guards and police might stop him, find his weapon. Hyde might see him. He'd easily deduce what had happened. The mission would collapse. Was there any better response? He couldn't think of one, and edged close to the fire alarm panel. 6:55. Hyde and Al-Fulan were walking quickly to a door at the rear of the lobby. Bond was at the alarm now. He was in full view of 3 security cameras. And a guard was no more than 20 feet away. He had noticed Bond now, and perhaps registered that his behavior wasn't quite what you'd expect of a casual Western tourist in an arcane museum of this sort. The man bent his head and spoke into a microphone attached to his shoulder. In front of Bond, a family stood before a diorama of a camel race. The little boy and his father were laughing at the comical models. 6:56. The squat guard turned towards Bond. He wore a pistol, and the protective flap covering it had been unsnapped. 6:57. The guard started forward, his hand near his gun. Still, with Hyde and Al-Fulan merely 20 feet away, Bond reached for the fire alarm lever. Chapter 29. At that moment an announcement in Arabic came over the public address system. Bond paused to listen. He understood most of it. The English translation a moment later confirmed his take on the words.
Gentlemen, will ticket holders for the 7 o'clock show now proceed through the north wing door?
That was the entrance Hyde and Al-Fulan were now approaching at the back of the main hall. They weren't leaving the museum. If this was the location where the people would die, why weren't the 2 men fleeing? Bond left the alarm panel and stepped to the door. The guard eyed him once more, then turned away, fixing his holster flap. Hyde and his colleague stood at the entrance to a special show the museum was hosting. Bond exhaled slowly as he understood at last. The title of the exhibition was Death in the Sand. A notice at the entrance explained that last autumn archaeologists had discovered a mass grave dating back 1,000 years, located near Abu Dhabi's Liwa Oasis, about 100 kilometers inland from the Persian Gulf. An entire nomadic Arab tribe, 92 people, had been attacked and slaughtered. Just after the battle, a sandstorm had buried the bodies. When the village had been discovered last year, the remains were found perfectly preserved in the hot, dry sands. The exhibition was of the desiccated bodies laid out exactly as they were found, in a recreation of the village. For the general public it seemed the bodies were modestly covered. The special exhibition tonight at 7, which included only men, was for scientists, doctors, and professors. The corpses were not covered. Al-Fulan had apparently managed to get Hyde a ticket. Bond nearly laughed out loud, and relief flooded over him. Misunderstandings, and even outright errors, are not uncommon in the nuanced business of espionage, where operatives have to make plans and execute them with only fragments of information at their disposal. Often the results of such mistakes are disastrous. Bond couldn't recall an instance in which the opposite was true, as here, when a looming tragedy turned into an evening's innocuous cultural excursion. His first thought was that he'd enjoy telling Philly Maidenston the story. His amusement dimmed, however, as he reflected soberly he'd almost destroyed the mission for the sake of 90 people who had been dead for nearly a millennium. Then his mood grew more somber yet, as he looked into the large exhibition room and caught glimpses of the panorama of death. The bodies, some retaining much of the skin, like leather. Others were mostly skeletons, hands reaching out, perhaps in a last plea for mercy, emaciated forms of mothers cradling their children, eye sockets empty, fingers mere twigs, and more than a few mouths twisted into horrific smiles by the ravages of time and decay. Bond looked at Hyde's face as the rag-and-bone man stared down at the victims. He was enraptured. An almost sexual lust glowed in his eyes. Even Al-Fulan seemed troubled at the pleasure his business associate was displaying. I've never heard that kind of joy at the prospect of killing. Hyde was taking picture after picture, the repeated flash from his mobile bathing the corpses in brilliant light and making them all the more supernatural and horrific. What a bloody waste of time, Bond reflected. All he'd learned from the trip was that Hyde had some fancy new machinery for his recycling operations, and then he got a sick high from images of dead bodies. Was Incident 20, whatever it might be, a similar misreading of the intercept? He thought back to the phrasing of the original message, and concluded that whatever was planned for Friday was a real threat. Estimated initial casualties in the thousands, British interests adversely affected, funds transfers as discussed. That clearly described an attack. Hyde and Al-Fulan were moving deeper into the exhibition hall, and without a special ticket, Bond couldn't pursue them further. But Hyde was speaking again. Bond lifted the phone.
I do hope you understand about that girl of yours. What's her name again? Stella,
Al-Fulan said.
No, we don't have any choice. When she finds out I'm not leaving my wife, she'll be a risk. She knows too much, and frankly,
he added,
she's been quite a nuisance lately.
Hyde continued.
My associate's handling everything. He'll take her out to the desert, make her disappear. Whatever he does, though, will be efficient. He's quite amazing at planning, well, everything.
That was why the Irishman had remained at the warehouse. If he was going to kill Stella, there was something more to this trip than legitimate business. He'd have to assume it involved Incident 20. Bond hurried from the museum, calling Felix Leiter. They had to save the woman and learn what she knew. Leiter's mobile, however, rang 4 times, then stepped into voicemail. Bond tried again. Why the hell wasn't the American picking up? Were he and Nassad trying to save Stella at this moment, perhaps fighting with the Irishman or the chauffeur? Or both of them? Another call. Voicemail again. Bond broke into a run, weaving through the soups as haunting voices, calling the faithful to prayer, filled the sunset sky. Sweating hard, gasping, he arrived at Al-Fulan's warehouse 5 minutes later. Hyde's town car was gone. Bond slipped through the hole they'd cut earlier in the fence. The window Leiter had climbed through was now closed. Bond ran to the warehouse and used the lockpick to open a side door. He slipped inside, drawing the Walther. The place seemed to be deserted, though he could hear the loud whining of machinery from somewhere nearby. No sign of the girl. And where were Leiter and Nassad? Just a few seconds later, Bond learnt the answer to that question. Part of it, at least. In the room Leiter had entered, he found bloodstains on the floor, fresh. There were signs of a struggle, with several tools lying nearby, along with Leiter's pistol and phone. Bond summoned a scenario of what might have happened. Leiter and Assad had separated, with the American hiding here. He must have been watching the Irishman and Stella when the Arab chauffeur had slipped up behind and hit him with a spanner or pipe. Had Leiter been dragged off, thrown into the boot of the town car, and taken to the desert with a girl? Gun in hand, Bond headed for the doorway, where he heard the sound of the machine. He froze at what he saw ahead of him. The man in the blue jacket, his tale from earlier, was rolling the barely conscious form of Felix Leiter into one of the massive rubbish-compacting machines. The CIA agent lay sprawled, feet first on the conveyor belt, which wasn't moving, though the machine itself was running. In the center, two huge metal plates on either side of the belt pressed forward, nearly meeting, then withdrawing to accept a new batch of junk. Leiter's legs were a mere 2 yards from them. The assailant glanced up and scowled, staring at the intruder. Bond steadied his weapon's sights on the man and shouted, "Hands out to your sides!" The man did so, but suddenly lunged to his right and slapped a button on the machine, then sprinted away, vanishing from sight. The conveyor belt began rolling steadily forward, with Leiter easing towards the thick steel plates, which came within 6 inches of each other, then shot back to allow more refuse into their path. Bond sped to the unit and slapped the red off button, then started after the attacker. But the heavy-duty motor didn't stop immediately. The belt continued to carry his friend towards the deadly plates, pulsing relentlessly back and forth. Oh, God! Bond holstered his Walther and turned back. He grabbed Leiter and struggled to pull him out of the machinery. But the conveyor belt was dotted with pointed teeth to improve its grip, and Leiter's clothing was caught. Head lolling, blood streaming into his eyes, he continued to be drawn towards the compactor's mechanism. 18 inches away. 16. 12. Bond leapt onto the belt and jammed a foot against the frame, then wound Leiter's jacket around his hands and gripped furiously hard. The momentum slowed, but the massive motor continued to drive the belt relentlessly under the faces of the plates, shooting back and forth. Leiter was 8 inches, then 6 from the plates that would turn his feet and ankles to pulp. His arm and leg muscles in fiery agony, Bond tugged harder, groaning at the effort. 3 inches. Finally the belt stopped, and, with a hydraulic gasp, so did the plates. Struggling for breath, Bond reached in and untangled the American's trousers from the teeth on the belt and pulled him out, easing him to the floor. He ran to the loading bay, drawing his weapon, but there was no sign of the man in blue. Then, scanning for other threats, Bond returned to the CIA agent, who was coming round. He sat up slowly, Bond helping, and oriented himself. "Can't leave you alone for 5 minutes, can I?" Bond asked, masking the horror he'd felt at his friend's near fate as he examined the wound on the man's head and mopped it with a rag he'd found nearby. Leiter gazed at the machine, shook his head, then his familiar grin spread across his face. "You Brits are always barging in at the wrong time. I had him just where I wanted him." "Hospital?" Bond asked. His heart pounded from the effort of the rescue and relief at the outcome. "No." The American examined the rag. It was bloody, but Leiter seemed more angry than injured. "Hell, James, we're past the deadline. The 90 people?" Bond explained about the exhibition. Leiter barked a harsh laugh. "What a screw-up. Brother, did we misread that one? So Hyde gets off on dead bodies, and he wanted pictures of them? Man's got a whole new idea of porn." Bond collected Leiter's phone and weapon and returned them to him. "What happened, Felix?" Leiter's eyes stilled. "The driver of the town car came into the warehouse right after you left. I could see him and the Irishman talking, looking at the girl. I knew something was going down, and that meant she'd know something. I was going to finesse it somehow and save her, claim we were safety inspectors or something. Before I could move, they grabbed the girl and taped her up, dragged her toward the office. I sent Yusuf round to the other side and started towards him, but that bastard nailed me before I got 10 feet. The guy from the shopping center, your tail." "I know. I spotted him." "Man, the SOB knows some martial arts crap. I'll tell you that. He clocked me good and I was down for the count." "Did he say anything?" "Grunted a lot when he hit me." Was he working with the Irishman or Al-Fulan?
"Couldn't tell. I didn't see them together."
"And the girl? We've got to find her if we can."
They're probably on their way out to the desert. If we're lucky, Yusuf's following them. Probably tried to call when I was out."
With Bond helping, the agent struggled to his feet. He took his phone and hit speed dial. And from nearby came the chirp of a ringtone, a cheerful electronic tune, but muted. Both men looked around. Then Leiter turned to Bond. "Oh no," the American whispered, closing his eyes briefly. They hurried to the back of the compactor. The sound was coming from inside a large, filled bin liner, which the machine had automatically sealed with wire and then disgorged onto the loading bay platform to be carted off for disposal. Bond, too, had realized what had happened. "I'll look," he said. "No," Leiter said firmly. "It's my job." He unwound the wire, took a deep breath, and looked inside the bag. Bond joined him. The dense jigsaw of sharp metal pieces, wires and nuts, bolts and screws were entwined with a mass of gore and bloody cloth, bits of human organs, bone. The glazed eyes of Yusuf Nassad's crushed, distorted face stared directly between the two men. Without a word, they returned to the Alpha and checked the satellite tracking system, which reported that Height's limo had returned to the Intercontinental. It had made 2 brief stops on the way, presumably to transfer the girl to another car for her last trip out to the desert and to collect Height from the museum. 15 minutes later, Bond piloted the Alpha past the hotel and into the car park. "Do you want to get a room?" Bond asked. "Take care of that?" He gestured to Leiter's head. "Nah, I need a goddamn drink. I'll just wash up, meet you in the bar." They parked, and Bond opened the boot. He collected his laptop bag, leaving the suitcase inside. Leiter pulled his own small bag over his shoulder and found a cap, branded, so to speak, with the logo of the University of Texas Longhorns gridiron team. He pulled it gingerly over his wound and stuffed his straw-colored hair underneath. They took the side entrance into the hotel. Inside, Leiter went to wash, and Bond, making sure none of the Height entourage was in the lobby, passed through it and stepped outside. He assessed a group of limo drivers, standing in a cluster and talking busily. Bond saw that none of them was Height's driver. He gestured to the smallest of the lot, and the man walked over eagerly. "You have a card?" Bond asked. "Indeed, yes, I do, sir." And offered one. Bond glanced at and pocketed it. "What would you like, sir? A dune-bashing trip?" "No, I know. The gold souk for your lady. You will bring her something from Dubai to be her hero." The man who hired that limo. Bond's gaze swept quickly over Height's Lincoln. The driver's eyes went still. Bond wasn't worried. He knew when someone was for sale. He tried once more. "You know him, don't you?" "Not especially, sir." "But you drivers always talk among yourselves. You know everything that goes on here, especially regarding a curious fellow like Mr. Height." He slipped the man 500 dirhams. "Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I may have heard something. Let me think. Yes, perhaps." "And what might that have been?" "I believe he and his friends have gone to the restaurant. They will be there for 2 hours or so. It's a very good restaurant. Meals are leisurely." "Any idea where they're going from here?" A nod, but no accompanying words. Another 500 dirhams joined their friends. The man laughed softly and cynically. "And people are careless around us. We are simply people to shepherd folks around. We are camels, beasts of burden. I'm referring to the fact that people think we don't exist. Therefore, whatever they say in front of us, they believe we do not hear, however sensitive it might be, however valuable." Bond held up more cash, then returned it to his pocket. The driver glanced about briefly, then said, "He's flying to Cape Town tonight. A private jet, leaving in about 3 hours. As I told you, the restaurant downstairs is known for its sumptuous and leisurely dining experience." A fake pout. "But your questions tell me you probably do not want me to have an associate book a table. I understand. Perhaps on your next trip to Dubai." Now Bond handed over the rest of the money. He then withdrew the man's business card and, flicking it with his thumb, asked, "My associate, the man who came in with me, did you see him? Tough one?" Very tough. I will be leaving Dubai soon, but he will be staying. He most sincerely hopes your information about Mr. Height is accurate. The smile blew away like sand. Yes, sir. It is completely accurate. I swear to Allah. Praise be to him. Chapter 30. Bond went into the bar and took a table on the outdoor terrace, overlooking Dubai Creek. A peaceful mirror dotted with swaying reflections of coloured light, which utterly belied the horror he had witnessed at Al-Fulan's works. The waiter approached and asked what he would like. American bourbon was Bond's favourite spirit, but he believed vodka was medicinal, if not curative, when served bitingly cold. He now ordered a double Stolichnaya martini, medium dry, and asked that it be shaken very well, which not only chilled the vodka better than stirring, but bruised, aerated it too, improving the flavour considerably. Lemon peel only. When the drink arrived suitably opaque, evidence of a proper shaking, he drank half immediately and felt the oxymoronic burning chill flow from throat to face. It helped dull the frustration that he hadn't been able to save either the young woman or Yusuf Nasad. It did nothing, however, to mitigate the memory of Height's eerie expression as he gazed, lusting at the petrified bodies. He sipped again, staring absently at the television above the bar, on whose screen the beautiful Bahraini singer Alam was swirling through a video edited in the jerky style fashionable on Arab and Indian TV. Her infectious, trilling voice floated from the speakers. He drained the glass, then called Bill Tanner. He explained about the false alarm at the History Museum and the deaths, and added that Height would head for Cape Town that night. Could T. Branch arrange a ride for Bond? He could no longer hitchhike on his friend's Grumman, which had gone back to London.
I'll see what I can do, James. Probably have to be commercial. I don't know if I can get you there ahead of Height, though.
I just need a watcher to meet the flight and see where he goes. What's the 6 situation down there?
Station Z's got a covert operator on the Cape, Gregory Lamb. Let me check his status.
Bond heard typing.
He's up in Eritrea at the moment. That saber-rattling on the Sudanese borders got worse. But, James, we don't want to get Lamb involved if we can avoid it. He doesn't have an entirely irreproachable record. He went native, like some character out of a Graham Greene novel. I think Six have been meaning to hand him a redundancy package, but haven't got round to it. I'll find somebody local for you. I'd recommend SAPS, the police service, rather than National Intelligence. NIA's been in the news lately, and not in a good way. I'll make some calls and let you know.
Thanks, Bill. Can you patch me to Q?
Will do. Good luck.
A thoughtful voice was soon on the line.
Q Branch, Hirani.
It's 007, Sanu. I'm in Dubai. I need something fast. After Bond had explained, Hirani seemed disappointed at the simplicity of the assignment.
Where are you?
He asked. Intercontinental, Festival City. Bond heard typing.
All right, 30 minutes. Just remember, flowers.
They rang off as Leiter arrived, sat down and ordered a Jim Beam, neat. That means no ice, no water, no fruit salad, no nothing. But it does mean a double, and I could live with a triple. Bond ordered another martini. When the waiter left, he asked, How's the head? It's nothing, Leiter murmured. He didn't seem badly injured, and Bond knew that his subdued mood was due to the loss of Nasad. You find anything out about Height? They're leaving tonight, a couple of hours, going to Cape Town. What's down there? No idea. That's what I have to find out. And find out within 3 days, Bond reminded himself, if he wanted to save those thousands of people. They fell silent as the waiter brought their drinks. Both agents scanned the large room as they sipped. There was no sign of the dark-haired man with the earring, or of watchers paying too much attention, or not enough, to the men in the corner. Neither man raised a toast to the memory of the asset who just died. As tempted as you were, you never did that. Nasad? Bond asked. His body? The thought of an ally going to such an ignominious grave was hard. Leiter's lips tightened. If Hyde and the Irishman were involved, and I called in a team, they'd know we were on to them. I'm not risking our cover at this point. Yusuf knew what he was getting into. Bond nodded. It was the right way to handle it, though that didn't make the decision any easier. Leiter inhaled the fumes of his whiskey, then drank again.
You know, in this business, it's choices like that are the hard ones. Not pulling out your six-shooter and playing Butch Cassidy. That you just do without thinking.
Bond's mobile buzzed. T. Branch had booked him on an overnight flight on Air Emirates to Cape Town. It left in 3 hours. Bond was pleased with the choice of carrier. The airline had studiously avoided becoming just another mass-market operation and treated its passengers to what he guessed was the quality service that typified the golden age of air travel 50 or 60 years ago. He told Leiter of his departure arrangements. He added, "Let's get some food." The American waved over a waiter and asked for a messe platter.
"And then bring us a grilled hammer. Bone it, if y'all be so kind."
"Yes, sir." Bond ordered a bottle of a good Premier Cru Chablis, which arrived a moment later. They sipped from the chilled glasses silently until the first course arrived. Kofta, olives, hummus, cheese, aubergine, nuts, and the best flatbread Bond had ever had. Both men began to eat. After the waiter had cleared away the remnants, he brought the main course. The simple white fish lay steaming on a bed of green lentils. It was very good, delicate, yet with a faint meatiness. Bond had eaten only a few mouthfuls when his phone hummed again. Call ID showed only the code for a British government number. Thinking Philly might be ringing from a different office, Bond answered. He immediately regretted doing so. Chapter 31.
James. Guess who? Percy here. Long time no speak.
Bond's heart sank. Leiter frowned at the glower on Bond's face. "Percy. Yes." Division 3's Osborne Smith inquired,
"You well? No altercations requiring anything more than a plaster, I trust?"
"I'm fine."
"Delighted to hear it. Now, things are proceeding apace here. Your boss has briefed everyone about the Gehenna plan. You were perhaps too busy fleeing the jurisdiction to be in touch."
He let that hang for a moment, then said,
"Aha! Just winding you up, James. Fact is, I'm calling for several reasons, and the first is to apologize."
"Really?" Bond asked, suspicious. The Division 3 man's voice grew serious.
"In London this morning, I'll admit, I had a TAC team ready to grab Hyatt at the airport, bring him in for some tea and conversation. But it turns out you were right. The Watchers picked up a scrap and managed to decrypt it. Hold on. I quote from the record. Here we go. Something garbled then. Severin has 3 main partners. Any one of them can push the button if he's not available. So you see, James, arresting him would have been a disaster, just as you said. The others would have scurried down the rabbit hole, and we'd have lost any chance to find out what Gehenna was about and stop it."
He paused for breath.
"I was a touch whingy when we met, and I'm sorry about that too. I want to work with you on this, James. Apologies accepted? Bygones turn to bygones, with a swipe of Hermione's magic wand?"
In the intelligence world, Bond had learned your allies sought forgiveness for their transgressions against you about as often as your enemies did. He supposed that some of Osborne Smith's contrition was based on staying in the game for part of the glory, but that was all right with Bond. All he cared about was learning what the Gehenna plan was and preventing thousands of deaths. "I suppose."
"Good. Now, your boss sent us a signal about what you found up in March, and I'm following it up. The blast radius is pretty obvious, an IED, so we're tracking down any reports of stray explosives. And we know that one of the terms of the deal involves 5 million quid. I've called in some favours at the Bank of England to check SFT activity."
Bond, too, had thought of calling the bank with a request to flag suspect financial transactions, but nowadays £5 million was such small change that he believed there would be far too many responses to plough through. Still, it couldn't hurt for Osborne Smith to go ahead. The Division 3 man added,
"As for the reference to the course being confirmed, well, until we know more, there are no aircraft or ships to monitor. But I've put the aviation and port chaps on alert to move fast if we need to."
"Good," Bond said, without adding that he'd asked Bill Tanner to do much the same. "I've just found out that Haight, his lady friend, and the Irishman are on their way to Cape Town."
"Cape Town? Now that's worth chewing over. I've been peering into Hyde's recesses, so to speak.
This was, Bond supposed, what passed for a comradely joke with Percy Osborne Smith.
South Africa is one of Greenway's biggest operations. His home from home. I bet Gehenna must have some connection with it. Lord knows there are plenty of British interests there.
Bond told him about Alpha Lan and the girl's death. All we learned specifically is that Hyde gets a kick out of pictures of dead bodies, and the Arab's company probably has something to do with Gehenna. He's supplied equipment to arms dealers and warlords in the past.
Really? Interesting. Which reminds me, take a look at the photo I'm uploading. You should have it now.
Bond minimized the active call screen on his mobile and opened a secure attachment. The picture was of the Irishman. "That's him," he told Osborne Smith.
Thought it might be. His name's Niall Dunn.
He spelt it out. "How did you find him?"
Footage from the CCTVs at Gatwick. He's not in the databases, but I had my indefatigable staff compare the pic with street cameras in London. There were some close hits of a man with that weird fringe inspecting tunnels that Greenway's building near the Victoria Embankment. It's the latest thing, underground rubbish transfer and collection. Keeps the roads clear and the tourists happy. A few of our boys pretended that they were from Public Works, flashed his picture and got his real name. I've sent his file to Five, the Yard, and your Chief of Staff.
"What's Dunn's story?" Bond asked. In front of him, the fish cooled, but he lost interest in it.
It's curious. He was born in Belfast, studied architecture and engineering, came top of his year. Then he became a sapper in the army.
Sappers were combat engineers, the soldiers who built bridges, airports, and bomb shelters for the troops, as well as laid and cleared minefields. They were known for their improvisational skills, building defensive or offensive machinery and bulwarks with whatever supplies were available and under less than ideal conditions. The ODG's Lieutenant Colonel, Bill Tanner, had been a sapper, and the soft-spoken, golf-loving Chief of Staff was one of the cleverest and most dangerous men Bond had ever met. Osborne Smith continued.
After he left the service, he became a freelance engineering inspector. I didn't know that any such line of work existed, but it turns out that in constructing a building, ship, or plane, the project has to be inspected at hundreds of stages. Dunn would look over the work and say yay or nay. He was apparently at the top of his game. He could find flaws that nobody else could. But suddenly he quit and became a consultant, according to Inland Revenue records. He's a damn good one, too. He makes about $200,000 a year, and doesn't have a company logo or cute mascots like Wenlock and Mandeville.
Bond found that since the apology, he felt less impatient with Osborne Smith's wit, such as it was. That's probably how they met. Dunn inspected something for Greenway, and Hyde hired him. Osborne Smith continued.
Data mining's placed Dunn going to and from Cape Town over the past 4 years. He's got a flat there and one in London, which we've been through, by the way, and found nothing of interest. The travel records also show he's been in India, Indonesia, the Caribbean, and a few other places where trouble's brewing. Working on new outposts for his boss, I'd guess.
He added,
Whitehall's still looking at Afghanistan, but I don't give a toss about their theories. I'm sure you're on the money, James.
"Thanks, Percy. You've been very helpful."
Delighted to be of service.
The words that Bond would have found condescending yesterday now sounded sincere. They rang off, and Bond told Felix Leiter what Osborne Smith had turned up.
"So that scarecrow Dunn's an engineer. We call 'em geeks in the States."
A hawker had entered the restaurant and was moving from table to table selling roses. Leiter saw the direction of Bond's gaze.
"Listen up, James. I've had a wonderful dinner, but if you're thinking of sealing the deal with a bouquet, it ain't gonna happen."
Bond smiled. The hawker stepped up to the table next to Bond's and extended a flower to a young couple seated there.
"Please," he said to the wife, "the lovely lady will have this for free, with my compliments."
He moved on. After a moment, Bond lifted his napkin and opened the envelope he'd casually removed from the man's pocket in a perfect brush pass.
"Remember, flowers."
Discreetly, he examined the perfect forgery of a South African firearms permit, suitably franked and signed. "We should go," he said, noting the time. He didn't want to run into Hyde, Dunn, and the woman on the way out of the hotel.
"We'll put this on Uncle Sam,"
Leiter said, and settled the bill. They left the bar and slipped out by a side door, heading for the car park. Within half an hour, they were at the airport. The men gripped hands, and Leiter offered in a low voice,
Yusuf was a great asset, sure. But more than that, he was a friend. You run across that son of a bitch in a blue jacket again and you have a shot, James? Take it.
Wednesday, Killing Fields. Chapter 32. As the Air Emirates Boeing taxied smoothly over the tarmac towards the gate in Cape Town, James Bond stretched, then slipped his shoes back on. He felt refreshed. Soon after takeoff in Dubai, he'd administered to himself 2 Jim Beams with a little water. The nightcap had done the trick, famously, and he'd had nearly 7 hours of blessedly uninterrupted sleep. He was now reviewing text from Bill Tanner. Contact, Captain Jordan, Crime Combating and Investigation, SA Police Service. Jordan to meet you, landside, at airport. Surveillance active on height. A second followed. MI6's Gregory Lamb reportedly still in Eritrea. Opinion here all round, avoid him if possible. There was a final one. Happy to hear you and Osborne Smith have kissed and made up. When's the stag do? Bond had to smile. The plane eased to a stop at the gate, and the purser ran through the liturgy of landing with which Bond was all too familiar. Cabin, crew, doors to manual, and cross-check. Ladies and gentlemen, please take care when opening the overhead lockers. The contents may have shifted during the flight. Bless you, my child, for fate has decided to bring you safely back to Earth, at least for a little longer. Bond pulled down his laptop bag. He checked in his suitcase, which contained his weapon, and proceeded to immigration in the busy hall. He received a pro forma stamp in his passport. Then he went into the customs hall. To a stocky, unsmiling officer, he displayed the firearms permit, so he could collect his suitcase. The man stared at him intently. Bond tensed, and wondered if there was going to be a problem. Okay, the man said, his broad, glistening face inflated with the power of small officialdom. Now, you tell me the truth. The truth? Bond asked calmly. Yes. How do you get close enough to a kudu or springbok to use a handgun when you hunt? That's the challenge, Bond replied. I must say it would be. Then Bond frowned. But I never hunt springbok. No? It makes the best biltong. Perhaps so, but shooting a springbok would be very bad luck for England on the rugby pitch. The customs agent laughed hard, shook Bond's hand, and nodded him to the exit. The arrival hall was packed. Most people were in Western clothing, though some wore traditional African garb, men's dashikis and brocade sets, and for the women, kente kaftans and head wraps, all brightly coloured. Muslim robes and scarves were present as well, and a few saris. As Bond made his way through the passenger meeting point, he detected several distinct languages and many more dialects. He had always been fascinated by the clicking in African languages. In some words, the mouth and tongue create that very sound for consonants. Khoisan, spoken by the original inhabitants of this part of Africa, made the most use of it, although Zulus and Xhosas also clicked. Bond had tried and found the sound impossible to replicate. When his contact, Captain Jordan, did not immediately appear, he went into a cafe, dropped onto a stool at the counter, and ordered a double espresso. He drank it down, paid, and stepped outside, eyeing a beautiful businesswoman. She was in her mid-30s, he guessed, with exotically high cheekbones. Her thick, wavy black hair contained a few strands of premature grey, which added to her sensuality. Her dark red suit, over a black shirt, was cut close, and revealed a figure that was full, yet tautly athletic. I believe I shall enjoy South Africa, he thought, and smiled as he let her pass in front of him, on her way to the exit. Like most attractive women in transitory worlds, like airports, she ignored him. He stood for several moments in the centre of arrivals, then decided that perhaps Jordan was waiting for him to approach. He texted Tanner to ask for a photograph, but just after he hit send, he spotted the police officer. A large bearded redhead in a light brown suit, a bear of a man, glanced at Bond once with a hint of reaction, but he turned away rather quickly and went to a kiosk to buy cigarettes. Tradecraft is all about subtext. Cover identities masking who you really are. Dull conversations filled with code words to convey shocking facts. Innocent objects used for concealment or as weapons. Jourdan's sudden diversion to buy cigarettes was a message. He hadn't approached Bond because hostiles were present. Glancing behind him, he saw no immediate sign of a threat. Instinctively, he followed prescribed procedure. When an agent waves you off, you circle casually out of the immediate area as inconspicuously as possible, and contact a third-party intermediary who coordinates a new rendezvous in a safer location. Bill Tanner would be the cutout. Bond started to move towards an exit. Too late. As he saw Jourdan slipping into the gents, pocketing cigarettes he would probably never smoke, he heard an ominous voice close to his ear. "Do not turn around." The English was coated with a smooth layer of a native accent. He sensed that the man was lean and tall. From the corner of his eye, Bond was aware of at least one partner, shorter but stockier. This man moved in quickly and relieved him of his laptop bag and the suitcase containing his useless Walther. The first assailant said, "Walk straight out of the hall, now." There was nothing for it but to comply. He turned and went where the man had told him, down a deserted corridor. Bond assessed the situation. From the echo of the footsteps, Bond knew the tall man's partner was far enough away that his initial move could only neutralize one of them instantly. The shorter man would have to shed Bond's suitcase and laptop bag, which would give Bond a few seconds to get to him, but he would still have a chance to draw his weapon. The man could be taken down, but not before shots were fired. No, Bond reflected. Too many innocents. It was best to wait until they were outside. "Through the door on your left. I said you are not to look back." They walked out into stark sunlight. Here it was autumn, the temperature crisp, the sky a stunning azure. As they approached the curb in a deserted construction site, a battered black Range Rover sped forward and squealed to a stop. More hostiles, but no one as yet getting out of the vehicle. Purpose. Response. Their purpose was to kidnap him. His response would be textbook protocol in an attempt at rendition. Disorient, and then attack. Casually working his Rolex over his fingers to act as a knuckle-duster, he turned abruptly to confront the pair with a disdainful smile. They were young, deadly serious men, their skin contrasting sharply with the brilliant white of their starched shirts. They wore suits, one brown, the other navy, and narrow dark ties. They were probably armed, but overconfidence, perhaps, had led them to keep their weapons holstered. As the Range Rover door swung open behind him, Bond stepped aside, so that he couldn't be attacked from behind, and judged angles. He decided to break the jaw of the tallest first, and use his body as a shield as he pushed forward towards the shorter man. He looked calmly into the man's eyes, and laughed. "I think I'll report you to the Tourist Bureau. I've heard a lot about the friendliness of South Africans. I was expecting rather more in the way of hospitality." Just before he lunged, he heard from behind him, inside the vehicle, a woman's flinty voice. "And we would have offered some if you hadn't made yourself so obvious a target by enjoying a leisurely coffee in plain view with a hostile loose in the airport." Bond relaxed his fist and turned. He looked into the vehicle and tried unsuccessfully to mask his surprise. The beautiful woman he'd seen just moments ago in Arrivals was sitting in the back seat. "I'm Captain Baker Jourdan, SAPS, Crime Combating and Investigation Division." "Ah." Bond looked at her full lips, untouched by cosmetics, and her dark eyes. She wasn't smiling. His mobile buzzed. The screen showed he had a message from Bill Tanner, along with, of course, an MMS picture of the woman in front of him. The tall abductor said, "Commander Bond, I am SAPS Warrant Officer Kweleni Nkosi." He reached out his hand, and their palms met in the traditional South African way. An initial grip, as in the West, followed by a vertical clasp, and back to the original. Bond knew it was considered impolite to let go too quickly. Apparently he timed the gesture right. Nkosi grinned warmly, then nodded to the shorter man, who was taking Bond's suitcase and laptop bag to the rear of the Range Rover. "And that is Sergeant Mbalula." The stocky man nodded unsmilingly, and, after stowing Bond's belongings, vanished fast, presumably to his own vehicle. "You will please forgive our brusqueness, Commander," Nkosi said.
We thought it best to get you out of the airport as quickly as possible, rather than spend the time to explain."
"We should not waste any more time on pleasantries, warrant officer," Baker Jordan muttered impatiently. Bond eased himself into the back beside her, and Cozy got into the passenger seat in the front. A moment later, Sergeant Umbalula's black saloon, also unmarked, pulled up behind them. "Let's go," Jordan barked. "Quickly." The Range Rover peeled away from the curb and skidded brazenly into the traffic, earning the driver a series of energetic hoots and lethargic curses, and accelerated to more than 90 kilometers per hour in a zone marked 40. Bond pulled his mobile off his belt. He typed into the keyboard, read the responses. "Warrant officer?" Jordan asked in Cozy. "Anything?" He had been staring into the wing mirror and answered in what seemed to be Zulu or Xhosa. Bond did not speak either language, but it was clear from the tone of the answer and the woman's reaction that there was no tail. When they were outside the airport grounds and making their way towards a cluster of low but impressive mountains in the distance, the vehicle slowed somewhat. Jordan thrust her hand forward. Bond reached out to shake it, smiling, then stopped. She was holding a mobile phone. "If you don't mind," she said sternly, "you will touch the screen here." So much for warming international relations. He took the phone, pressed his thumb into the center of the screen and handed it back. She read the message that appeared. "James Bond, Overseas Development Group, Foreign and Commonwealth Office. Now you'll want to confirm my identity." She held out her hand, fingers splayed. "You have an app that can take prints too, I assume?" "There's no need." "Why?" she asked coolly. "Because I'm what passes for a beautiful woman in your mind, and you have no need to check further? I could be an assassin. I could be an Al-Qaeda terrorist wearing a bomb vest." He decided not to mention that his earlier perusal of her figure had revealed no evidence of explosives. He answered, perhaps a bit glibly, "I don't need your prints, because in addition to the photo of you that my office just sent me, my mobile read your iris a few minutes ago and confirmed to me that you are indeed Captain Baker Jordan, Crime Combating and Investigation Division, South African Police Service. You've worked for them for 8 years. You live in Loyven Street in Cape Town. Last year, you received a Gold Cross for bravery. Congratulations." He had also learnt her age, 32, her salary, and that she was divorced. Warrant Officer Nkosi twisted round in his seat, glanced at the mobile, and said with a broad smile, "Commander Bond, that is a nice toy, without doubt." Jordan snapped, "Queleni." The young man's smile vanished. He turned back to his wing mirror sentry duty. She glanced with disdain at Bond's phone. "We will go to my headquarters and consider how to approach the situation with 7 at height. I worked with your Lieutenant Colonel Tanner when he was with MI6, so I agreed to help you. He is intelligent and very devoted to his job. Quite a gentleman, too." The implication being that Bond himself probably was not. He was irritated that she'd taken such umbrage at what had been an innocent, relatively innocent, smile in the arrivals hall. She was attractive, and he couldn't have been the first man to lob a flirt her way. "Is Height in his office?" he asked. "That's correct," Nkosi said. "He and Niall Dunn are both in Cape Town. Sergeant Umbalula and I followed them from the airport. There was a woman with them, too." "You have surveillance on them?" "That's right," the lean man said. "We based our CCTV plan on London's, so there are cameras everywhere downtown. He is in his office and being monitored from a central location. We can track him anywhere if he leaves. We ourselves are not completely free of toys, Commander." Bond smiled at him, then said to Jordan, "You mentioned a hostile at the airport. We learned from immigration that a man arrived from Abu Dhabi, around the time you did. He was travelling on a fake British passport. We discovered this only after he cleared customs and disappeared." The bearish man he'd mistaken for Jordan? Or the man in the blue jacket at the shopping centre on Dubai Creek? He described them. "I don't know," Jordan offered curtly. "As I said, our only information was documentary. Because he was unaccounted for, I thought it best not to meet you in person in the arrivals hall. I sent my officers instead." She leant forward suddenly and asked Nkosi, "Anyone now?" "No, Captain. We are not being followed." Bond said to her, "You seem concerned about surveillance." "South Africa is like Russia," she said. "The old regime has fallen, and it is a whole new world here. This draws people who wish to make money and involve themselves in politics and all manner of affairs, sometimes legally, sometimes not. Nkosi said, "We have a saying, with many opportunities come many operatives. We keep that always in mind in the SAPs, and look over our shoulders often. You will be wise to do the same, Commander Bond, without doubt." Chapter 33. The Central Police Station in Butenkant Street, central Cape Town, resembled a pleasant hotel more than a government building. 2 stories high, with walls of scrubbed red brick and a red-tiled roof, it overlooked a wide, clean avenue which was dotted with palms and jacaranda. The driver paused at the front to let them out. Jordan and Nkosi stepped onto the pavement and looked around. When they saw no signs of surveillance or threat, the warrant officer gestured Bond out. He went to the back for his laptop bag and suitcase, then followed the officers inside. As they entered the building, Bond blinked in surprise at what he saw. There was a plaque that read, "Servamus et servimus," the motto of the SAPs, he assumed. We protect and we serve. What gave him pause, though, was that the 2 principal words were eerie and ironic echoes of Severin Hyatt's first name. Without waiting for the lift, Jordan climbed the stairs to the first floor. Her modest office was lined with books and professional journals, present-day maps of Cape Town and the Western Cape, and a framed 120-year-old map of the eastern coast of South Africa, showing the region of Natal, with the port of Durban and the town of Ladysmith mysteriously circled in ancient fading ink. Zululand and Swaziland were depicted to the north. There were framed photographs on Jordan's desk. A blond man and an African woman held hands in one. They appeared in several others. The woman bore a vague resemblance to Jordan, and Bond assumed they were her parents. Prominent also were pictures of an elderly woman in traditional African clothing, and several featuring children. Bond decided that they weren't Jordan's. There were no shots of her with a partner. Divorced, he recalled. Her desktop was graced with 50 or so case folders. The world of policing, like espionage, involved far more paperwork than firearms and gadgets. Despite the late autumn season in South Africa, the weather was temperate and her office warm. After a moment of debate, Jordan removed her red jacket and hung it up. Her black blouse was short-sleeved, and he saw a large swathe of makeup along the inside of her right forearm. She didn't seem like the tattoo sort, but perhaps she was concealing one. Then he decided that, no, the cream covered a lengthy and wide scar. Gold cross for bravery. Bond sat across from her, beside Nkosi, who unbuttoned his jacket and remained stiffly upright. Bond asked them both, "Did Colonel Tanner tell you about my mission here? Just that you were investigating Severin Hyatt on a matter of national security?" Bond ran through what they knew of Incident 20, a.k.a. Gehenna, and the impending deaths on Friday. Nkosi frowned ridges into his high forehead. Jordan took in the information with still eyes. She pressed her hands together. Modest rings encircled the middle fingers of both hands. "I see. And the evidence is credible?" "It is. Does that surprise you?" She said evenly, "Severin Hyatt is an unlikely evil. We are aware of him, of course. He opened Greenway International here 2 years ago, and has contracts for much of the refuse collection and recycling in the major cities in South Africa, Pretoria, Durban, Port Elizabeth, Joburg, and of course throughout the West here. He's done many good things for our nation. Ours is a country in transition, as you know, and our past has led to problems with the environment. Gold and diamond mining, poverty and lack of infrastructure have taken their toll. Refuse collection was a serious problem in the townships and squatter settlements. To make up for the displacement caused by the Group Areas Act under apartheid, the government built residences, locaties, or locations, they are called, for the people to live in instead of shacks. But even there the population was so high that refuse collection could not be performed efficiently, or sometimes at all. Disease was a problem. Severin Hyatt had reversed much of that. He also donates to AIDS and hunger relief charities. Most serious criminal enterprises have public relations specialists on board, Bond reflected. Being an unlikely evil did not exempt you from diligent investigation. Jourdan seemed to note his skepticism. She continued, "I'm simply saying that he does not much fit the profile of a terrorist or master criminal. But if he is, my department stands ready to do all it can to help." "Thank you. Now, do you know anything about his associate Niall Dunn?" She said, "I had never heard the name until this morning. I've looked into him. He comes and goes here on a legitimate British passport, and has been doing so for several years. We've never had any problem with him. He's not on any watch lists." "What do you know of the woman with them?" Nkosi consulted a file. "American passport, Jessica Barnes. She's a cipher to us, I'd say. No police record, no criminal activity, nothing. We have some photos." "That's not her," Bond said, looking at the images of a young, truly beautiful blonde. "Ah, I am sorry. I should have said. These are old shots. I got them off the internet." Nkosi turned the picture over. "This was from the 70s. She was Miss Massachusetts and competed in the Miss America contest. She is now 64 years old. Bond could see the resemblance now he knew the truth. Then he asked, "Where is the Greenway office?" "There are two," Nkosi said. "One nearby, and one about 20 miles north of here. Hyde's major refuse disposal and recycling plant." "I need to get inside them, find out what he's up to." "Of course," Baker Jourdan said. There came a lengthy pause. "But you are speaking of legal means, correct?" "Legal means?" "You can follow him on the street, you can observe him in public, but I cannot get a warrant for you to place a bug in his home or office. As I said, Severin Hyde has done nothing wrong here." Bond nearly smiled. "In my job, I don't generally ask for warrants. Well, I do, of course. Captain, this man has twice tried to kill me in Serbia and the UK, and yesterday he engineered the death of a young woman and possibly a CIA asset in Dubai." She frowned, sympathy evident in her face. "That's very unfortunate, but those crimes did not happen on South African soil. If I'm presented with extradition orders from those jurisdictions approved by a magistrate here, I will be happy to execute them. But barring that," she lifted her palms. "We don't want him arrested," Bond said, with exasperation. "We don't want evidence for trial. The point of my coming here is to find out what he has planned for Friday and stop it. I intend to do that. And you may, provided you do so legally. If you're thinking of breaking into his home or office, that would be trespass, subjecting you to a criminal complaint." She turned her eyes, like black granite, towards him, and Bond had absolutely no doubt that she would enjoy ratcheting the shackles onto his wrists. Chapter 34.
He has to die.
Sitting in his office at the Greenway International Building in the centre of Cape Town, Severin Hyde was holding his phone tightly as he listened to Niall Dunn's chilly words. No, he reflected, that wasn't accurate. There was neither chill nor heat. His comment had been completely neutral, which was chilling in its own way. "Explain," Hyde said, absently tracing a triangle on the desktop with a long, yellowing fingernail. Dunn told him that a Greenway worker had very likely learned something about Gehenna. He was one of the legitimate workers in the Cape Town disposal plant to the north of the city, who had known nothing of Hyde's clandestine activities. He'd accidentally got into a restricted area in the main building, and might have seen some emails about the project.
He wouldn't know what they meant at this point, but when the incident makes the news later in the week, which it's going to, of course, he might realize we're behind it, and tell the police.
So what do you suggest?
I'm looking into it now.
But if you kill him, won't the police ask questions, since he's an employee?
I'll take care of him where he lives, a squatters' camp. There won't be many police, probably none at all. The taxis will look into it most likely, and they won't cause us any problems.
In the townships, squatters' settlements, and even the new Lucchese's, the minibus companies were more than just transport providers. They had taken on the role of vigilante judge and jury, hearing cases and tracking down and punishing criminals. All right, let's move fast, though.
Tonight, after he gets home.
Dunn disconnected, and Hyde returned to his work. He'd spent all morning since their arrival making arrangements for the manufacture of Mahdi Al-Faloon's new hard drive destruction machines, and for Greenway salespeople to start hawking them to clients. But his mind wandered, and he kept imagining the body of the young woman, Stella, now in a grave somewhere beneath the restless sands of the empty quarter, south of Dubai. While her beauty and life hadn't aroused him, the picture in his mind's eye of her in a few months or years certainly did. And in 1,000, she'd be just like the bodies he'd viewed at the museum last night. He rose, slipped his suit jacket on a hanger, and returned to his desk. He took and placed a string of phone calls, all relating to Greenway's legitimate business. None was particularly engaging, until the company's head of sales for South Africa, who was on the floor just below Heights, called.
Severin, I've got some Afrikaner from Durban on the line. He wants to talk to you about a disposal project.
Send him a brochure and tell him I'm tied up till next week. Gehenna was the priority, and Hyde had no interest in taking on new accounts at the moment.
He doesn't want to hire us. He's talking about some arrangement between Greenway and his company.
Joint venture? Hyde asked cynically. Entrepreneurs always emerged when you started to enjoy success and got publicity in your chosen field. Too much going on now. I'm not interested. Thank him, though.
All right. Oh, but I was supposed to mention one thing. Something odd. He said to tell you that the problem he's got is the same as at Isandwana in the 1870s.
Hyde looked away from his documents on his desk. A moment later, he realized he was gripping the phone hard. You sure that's what he said?
Yes, the same as at Isandwana. No idea what he meant.
He's in Durban?
His company's headquarters are there. He's at his Cape Town office for the day.
See if he's free to come in.
When?
The sales manager asked. A fractional pause. Then Hyde said, Now. In January 1879, the war between Great Britain and the Zulu Kingdom kicked off in earnest, with a stunning defeat for the British. At Isandlwana, overwhelming forces, 20,000 Zulus versus fewer than 2,000 British and colonial troops, and some bad tactical decisions resulted in a complete rout. It was there that the Zulus broke the British square, the famous defensive formation in which one line of soldiers fired, while another directly behind reloaded, offering the enemy a nearly unremitting volley of bullets, in that instance with the deadly Martini Henry breech-loading rifles. But the tactic hadn't worked. 1,300 British soldiers and Allied forces died. The disposal problem that the Afrikaner had referred to could mean only one thing. The battle occurred in January, the fiercely hot dog days of summer in the region of what was now KwaZulu-Natal. Removing the bodies quickly was a necessity, and a major logistical issue. The disposal of remains was also one of the major problems that Gehenna would present in future projects, and Haidt and Dunn had been discussing it over the past month. Why on earth would a businessman from Durban have a problem along these lines that required Haidt's assistance? 10 lengthy minutes later, his secretary stepped into his doorway. Mr. Theron is here, sir, from Durban. Good, good. Show him in, please. She vanished and returned a moment later, with a tough-looking, edgy man, who glanced around Hyde's office cautiously, yet with an air of challenge. He was dressed in the business outfit common to South Africa, a suit and smart shirt, but no tie. Whatever his line, he must have been successful. A heavy gold bracelet encircled his right wrist, and his watch was a flashy Breitling. A gold initial ring, too, which was a touch brash, Hyde thought. Morning. The man shook Hyde's hand. He noticed the long, yellowing fingernails, but did not recoil, as had happened on more than one occasion. Jean Theron, he said. Severin Hyde. They exchanged business cards. Eugene J. Theron, President, EJT Services Limited, Durban, Cape Town, and Kinshasa. Hyde reflected. An office in the capital of Congo? One of the most dangerous cities in Africa? This was interesting. The man glanced at the door, which was open. Hyde rose and closed it, returned to his desk. You're from Durban, Mr. Theron. Yes, and my main office is there, but I travel a lot. And you? The faint accent was melodious. London, Holland, and here. I get to the Far East and India too, wherever business takes me. Now, Theron,
The name's Huguenot, isn't it? Yes. We forget. Afrikaners are not always Dutch.
Theron lifted an eyebrow as if he'd heard such comments since he was a child and was tired of them. Hyde's phone trilled. He looked at the screen. It was Niall Dunn.
"Excuse me a moment,"
he said to Theron, who nodded. Then, "Yes?" Hyde asked, pressing the phone close to his ear.
Theron's legit. South African passport. Lives in Durban and has a security company with headquarters there, with branches here and in Kinshasa. Father's Afrikaner, mother's British. Grew up mostly in Kenya.
Dunn continued.
He's been suspected of supplying troops and arms to conflict regions in Africa, Southeast Asia, and Pakistan. No active investigations. The Cambodians detained him in a human trafficking and mercenary investigation because of what he'd been up to in Shan, Myanmar, but let him go. Nothing in Interpol. And he's pretty successful from what I can tell.
Hyde had deduced that himself. The man's Breitling was worth around £5,000.
I just texted a picture to you,
Dunn added. It appeared on Hyde's screen and showed the man in front of him. Dunn went on.
But whatever he's proposing, are you sure you want to think about it now?
Hyde thought he sounded jealous. Perhaps that the mercenary might have a project that would deflect attention from Dunn's plans for Gehenna. He said, "Those sales figures are better than I thought. Thank you." He disconnected. Then he asked Theron, "How did you hear about me?" Although they were alone, Theron lowered his voice as he turned hard, knowing eyes on Hyde. "Cambodia? I was doing some work there. Some people told me of you." Ah, Hyde understood now, and the realization gave him a thrill. Last year on business in the Far East, he'd stopped to visit several grave sites of the infamous killing fields, where the Khmer Rouge had slaughtered millions of Cambodians in the 1970s. At the memorial of Cheung Ek, where nearly 9,000 bodies had been buried in mass graves, Hyde had spoken to several veterans about the slaughter and taken hundreds of pictures for his collection. One of the locals must have mentioned his name to Theron. "You had business there, you say?" Hyde asked, thinking of what Dunn had learned. "Nearby," Theron replied, with a suitable brush of evasion. Hyde was intensely curious, but a businessman first and foremost. He tried not to appear too enthusiastic. "And what do Indalwana and Cambodia have to do with me?" "They are places where there was a great loss of life. Many bodies were interred, where they fell in battle." Cheung Ek was genocide, not a battle, but Hyde did not correct him. "They've become sacred areas, and that's good, I suppose, except—" the Afrikaner paused. "I'll tell you about the problem I have become aware of, and about a solution that has occurred to me. Then you can tell me if that solution is possible, and if you have an interest in helping me achieve it." "Go on," Theron said. "I have many connections to governments and companies in various parts of Africa." He paused. "Darfur, Congo, Central African Republic, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, a few others. Conflict regions," Hyde observed. "And these groups are concerned about the consequences that arise after, say, a terrible natural disaster like drought or famine or storms, or, frankly, anywhere that a major loss of life has occurred and bodies have been buried, as in Cambodia or Indalwana." Hyde said innocently, "Such cases have serious health implications, water supply, contamination, disease." "No," Theron said bluntly. "I mean something else. Superstition." "Superstition?" "Say, for instance, because of a lack of money or resources, bodies have been left in mass graves. A shame, but it happens." "Indeed it does. Now, if a government or a charity wishes to build something for the good of the people, a hospital, a housing development, or a road in that area, they will be reluctant to do so. The land is perfectly good. There is money to build, and workers who wish to be employed, but many people would fear ghosts and spirits and be afraid to go to that hospital, or move into those houses. It's absurd to me, and to you too, I'm sure, but that's how many people feel. Theron shrugged. How sad for the citizens of those areas if their health and safety were to suffer because of such foolish ideas. Hyde was riveted. He was tapping his nails on the desk. He forced himself to stop. So, here is my idea. I am thinking of offering a service to, well, those government agencies to remove the human remains. His face brightened. This will allow more building of factories, hospitals, roads, farms, schools, and it will help the poor, the unfortunate. Yes, Hyde said. Rebury the bodies somewhere else. Theron laid his hands on the desk. The gold initial ring glittered in a shaft of sunlight. That's one possibility, but it would be very expensive, and the problem might arise later at the new location. True. But are there other alternatives? Hyde asked. Your speciality. Which is? In a whisper, Theron said, perhaps recycling. Hyde saw the scenario clearly. Jean Theron, a mercenary and obviously a very successful one, had supplied troops and weapons to various armies and warlords throughout Africa, men who'd secretly massacred hundreds or thousands of people and hidden the bodies in mass graves. Now they were growing worried that legitimate governments, peacekeeping forces, the press or human rights groups would discover the corpses. Theron had made money by providing the means of destruction. Now he wanted to make money by removing the evidence of their use. It seemed to me an interesting solution, Theron continued. But I wouldn't know how to go about it. Your interests in Cambodia and your recycling business here told me that perhaps this is something you had thought of too, or would be willing to consider. His cold eyes regarded Hyde. I was thinking maybe concrete or plaster, or fertilizer. Turning the bodies into products that ensured they couldn't be recognized as human remains. Hyde could hardly contain himself. Utterly brilliant. Why, there must be hundreds of opportunities like this throughout the world. Somalia, the former Yugoslavia, Latin America, and there were killing fields aplenty in Africa. Thousands. His chest pounded. So that's my idea. A 50-50 partnership. I provide the refuse, and you recycle it. Theron seemed to find this rather amusing. I think we may be able to do business. Hyde offered his hand to the Afrikaner. Chapter 35. The worst risk of James Bond assuming the NOC non-official cover of Jean Theron was that Niall Dunn had perhaps got a look at him in Serbia, or the Fens, or had been given his description in Dubai, if the blue-jacketed man who'd been tailing him was in fact working for Hyde. In which case, when Bond walked brazenly into the Greenway office in Cape Town and sought to hire Hyde to dispose of bodies hidden in secret graves throughout Africa, Dunn would either kill him on the spot or spirit him to their own personal killing field, where the job would be done with cold efficiency. But now, having shaken hands with an intrigued Severin Hyde, Bond believed his cover was holding, so far. Hyde had been suspicious at first, of course, but he had been willing to give Theron the benefit of the doubt. Why? Because Bond had tempted him with a dangle, a lure he could not resist. Death and decay. That morning, at SAP's headquarters, Bond had contacted Philly Maidenston and Osborne Smith, his new ally, and they had data-mined Hyde's and Greenway's credit cards. They'd learned that he'd not only travelled to the killing fields in Cambodia, but to Krakow, Poland, where he'd taken several tours of Auschwitz. Among his purchases at the time were AA batteries and a second flash chip for a camera. Man's got a whole new idea about porn. Bond decided that to work his way into Hyde's life, he would offer a chance to satisfy that lust. Access to secret killing fields throughout Africa, and a proposal to recycle human remains. For the past 3 hours, Bond had struggled under the tutelage of Baker Jordan to become an Afrikaner mercenary from Durban. Jean Theron would have a slightly unusual background. He'd had Huguenot rather than Dutch forebears, and his parents favoured English and French in the household of his youth, which explained why he didn't speak much Afrikaans. A British education in Kenya would cover his accent.
She had, however, made Bond learn something of the dialect. If Leonardo DiCaprio and Matt Damon had mastered the subtle intonation for recent films, and they were Americans for heaven's sake, he could do so too. While she'd coached him on the facts that a South African mercenary might know, Sergeant Mbalula had gone to the evidence locker and found an incarcerated drug dealer's gaudy Breitling watch to replace Bond's tasteful Rolex and gold bracelet for the successful mercenary to wear. He then sped to a jeweller in the Garden Shopping Centre in Mill Street, where he'd bought a gold signet ring and had it engraved with the initials EJT. Meanwhile, Warrant Officer Kwalini Nkosi had worked feverishly with the ODG's I branch in London to create the fictional Jean Theron, uploading to the internet biographical information about the hard-boiled mercenary with photoshopped pictures and details about his fictional company. A series of lectures on cover identities at Fort Monkton could be summarized in the instructor's introductory sentence: "If you don't have a web presence, you're not real." Nkosi had also printed business cards for EJT Services Limited, and MI6 in Pretoria pulled in some favours to get the company registered in record time, the documents backdated. Jourdan was not happy about this. It was, to her, a breach of the sacred rule of law, but since she and Saps were not involved, she let it go. I-Branch also created a fake criminal investigation in Cambodia about Theron's questionable behaviour in Myanmar, which mentioned shady activities in other countries too. The faux Afrikaner was over the first hurdle. The second and most dangerous was close. Hyde was on the phone, summoning Niall Dunn to meet a businessman from Durban. After he'd hung up, Hyde said casually, "One question. Would you happen to have pictures of the fields, the graves?" "That can be arranged," Bond said. "Good." Hyde smiled like a schoolboy. He rubbed the back of his hand on his beard. Bond heard the door behind him open. "Ah, here is my associate, Niall Dunn. Niall, this is Jean Theron, from Durban." Now for it. Was he about to be shot? Bond rose, turned, and went up to the Irishman, looking straight into his eyes, and offering the stiff smile of one businessman meeting another, for the first time. As they shook hands, Dunn stared at him, a knife slash from the chill blue eyes. There was, however, no suspicion in the gaze. Bond was confident he had not been recognized. Closing the door behind him, the Irishman shot a quizzical glance at his boss, who handed him the EJT Services business card. The men sat down. "Mr. Theron has a proposition," Hyde said enthusiastically. He ran through the plan in general terms. Bond could see that Dunn, too, was intrigued. "Yes," he said. "This could be good. Some logistics to consider, of course." Hyde continued. "Mr. Theron's going to arrange for us to see pictures of the locations, give us a better idea of what would be involved." Dunn shot him a troubled glance. The Irishman wasn't suspicious, but seemed put off by this. He reminded Hyde, "We have to be at the plant by 15:30. That meeting?" He turned his eyes on Bond again. "Your office is just round the corner." He'd memorized the address at a glance, Bond noted. "Why don't you get them now, those pictures?" "Well, I suppose I could," Bond said, stalling. Dunn eyed him levelly. "Good." As he opened the door for Bond, his jacket swung open, revealing the Beretta pistol on his belt. Probably the one he'd used to murder the men in Serbia. Was it a message? A warning? Bond pretended not to see it. He nodded to both men. "I'll be back in 30 minutes. But Jean Theron had been gone only 5 when Dunn said, "Let's go." "Where to?" Hyde frowned. "To Theron's office. Now." Hyde noted that the gangly man had one of those expressions on his face, challenging, petulant. That bizarre jealousy again. What went on in Dunn's soul? "Why? Don't you trust him?" "It's not a bad idea, mind," Dunn said offhandedly. "We've been talking about disposal of the bodies, but it doesn't matter for Friday. It just seems a bit dodgy to me that he shows up out of the blue. Makes me nervous." As if such an emotion would ever register with the icy sapper. Hyde relented. He needed somebody to keep his feet on the ground,
And it was true that he'd been seduced by Theron's proposition. "You're right, of course." They picked up their jackets and left the office. Dunn directed them up the street to the address printed on the man's business card. The Irishman was right, but Severin Haight prayed that Theron was legitimate. The bodies, the acres of bones. He wanted to see them so badly, to breathe in the air surrounding them, and he wanted the pictures too. They came to the office building where Theron's Cape Town branch was located. It was typical of the city's business district, functional metal and stone. This particular structure seemed half deserted. There was no guard in the lobby, which was curious. The men took the lift to the 4th floor and found the office door, number 403. "There's no company name," Haight observed. "Just the number. That's odd." "This doesn't look right," Dunn said. He listened. "I don't hear anything." "Try it." He did so. "Locked?" Haight was fiercely disappointed, wondering if he'd given anything away to Theron, anything incriminating. He didn't think so. Dunn said, "We should get some of our security people together. When Theron comes back, if he does, we'll take him down to the basement. I'll find out what he's about." They were about to leave when Haight, desperate to believe Theron was legitimate, said, "Knock. See if anybody's in there." Dunn hesitated, then drew aside his jacket, exposing the Beretta's grip. The man's large knuckles rapped on the wooden door. Nothing. They turned to the lift. Just then the door swung open. Jean Theron blinked in surprise. "Haight, Dunn, what are you doing here?" Chapter 36. The Afrikaner hesitated for a moment, then bluntly gestured the two men inside. They entered. There had been no sign outside, but here on the wall was a modest plaque, EJT Services Limited, Durban, Cape Town, Kinshasa. The office was small, and staffed with only 3 employees, their desks covered with files, and the paperwork that is the mainstay of such entrepreneurial dens throughout the world, however noble or dark their products or services. Dunn said, "We thought we'd save you the trouble." "Did you now?" Theron responded. Haight knew that the mercenary understood that they'd made their surprise visit because they didn't trust him completely. On the other hand, Theron was in a line of work where trust was as dangerous as unstable explosives, so his displeasure was minimal. After all, Theron must have done much the same, checking out Haight's credentials with the Cambodians and elsewhere before coming to him with his proposal. That was how business worked. Scuffed walls and windows offering a bleak view of a courtyard reminded Haight that even illegal activity such as Theron plied was not necessarily as lucrative as the movies and news portrayed it. The biggest office at the back was Theron's, but even that was modest. One employee, a tall young African, was scrolling through an online catalogue of automatic weapons. Some were flagged with bold stars, indicating a 10% discount. Another employee was typing urgently on a computer keyboard, using only his index fingers. Both men were in white shirts and narrow ties. A secretary sat at a desk outside Theron's office. Haight saw she was attractive, but she was young, and therefore of no interest to him. Theron glanced at her. "My secretary was just printing out some of the files we were talking about." A moment later, pictures of mass graves began easing from the color printer. "Yes, these are good," Haight thought, staring down at them. "Very good indeed." The first images had been taken not long after the killings. Men, women, and children had been gunned down or hacked to death. Some had suffered earlier amputations, hands or arms above the elbow, a popular technique used by warlords and dictators in Africa to punish and control the people. About 40 or so lay in a ditch. The setting was sub-Saharan, but it was impossible to say exactly where. Sierra Leone, Liberia, Ivory Coast, Central African Republic. There were so many possibilities on this troubled continent. Other pictures followed, showing different stages of decay. Haight lingered on those particularly. "LRA?" Dunn asked, looking them over clinically. It was the tall, skinny employee who answered. "Mr. Theron does not work with the Lord's Resistance Army." The rebel group operating out of Uganda, the Central African Republic, and parts of Congo and Sudan had as its philosophy, if you could call it that, religious and mystical extremism, a violent Christian militia of sorts. It had committed untallied atrocities, and was known, among other things, for employing child soldiers. "There's plenty of other work," Theron said. Hyde was amused by his sense of morality. Another half-dozen pictures rolled from the printer. The last few showed a large field from which protruded bones and partial bodies with desiccated skin. Hyde showed the pictures to Dunn. "What do you think?" He turned to Theron. "Niall is an engineer." The Irishman studied them for a few minutes. "The graves look shallow. It's easy to get the bodies out. The trick is to cover up the fact that they were there in the first place, depending on how long they've been in the ground. Once we remove them, there'd be measurable differences in the soil temperature. That lasts for many months. It's detectable with the right equipment." "Months?" Theron asked, frowning. "I had no idea." He glanced at Dunn, then said to Hyde, "He's good." "I call him the man who thinks of everything." Dunn said thoughtfully, "Fast-growing vegetation could work, and there are some sprays that will eliminate DNA residue too. There's a lot to consider, but nothing seems impossible." The technical issues fell away, and Hyde focused again on the images. "May I keep these?" "Of course. Do you want digital copies too? They'd be sharper." Hyde gave him a smile. "Thank you." Theron put them on a flash drive and handed it to Hyde, who looked at his watch. "I'd like to discuss this further. Are you free later?" "I can be." But Dunn was frowning. "You're at the meeting this afternoon, and there's the fundraiser tonight." Hyde scowled. "One of the charities I donate to is having an event. I have to be present. But if you're free, why don't you meet me there?" "Do I have to give money?" Theron asked. Hyde couldn't tell if he was joking. "Not necessarily. You'll have to listen to a few speeches and drink some wine." "All right. Where is it?" Hyde looked at Dunn, who said, "At the Lodge Club, 1900 hours." Hyde added, "You should wear a jacket, but don't bother with a tie." "See you then." Theron shook their hands. They left his offices and made their way outside. "He's legitimate," Hyde said, half to himself. They were en route to the Greenway office when Dunn took a phone call. After a few minutes he rang off and said, "That was about Stefan Dlamini." "Who?" "The worker we need to eliminate in the maintenance department. He's the one who might have seen the emails about Friday." "Oh, right." "Our people found his shanty in Primrose Gardens, east of Tyne." "How are you going to handle it?" "It seems that his teenage daughter complained about a local drug dealer. He threatened to kill her. We'll set it up to make it seem that he's behind Lamini's death. He's firebombed people before." "So, the Lamini has family?" "A wife and 5 children, Dunn explained. "We'll have to kill them too. He could have told his wife what he saw. And if he's in a shanty town, the family will live in only 1 or 2 rooms, so anybody could have heard. We'll use grenades before the firebomb. I think supper time is best. Everybody'll be in 1 room together." Dunn shot a glance towards the tall man. "They'll die fast." Hyde replied, "I wasn't worried about them suffering." "I wasn't either. I just meant it'll be a pretty easy way to kill them all quickly. Convenient, you know." After the men had left, Warrant Officer Qualini Nkosi rose from the desk where he'd been scrolling through price lists for automatic weapons and nodded at the screen. "It is truly amazing what you can buy online, isn't it, Commander Bond?" "I suppose so." "If we buy 9 machine guns, we can get 1 for free," he joked to Sergeant Mbalula, the relentless 2-finger typist. "Thanks for that fast thinking about the LRA, Warrant Officer," Bond said. He hadn't recognized the abbreviation for the Lord's Resistance Army, a group that any mercenary in Africa would have been familiar with. The operation might have ended there and then in disaster. Bond's secretary, Baker Jordan, peered out of the window. "They're heading away. I don't see any other security people." "We fooled them, I think," said Sergeant Mbalula. The trick indeed seemed to have been successful. Bond had been convinced that one of the men, the quick-minded Dunn most likely, would want to see his branch in Cape Town. He believed that a good solid set, a cover location, would be critical in seducing Haidt into believing he was an Afrikaner troubleshooter with a great many bodies to dispose of. While Bond had telephoned Haidt to talk his way into Greenway, Jourdan had found a small government office leased by the Ministry of Culture, but presently unused. Nkosi had printed some business cards with the address, and before Bond had gone to meet Haidt and Dunn, the SAP's officers had moved in. "You'll be my partner," Bond had told Jourdan with a smile. "It'll be a good cover for me to have a clever and attractive associate." She had bristled. "To be credible, an office like this needs a secretary, and she must be a woman." "If you like." "I don't," she had said stiffly, "but that's how it must be." Bond had anticipated the men's visit, but not that Haidt would want to see pictures of the killing fields, though he supposed he should have. The minute he left Haidt's office,